This is the preface to Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe, author of Uncle Tom's Cabin. This edition published by the Riverside Press, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1892. First published in 1856. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Historical note: the Great Dismal Swamp at the time of this writing was a vast inland habitat spreading over more than 1 million acres of southeastern Virginia and northeastern North Carolina, where several African-American maroon societies lived during early American history. From the frontispiece: away to the dismal swamp he speeds, his path was rugged and sore, through tangled juniper, beds of reeds, through many a fen where the serpent feeds, and man never trod before. And when on earth he sunk to sleep, if slumber his eyelids knew, he lay where the deadly vine doth weep, its venomous tears that nightly steep the flesh with blistering dew. And now the preface. By Harriet Beecher Stowe. The writer of this book has chosen once more a subject from the scenes and incidents of the slaveholding states. The reason for such a choice is twofold. First, in a merely artistic point of view, there is no ground, ancient or modern, whose vivid lights, gloomy shadows, and grotesque groupings afford to the novelist so wide a scope for the exercise of her powers. In the near vicinity of modern civilization of the most matter-of-fact kind exist institutions which carry us back to the twilight of the feudal ages, with all their exciting possibilities of incident. Two nations, the types of two exactly opposite styles of existence, are here struggling, and from the intermingling of these two a third race has arisen, and the three are interlocked in wild and singular relations that evolve every possible combination of romance. Hence, if the writer's only object had been the production of a work of art, she would have felt justified in not turning aside from that mine whose inexhaustible stores have but begun to be developed. But this object, however legitimate, was not the only nor the highest one. It is the moral bearings of the subject involved which have had the chief influence in its selection. The issues presented by the great conflict between liberty and slavery do not grow less important from year to year. On the contrary, their interest increases with every step in the development of the national career. Never has there been a crisis in the history of this nation so momentous as the present. If ever a nation was raised up by divine providence and led forth upon a conspicuous stage, as if for the express purpose of solving a great moral problem in the sight of all mankind, it is this nation. God in his providence is now asking the American people, is the system of slavery, as set forth in the American Slave Code, right? Is it so desirable that you will directly establish it over broad regions, where till now you have solemnly forbidden it to enter? And this question the American people are about to answer. Under such circumstances, the writer felt that no apology was needed for once more endeavoring to do something towards revealing to the people the true character of that system. If the people are to establish such a system, let them do it with their eyes open, with all the dreadful realities before them. One liberty has been taken which demands acknowledgment in the outset. The writer has placed in the mouth of one of her leading characters a judicial decision of Judge Ruffin of North Carolina, the boldness, clearness, and solemn eloquence of which have excited admiration both in the Old World and the New. The author, having no personal acquaintance with that gentleman, the character to whom she attributes it is to be considered as created merely on a principle of artistic fitness. To maintain the unity of the story, some anachronisms with regard to the time of the session of the courts have been allowed, for works of fiction must sometimes use some liberties in the grouping of incidents. But as mere cold art, unquickened by sympathy with the spirit of the age, is nothing, the author hopes that those who now are called to struggle for all that is noble in our laws and institutions may find in this book the response of a sympathizing heart. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 1, The Mistress of Canema. Bills, Harry? Yes. Dear me, where are they? There? No, here? Oh, look, what do you think of this scarf? Isn't it lovely? Yes, Miss Nina, beautiful, but... Oh, those bills. Yes, well, here goes. Here, perhaps in this box. No, that's my opera hat. By the by, what do you think of that? Isn't that bunch of silver wheat lovely? Stop a bit, you shall see it on me. And with these words, the slight little figure sprang up as if it had wings, and humming a waltzing tune, skimmed across the room to a looking-glass, and placed the jaunty little cap on the gay little head, and then, turning a pirouette on one toe, said, "There now!" "There now? Ah, Harry! Ah, mankind generally! The wisest of you have been made fools of by just such dancing, glittering, fluttering little assortments of curls, pendants, streamers, eyes, cheeks, and dimples. The little figure, scarce the height of the Venus, rounded as that of an infant, was shown to advantage by a coquettish morning dress of buff muslin, which fluttered open in front to display the embroidered skirt and trim little mouse of a slipper. The face was one of those provoking ones which set criticism at defiance. The hair, waving, curling, dancing hither and thither, seemed to have a wild, laughing grace of its own. The brown eyes twinkled like the pendants of a chandelier. The little wicked nose, which bore the forbidden upward curve, seemed to assert its right to do so with a saucy freedom. And the pendants of multiplied brilliants that twinkled in her ears, and the nodding wreath of silver wheat that set off her opera hat, seemed alive with mischief and motion. "Well, what do you think?" said a lively, imperative voice, just the kind of voice that you might have expected from the figure. The young man to whom this question was addressed was a well-dressed, gentlemanly person of about 35, with dark complexion and hair, and deep, full blue eyes. There was something marked and peculiar in the square, high forehead and the finely formed features, which indicated talent and ability, and the blue eyes had a depth and strength of color that might cause them at first glance to appear black. The face, with its strongly marked expression of honesty and sense, had about it many careworn and thoughtful lines. He looked at the little defiant Fay for a moment, with an air of the most entire deference and admiration. Then a heavy shadow crossed his face, and he answered abstractedly, "Yes, Miss Nina, everything you wear becomes pretty, and that is perfectly charming." "Isn't it now, Harry? I thought you would think so. You see, it's my own idea. You ought to have seen what a thing it was when I first saw it in Madame Leblanche's window. There was a great hot-looking feather on it, and 2 or 3 horrid bows. I had them out in a twinkling, and got this wheat in, which shakes so, you know. It's perfectly lovely. Well, do you believe, the very night I wore it to the opera, I got engaged." "Engaged, Miss Nina?" "Engaged. Yes, to be sure. Why not?" "It seems to me that's a very serious thing, Miss Nina." "Serious? Ha, ha, ha!" said the little beauty, seating herself on one arm of the sofa, and shaking the glittering hat back from her eyes. "Well, I fancy it was, to him at least. I made him serious, I can tell you." "But is this true, Miss Nina? Are you really engaged?" "Yes, to be sure I am, to 3 gentlemen, and going to stay so till I find which I like best. Maybe, you know, I shan't like any of them." "Engaged to 3 gentlemen, Miss Nina?" "To be sure. Can't you understand English, Harry? I am now. Fact." "Miss Nina, is that right?" "Right? Why not? I don't know which to take. I positively don't, so I took them all on trial, you know." "Pray, Miss Nina, tell me who they are." "Well, there's Mr. Carson. He's a rich old bachelor, horridly polite, one of those little bobbing men that always have such shiny dickies and collars, and such bright boots and such tight straps. And he's rich, and perfectly wild about me. He wouldn't take no for an answer, you know, so I just said yes, to have a little quiet. Besides, he is very convenient about the opera and concerts and such things." "Well, and the next?" "Well, the next is George Emmons. He's one of your pink and white men, you know, who look like cream candy, as if they were good to eat. He's a lawyer, of a good family, thought a good deal of and all that. Well, really, they say he has talents. I'm no judge. I know he always bores me to death, asking me if I have read this or that, marking places in books that I never read. He's your sentimental sort, writes the most romantic notes on pink paper, and all that sort of thing." "And the third?" "Well, you see, I don't like him a bit, I'm sure I don't. He's a hateful creature. He isn't handsome, he's proud as Lucifer, and I'm sure I don't know how he got me to be engaged. It was a kind of accident. He's real good, though, too good for me, that's a fact. But then, I'm afraid of him a little." "And his name?" "Well, his name is Clayton, Mr. Edward Clayton, at your service. He's one of your high and mighty people, with such deep-set eyes, eyes that look as if they were in a cave, and such black hair. And his eyes have a desperate sort of sad look sometimes, quite Byronic. He's tall and rather loose-jointed, has beautiful teeth. His mouth, too, is, well, when he smiles, sometimes it really is quite fascinating, and then he's so different from other gentlemen. He's kind, but he don't care how he dresses, and wears the most horrid shoes. And then he isn't polite. He won't jump, you know, to pick up your thread or scissors, and sometimes he'll just get into a brown study and let you stand 10 minutes before he thinks to give you a chair, and all such provoking things. He isn't a bit of a ladies' man. Well, consequence is, as my lord won't court the girls all court my lord. That's the way, you know, and they seem to think it's a feather in their cap to get attention from him, because you know he's horrid sensible. So you see, that just set me out to see what I could do with him. Well, you see, I wouldn't court him, and I plagued him and laughed at him and spited him and got him gloriously wroth, and he said some spiteful things about me, and then I said some more about him, and we had a real up-and-down quarrel. And then I took a penitent turn, you know, and just went gracefully down into the valley of humiliation, as we witches can, and it took wonderfully. Brought my lord on to his knees before he knew what he was doing. Well, really, I don't know what was the matter just then, but he spoke so earnest and strong that actually he got me to crying. Hateful creature! And I promised all sorts of things, you know, said altogether more than we'll bear thinking of." "And are you corresponding with all these lovers, Miss Nina?" "Yes, isn't it fun? Their letters, you know, can't speak. If they could when they come rustling together in the bag, wouldn't there be a muss?" "Miss Nina, I think you have given your heart to this last one." "Oh, nonsense, Harry. Haven't got any heart. Don't care 2 pins for any of them. All I want is to have a good time. As to love and all that, I don't believe I could love any of them. I should be tired to death of any of them in 6 weeks. I've never liked anything that long." "Miss Nina, you must excuse me, but I want to ask again, is it right to trifle with the feelings of gentlemen in this way?" "Why not? Isn't all fair in war? Don't they trifle with us girls every chance they get, and sit up so pompous in their rooms, and smoke cigars, and talk us over as if they only had to put out their finger and say, 'Come here,' to get any of us? I tell you, it's fun to bring them down. Now, there's that horrid George Emmons. I tell you, if he didn't flirt all winter with Mary Stevens and got everybody to laughing about her, it was so evident, you see, that she liked him, and she couldn't help showing it, poor little thing. And then my lord would settle his collar and say he hadn't quite made up his mind to take her, and all that. Well, I haven't made up my mind to take him either, and so poor Emma is avenged. As to the old batch, that smooth Dicky man, you see he can't be hurt, for his heart is rubbed as smooth and hard as his Dicky with falling in love and out again. He's been turned off by 3 girls now, and his shoes squeak as brisk as ever, and he's just as jolly. You see, he didn't used to be so rich. Lately he's come into splendid property, so if I don't take him, poor man, there are enough that would be glad of him.
Well then, but as to that other one?
What, my Lord Lofty? Oh, he wants humbling. It wouldn't hurt him in the least to be put down a little. He's good, too, and afflictions always improve good people. I believe I was made for a means of grace to 'em all.
Miss Nina, what if all 3 of them should come at once, or even 2 of them?
What a droll idea! Wouldn't it be funny? Just to think of it! What a commotion! What a scene! It would really be vastly entertaining.
Now, Miss Nina, I want to speak as a friend.
No, you shan't. It is just what people say when they are going to say something disagreeable. I told Clayton once for all that I wouldn't have him speak as a friend to me.
Pray, how does he take all this?
Take it? Why, just as he must. He cares a great deal more for me than I do for him.
Here a slight little sigh escaped the fair speaker.
And I think it fun to shock him. You know, he is one of the fatherly sort, who's always advising young girls. Let it be understood that his standard for female character is wonderfully high and all that. And then I think of his being tripped up before me. It is too funny. The little sprite here took off her opera hat and commenced waltzing a few steps, and stopping mid-whirl, exclaiming, "Oh, do you know we girls have been trying to learn the cha-choo-cha, and I've got some castanets. Let me see, where are they?" And with this she proceeded to upset the trunk, from which flew a meteoric shower of bracelets, billet-doux, French grammars, drawing pencils, interspersed with confectionery of various descriptions, and all the et ceteras of a schoolgirl's depository. "There, upon my word, there are the bills you were asking for. There, take them," throwing a package of papers at the young man. "Take them. Can you catch?"
"Ah, Miss Nina, these do not appear to be bills."
"Oh, bless me, those are love letters, then. The bills are somewhere." And the little hands went pawing among the heap, making the fanciful collection fly in every direction over the carpet. "Ah, I believe now in this bonbon box I did put them. Take care of your head, Harry." And with the word, the gilded missile flew from the little hand, and opening on the way, showered Harry with a profusion of crumpled papers. "Now you've got them all, except one that I used for curl papers the other night. Oh, don't look so sober about it. Indeed, I kept the pieces. Here they are. And now don't you say, Harry, don't you tell me that I never save my bills. You don't know how particular I have been and what trouble I have taken. But there's a letter Clayton wrote to me one time when we had a quarrel. Just a specimen of that creature."
"Pray tell us about it, Miss Nina," said the young man, with his eyes fixed admiringly on the little person, while he was smoothing and arranging the crumpled documents.
"Why, you see, it was just this way. You know these men, how provoking they are. They'll go and read all sorts of books, no matter what they read, and then they are so dreadfully particular about us girls. Do you know, Harry, this always made me angry. Well, so, you see, one evening Sophie Elliott quoted some poetry from Don Juan. I never read it, but it seems folks call it a bad book, and my Lord Clayton immediately fixed his eyes upon her in such an appalling way, and says, 'Have you read Don Juan, Miss Elliott?' Then, you know, as girls always do in such cases, she blushed and stammered, and said her brother had read some extracts from it to her. I was vexed and said, 'And pray, what's the harm if she did read it? I mean to read it the very first chance I get.' Oh, everybody looked so shocked. Why, dear me, if I had said I was going to commit murder, Clayton could not have looked more concerned. So he put on that very edifying air of his and said, 'Miss Nina, I trust, as your friend, that you will not read that book. I should lose all respect for a lady friend who had read that.' 'Have you read it, Mr. Clayton?' said I. 'Yes, Miss Nina,' he said quite piously. 'What makes you read such bad books?' said I very innocently.
Then there followed a general fuss and talk, and the gentlemen, who would not have their wives or their sisters read anything naughty for the world, they wanted us all to be like snowflakes and all that, and they were quite high, telling they wouldn't marry this and they wouldn't marry that, till at last I made them a curtsy and said, 'Gentlemen, we ladies are infinitely obliged to you, but we don't intend to marry people that read naughty books either.' Of course, snowflakes don't like smut. Now, I really didn't mean anything by it, except to put down these men and stand up for my sex, but Clayton took it in real earnest. He grew red and grew pale, and was just as angry as he could be. Well, the quarrel raged about 3 days. Then, do you know, I made him give up, and own that he was in the wrong. There, I think he was too, don't you? Don't you think men ought to be as good as we are, anyway?"
"Miss Nina, I should think you would be afraid to express yourself so positively."
"Oh, if I care to sue for any of them, perhaps I should. But there isn't one of the train that I would give that for," she said, flirting a shower of peanut shells into the air.
"Yes, but Miss Nina, sometime or other you must marry somebody. You need somebody to take care of the property and place."
"Oh, that's it, is it? You're tired of keeping accounts, are you, with me to spend the money? Well, I don't wonder. How I pity anybody that keeps accounts. Isn't it horrid, Harry, those awful books? Do you know that Madame Ardain set out that we girls should keep account of our expenses? I just tried it 2 weeks. I had a headache and weak eyes, and actually it nearly ruined my constitution. Somehow or other they gave it up. It gave them so much trouble. And what's the use? When money's spent, it's spent. And keeping accounts ever so strict won't get it back. I'm very careful about my expenses. I never get anything that I can do without."
"For instance," said Harry rather roguishly, "this bill of $100 for confectionery."
"Well, you know how it is, Harry. It's so horrid to have to study. Girls must have something. And I didn't get it all for myself. I gave it round to all the girls. Then they used to ask me for it, and I couldn't refuse. And so it went."
"I didn't presume to comment, Miss Nina. What have we here? Madame Lescart, $450?
"Oh, Harry, that horrid Madame Lescart. You never saw anything like her. Positively, it is not my fault. She puts down things I never got. I know she does. Nothing in the world, but because she is from Paris. Everybody is complaining of her, but then nobody gets anything anywhere else. So what can one do, I assure you, Harry, I am economical." The young man, who had been summing up the accounts, now burst out into such a hearty laugh as somewhat disconcerted the fair rhetorician. She colored to her temples. "Harry, now for shame! Positively, you aren't respectful." "Oh, Miss Nina, on my knees, I beg pardon," still continuing to laugh. "But indeed, you must excuse me. I'm positively delighted to hear of your economy, Miss Nina." "Well, now, Harry, you may look at the bills and see. Haven't I ripped up all my silk dresses and had them colored over, just to economize? You can see the dyer's bill there. And Madame Cardew told me she always expected to turn my dresses twice at least. Oh, yes, I have been very economical."
"I have heard of old dresses turned costing more than new ones, Miss Nina."
"Oh, nonsense, Harry. What should you know of girls' things? But I'll tell you one thing I've got, Harry, and that is a gold watch for you. There it is," throwing a case carelessly towards him. "And there's a silk dress for your wife," throwing him a little parcel. "I have sense enough to know what a good fellow you are, at any rate. I couldn't go on as I do if you didn't rack your poor head 50 ways to keep things going straight here at home for me." A host of conflicting emotions seemed to cross the young man's face, like a shadow of clouds over a field, as he silently undid the packages. His hands trembled, his lips quivered, but he said nothing. "Come, Harry, don't this suit you? I thought it would." "Miss Nina, you are too kind." "No, I'm not, Harry. I'm a selfish little concern, that's a fact," she said, turning away, and pretending not to see the feeling which agitated him. "But, Harry, wasn't it droll this morning when all our people came up to get their presents? There was Aunt Sue and Aunt Tyke and Aunt Kate. Each one got a new sack pattern in which they are going to make up the prints I brought them. In about 2 days our place will be flaming with aprons and sacks. And did you see Aunt Rose in that pink bonnet with the flowers? Pfft, you could see every tooth in her head. Of course, now they'll be taken with a very pious streak and go to some camp meeting or other to show their finery. Why don't you laugh, Harry?"
"I do, don't I, Miss Nina?"
"You only laugh on your face. You don't laugh down deep. What's the matter? I don't believe it's good for you to read and study so much. Papa used to say that he didn't think it was good for—" She stopped, checked by the expression on the face of her listener.
"For servants, Miss Nina, your papa said, I suppose?"
With the quick tact of her sex, Nina perceived that she had struck some disagreeable chord in the mind of her faithful attendant, and she hastened to change the subject in her careless, rattling way.
"Why, yes, Harry, study is horrid
For you or me either, or anybody else, except musty old people who don't know how to do anything else. Did ever anybody look out of doors such a pleasant day as this and want to study? Think of a bird studying now, or a bee. They don't study, they live. Now, I don't want to study, I want to live. So now, Harry, if you'll just get the ponies and go in the woods, I want to get some jessamines and spring beauties and wild honeysuckles and all the rest of the flowers that I used to get
before I went away to school."
End of Chapter 1. The Mistress of Canema.
Chapter 2 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Dred, Chapter 2. Clayton. The curtain rises on our next scene and discovers a tranquil library illuminated by the slant rays of the afternoon's sun. On one side, the room opened by long glass windows onto a garden, from whence the air came in, perfumed with the breath of roses and honeysuckles. The floor covered with white matting, the couches and sofas robed in smooth, glazed linen, gave an air of freshness and coolness to the apartment. The walls were hung with prints of the great masterpieces of European art, while bronzes and plaster casts, distributed with taste and skill, gave evidence of artistic culture in the general arrangement. 2 young men were sitting together near the opened window at a small table, which displayed an antique coffee set of silver and a silver tray of ices and fruits. One of these has already been introduced to the notice of our readers in the description of our heroine in the last chapter. Edward Clayton, the only son of Judge Clayton and representative of one of the oldest and most distinguished families of North Carolina, was in personal appearance much what our lively young friend had sketched, tall, slender, with a sort of loose-jointedness and carelessness of dress, which might have produced an impression of clownishness had it not been relieved by a refined and intellectual expression on the head and face. The upper part of the face gave the impression of thoughtfulness and strength, with a shadowing of melancholy earnestness, and there was about the eye, in conversation, that occasional gleam of troubled wildness which betrays the hypochondriac temperament. The mouth was even feminine in the delicacy and beauty of its lines, and the smile which sometimes played around it had a peculiar fascination. It seemed to be a smile of but half the man's nature, for it never rose as high as the eyes, or seemed to disturb the dark stillness of their thoughtfulness. The other speaker was in many respects a contrast, and we will introduce him to our readers by the name of Frank Russell. Furthermore, for their benefit, we will premise that he was the only son of a once distinguished and wealthy, but now almost decayed family of Virginia. It is supposed by many that friendship is best founded upon similarity of nature, but observation teaches that it is more common by a union of opposites, in which each party is attracted to something wanting in itself. In Clayton, the great preponderance of those faculties which draw a man inward, and impair the efficiency of the outward life, inclined him to overvalue the active and practical faculties because he saw them constantly attended with a kind of success which he fully appreciated but was unable to attain. Perfect ease of manner, ready presence of mind under all social exigencies, adroitness in making the most of passing occurrences, are qualities which are seldom the gift of sensitive and deeply thoughtful natures, and which for this very reason they are often disposed to overvalue. Russell was one of those men who have just enough of all the higher faculties to appreciate their existence in others, and not enough of anyone to disturb the perfect availability of his own mind. Everything in his mental furnishing was always completely under his own control, and on hand for use at a moment's notice. From infancy he was noted for a quick tact and ready reply. At school he was the universal factotum, the good fellow of the ring, heading all the mischief among the boys, and yet walking with exemplary gravity on the blind side of the master. Many a scrape had he rescued Clayton from, into which he had fallen from a more fastidious moral sense, a more scrupulous honor than is for worldly profit either in the boy's or man's sphere. And Clayton, superior as he was, could not help loving and depending on him. The diviner part of man is often shamefaced and self-distrustful, ill at home in this world, and standing in awe of nothing so much as what is called common sense. And yet common sense very often, by its own keenness, is able to see that these unavailable currencies of another's mind are of more worth, if the world only knew it, than the ready coin of its own. And so the practical and the ideal nature are drawn together. So Clayton and Russell had been friends from boyhood, had roomed together in their 4 years in college, and, through instruments of a vastly different quality, had hitherto played the concerts of life with scarce a discord. In person, Russell was of about the medium size, with a well-knit elastic frame, all whose movements were characterized by sprightliness and energy. He had a frank, open countenance, clear blue eyes, a high forehead shaded by clusters of curling brown hair. His flexible lips wore a good-natured, yet half-sarcastic smile. His feelings, though not inconveniently deep, were easily touched. He could be moved to tears or to smiles with the varying humor of a friend, but never so far as to lose his equipoise, or, as he phrased it, forget what he was about. But we linger too long in description. We had better let the reader hear the dramatis personae and judge for himself. "Well, now, Clayton," said Russell, as he leaned back in a stuffed leather chair, with his cigar between his fingers, "how considerate of them to go off on that marooning party and leave us to ourselves here. I say, old boy, how goes the world now? Reading law, eh? Book to be Judge Clayton II? Now, my dear fellow, if I had the opportunities that you have, only to step into my father's shoes, I should be a lucky fellow." "Well, you are welcome to all my chances," said Clayton, throwing himself on one of the lounges, "for I begin to see that I shall make very little of them." "Why, what's the matter? Don't you like the study?" "Well, the study, perhaps, well enough, but not the practice. Reading the theory is always magnificent and grand. Law hath her seat in the bosom of God. Her voice is the harmony of the world. You remember we used to declaim that. But then come to the practice of it, and what do you find? Are legal examinations anything like searching after truth? Does not an advocate commit himself to one-sided views of his subject, and habitually ignore all the truth on the other side? Why, if I practiced law according to my conscience, I should be chased out of court in a week. There you are again, Clayton, with your everlasting conscience, which has been my plague ever since you were a boy, and I have never been able to convince you what a humbug it is. It's what I call a crotchety conscience, always in the way of your doing anything like anybody else. I suppose, then, of course, you won't go into political life. Great pity, too. You'd make a very imposing figure as a senator. You have exactly the cut for a conscript father, one of the old viri romani. And what do you think the old viri romani would do in Washington? What sort of a figure do you think Regulus or Quintus Curtius or Mucius Scaevola would make there? Well, to be sure, the style of political action has altered somewhat since those days. If political duties were what they were then, if a gulf would open in Washington, for example, you would be the fellow to plunge in, horse and all, for the good of the Republic. Or if anything was to be done by putting your right hand in the fire and burning it off, or if there were any Carthaginians who would cut off your eyelids or roll you downhill in a barrel of nails, for truth and your country's sake, you would be on hand for any such matter. That's the sort of foreign embassy that you would be after. All these old-fashioned goings-on would suit you to a T. But as to figuring in purple and fine linen in Paris or London as American minister, you would make a dismal business of it. But still, I thought you might practice law in a wholesome, sensible way. Take fees, make pleas with abundance of classical allusions, show off your scholarship, marry a rich wife, and make your children princes in the gates, all without treading on the toes of your too sensitive moral what-do-you-call-ems. But you've done one thing like the other folks, at least, if it's all true what I've heard. And what is that, I pray? What's that? Hear the fellow now. How innocent we are. I suppose you think I haven't heard of your campaign in New York, carrying off that princess of little flirts, Miss Gordon. Clayton responded to the charge only with a slight shrug and a smile, in which not only his lips but his eyes took part, while the color mounted to his forehead. "Now, do you know, Clayton," continued Russell, "I like that. Do you know, I always thought I should detest the woman that you should fall in love with. It seemed to me that such a portentous combination of all the virtues as you are planning for would be something like a comet, an alarming spectacle. Do you remember, I should like to know if you do, just what that woman was to be? Was to have all the learning of a man, all the graces of a woman. I think I have it by heart. She was to be practical, poetical, pious, and everything else that begins with a P. She was to be elegant and earnest, take deep and extensive views of life, and there was to be a certain air about her, half Madonna, half Venus, made of every creature's best. Ah, bless me, what poor creatures we are! Here comes along our little coquette, flirting, tossing her fan, picks you up like a great solid chip as you are, and throws you into her chip basket of beaux, and goes on dancing and flirting as before. Aren't you ashamed of it now? No, I'm really much like the minister in our town, where we fitted for college, who married a pretty Polly Peters in his 60th year, and when the elders came to inquire if she had the requisite qualifications for a pastor's lady, he told them that he didn't think she had. But the fact is, brethren, said he, although I don't pretend that she is a saint, she is a very pretty little sinner, and I love her. Well, that's just my case. Very sensibly said. And you know, as I told you before, I'm perfectly delighted with it, because it is acting like other folks. But then, my dear fellow, do you think you have come to anything really solid with this little Venus of the sea foam? Isn't it much the same as being engaged to a cloud or a butterfly? One wants a little streak of reality about a person that one must take for better or for worse. You have a deep nature, Clayton. You really want a wife who will have some glimmering perception of the difference between you and the other things that walk and wear coats and are called men. Well, then, really, said Clayton, rousing himself and speaking with energy, I'll tell you just what it is. Nina Gordon is a flirt and a coquette, a spoiled child, if you will. She is not at all the person I ever expected would obtain any power over me. She has no culture, no reading, no habits of reflection. But she has, after all, a certain tone and quality to her, a certain timbre, as the French say of voices, which suits me. There is about her a mixture of energy, individuality, and shrewdness, which makes her, all uninformed as she is, more piquant and attractive than any woman I ever fell in with. She never reads. It is almost impossible to get her to read. But if you can catch her ear for 5 minutes, her literary judgments have a peculiar freshness and truth. And so with her judgment of all other subjects, if you can stop her long enough to give you an opinion. As to heart, I think she has yet a wholly unawakened nature. She has lived only in the world of sensation, and that is so abundant and so buoyant in her that the deeper part still sleeps. It is only 2 or 3 times that I have seen a flash of this under-nature look from her eyes and color, her voice and intonation, and I believe, I am quite sure, that I am the only person in the world that ever touched it at all. I'm not at all sure that she loves me now, but I am almost equally sure that she will. Well, they say, said Russell carelessly, that she is generally engaged to 2 or 3 at a time. Well, that may be so, said Clayton indolently. I rather suspect it to be the case now, but it gives me no concern. I've seen all the men by whom she is surrounded, and I know perfectly well there's not one of them that she cares a rush for. Well, but, my dear fellow, how can your extra fastidious moral notions stand the idea of her practicing this system of deception? Why, of course, it isn't a thing to my taste. But then, like the old parson, if I love the little sinner, what am I to do? I suppose you think it's a lover's paradox. Yet I assure you, though she deceives, she is not deceitful. And though she acts selfishly, she is not selfish. The fact is, the child has grown up motherless and an heiress among servants. She has, I believe, a sort of an aunt or some such relative who nominally represents the head of the family to the eye of the world. But I fancy little madam has had full sway. Then she has been to a fashionable New York boarding school, and that has developed the talent of shirking lessons and evading rules, with a taste for sidewalk flirtation. These are all the attainments that I ever heard of being got at a fashionable boarding school, unless it be a hatred of books and a general dread of literary culture. And her estates are nothing very considerable, managed nominally by an old uncle of hers, really by a very clever quadroon servant, who was left her by her father, and who has received an education and has talents very superior to what are common to those in his class. He is, in fact, the overseer of her plantation, and I believe the most loyal, devoted creature breathing. Clayton, said his companion, this affair might not be much to one who takes the world as I do, but for you it may be a little too serious. Don't get in beyond your depth. You are too late, Russell. For that I am in. Well, then, good luck to you, my dear fellow. And now, as we are about it, I may as well tell you that I'm in for it, too. I suppose you have heard of Miss Benoit of Baltimore? Well, she is my fate. And are you really engaged? All signed, sealed, and to be delivered next Christmas. Oh, let me hear about her. Well, she is of a good height. I always said I shouldn't marry a short woman. Not handsome, but reasonably well-looking. Very fine manners. Knows the world, plays and sings handsomely, has a snug little fortune. Now, you know I never held to marrying for money and nothing else, but then, as I'm situated, I could not have fallen in love without that requisite. Some people call this heartless. I don't think it is. If I had met Mary Benoit and had known that she hadn't anything, why, I should have known that it wouldn't do for me at all to cultivate any particular intimacy. But knowing she had fortune, I looked a little further and found she had other things too. Now, if that's marrying for money, so be it. Yours, Clayton, is a genuine case of falling in love. But as for me, I walked in with my eyes wide open. And what are you going to do with yourself in the world, Russell? I must get into practice and get some foothold there, you know. And then, hey, for Washington, I'm to be president like every other adventurer in these United States. Why not I as well as another man? Well, I don't know, certainly, said Clayton. If you want it and are willing to work hard enough and long enough and pay all the price, I would as soon spend my life walking the drawn sword, which they say is the bridge to Mohammed's paradise. Ah, I fancy I see you doing it. What a figure you would make, my dear fellow, balancing and posturing on the sword blade and making horrid wry faces. Yet I know you'd be as comfortable there as you would in political life. And yet, after all, you are greatly superior to me in every respect. It would be 1,000 pities if such a man as you couldn't have the management of things. But our national ship has to be navigated by second-rate fellows, jerry-go-nimbles like me, simply because we are good in dodging and turning. But that's the way. Sharp's the word, and sharpest wins. For my part, said Clayton, I shall never be what the world calls a successful man. There seems to be one inscription written over every passage of success in life, as far as I've seen. What shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world and lose his own soul? I don't understand you, Clayton. Why, it seems to me just this. As matters are going on now in our country, I must either lower my standards of right and honor and sear my soul in all its nobler sensibilities, or I must be what the world calls an unsuccessful man. There is no path in life that I know of where humbuggery and fraud and deceit are not essential to success, none where a man can make the purity of his moral nature the first object. I see Satan standing in every avenue, saying, All those things I will give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Well, why don't you take to the ministry then, Clayton, at once, and put up a pulpit cushion and a big Bible between you and the fiery darts of the devil? I'm afraid I should meet him there, too. I could not gain a right to speak in any pulpit without some profession or pledge to speak this or that. That would be a snare to my conscience by and by. At the door of every pulpit, I must swear always to find truth in a certain formula. And living, prosperity, success, reputation will all be pledged on my finding it there. I tell you, I should, if I followed my own conscience, preach myself out of pulpits quicker than I should plead out at the bar. Lord help you, Clayton, what will you do? Will you settle down on your plantation and raise cotton and sell niggers? I'm expecting to hear every minute that you've subscribed for the Liberator and are going to turn Abolitionist. I do mean to settle down on my plantation, but not to raise cotton or Negroes as the chief end of man. I do take the Liberator because I'm a free man and have a right to take what I have a mind to. I don't agree with Garrison because I think I know more about the matter where I stand than he does or can where he stands. But it's his right as an honest man to say what he thinks, and I should use it in his place. If I saw things as he does, I should be an abolitionist. But I don't. That's a mercy at least, said Russell, to a man with your taste for martyrdom. But what are you going to do? What any Christian man should do who finds 400 odd of his fellow men and women placed in a state of absolute dependence on him. I'm going to educate and fit them for freedom. There isn't a sublimer power on earth than God has given to us masters. The law gives us absolute and unlimited control. A plantation, such as a plantation might be, would be a light to lighten the Gentiles. There is a wonderful and beautiful development locked up in this Ethiopian race, and it is worth being a life object to unlock it. The raising of cotton is to be the least of the thing. I regard my plantation as a sphere for raising men and women and demonstrating the capabilities of a race. Selah, said Russell. Clayton looked angry. I beg your pardon. Clayton, this is all superb, sublime. There's just one objection to it. It is wholly impossible. Every good and great thing has been called impossible before it is done. Well, let me tell you, Clayton, just how it will be. You will be a mark for arrows, both sides. You will offend all your neighbors by doing better than they do. You will bring your Negroes up to a point in which they will meet the current of the whole community against them. And meanwhile, you will get no credit with the abolitionists. They will call you a cutthroat, pirate, sheep-stealer, and all the rest of their elegant little list of embellishments all the same. You'll get a state of things that nobody can manage but yourself, and you by the hardest. And then you'll die, and it'll all run to the devil faster than you run it up. Now, if you would do the things by halves, it wouldn't be so bad. But I know you of old. You won't be satisfied with teaching a catechism and a few hymns, parrot-wise, which I think is a respectable religious amusement for our women. You'll teach them all to read and write and think and speak. I shouldn't wonder to hear of an importation of blackboards and spelling books. You'll want a lyceum and debating society. Pray, what does Sister Anne say to all this? Anne is a sensible girl now, but I'll warrant you, you've got her to go in for it. Anne is as much interested as I, but her practical tact is greater than mine, and she is of use in detecting difficulties that I do not see. I have an excellent man who enters fully into my views, who takes charge of the business interests of the plantation instead of one of these scoundrel overseers. There's to be a graduated system of work and wages introduced, a system that shall teach the nature and rights of property and train to habits of industry and frugality by making every man's acquirements equal to his industry and good conduct. And what sort of support do you expect to make out of all this? Are you going to live for them, or are they for you? I shall set them the example of living for them, and trust to waken the good that is in them in return. The strong ought to live for the weak, the cultivated for the ignorant. Well, Clayton, the Lord help you. I'm in earnest now, fact. Though I know you won't do it, yet I wish you could. It's a pity, Clayton, that you were born in this world. It isn't you, but our planet and planetary ways that are in fault. Your mind is a splendid storehouse, gold and gems of Ophir, but they are all up in the 5th story, and no staircase to get 'em down into common life. Now, I've just enough appreciation of the sort of thing that's in you not to laugh at you. 9 out of 10 would. To tell you the truth, if I were already set up in life and had as definite a position as you have, family, friends, influence, and means, why, perhaps I might afford to cultivate this style of thing. But I tell you what it is, Clayton, such a conscience as yours is cursedly expensive to keep. It's like a carriage. A fellow mustn't set it up unless he can afford it. It's one of the luxuries. It's a necessary of life with me, said Clayton dryly. Well, that's your nature. I can't afford it. I've got my way to make. I must succeed. And with your ultra motions, I couldn't succeed. So there it is. After all, I can be as religious as dozens of your most respectable men who have taken their seats in the night train for paradise and keep the daylight for their own business. I dare say you can. Yes, and I shall get all I aim at. And you, Clayton, will always be an unhappy, dissatisfied aspirant after something too high for morality. There's the difference between us. This conversation was here interrupted by the return of the family party. End of Dred, Chapter 2, Clayton. Chapter 3 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 3 The Clayton Family and Sister Anne. The family party, which was now ushered in, consisted of Clayton's father, mother, and sister. Judge Clayton was a tall, dignified, elderly personage in whom one recognized at a glance the gentleman of the old school. His hair, snowy white, formed a singular contrast with the brightness of his blue eyes, whose peculiar acuteness of glance might remind one of a falcon. There is something stately in the position of the head and the carriage of the figure, and a punctilious exactness in the whole air and manner, which gave one a slight impression of sternness. The clear, sharp blue of his eye seemed to be that of a calm and decided intellect, of a logical severity of thought, and contrasted with the silvery hair with that same expression of cold beauty that is given by contrast of snow mountains cutting into the keen metallic blue of an alpine sky. One should apprehend much to fear from such a man's reason, little to hope from any outburst of his emotional nature. Yet, as a man, perhaps injustice was done to Judge Clayton by this first impression, for there was deep beneath this external coldness a severely repressed nature of the most fiery and passionate vehemence. His family affections were strong and tender, seldom manifested in words, but always by the most exact appreciation and consideration for all who came within his sphere. He was strictly and impartially just in all the little minutiae of social and domestic life, never hesitating to speak a truth or acknowledge an error. Mrs. Clayton was a high-bred elderly lady whose well-preserved delicacy of complexion, brilliant dark eyes, and fine figure spoke of a youth of beauty, of a nature imaginative, impulsive, and ardent, inclining constantly to generous extremes. She had thrown herself with passionate devotion round her clear-judging husband, as the alpine rose girdles with beauty the breast of the bright, pure glacier. Between Clayton and his father there existed an affection deep and entire. Yet, as the son developed into manhood, it became increasingly evident that they could never move harmoniously in the same practical orbit. The nature of the son was so veined and crossed with that of the mother that the father, in attempting the age-long and often-tried experiment of making his child an exact copy of himself, found himself extremely puzzled and confused in the operation. Clayton was ideal to an excess. Ideality colored every faculty of his mind and swayed all his reasonings as an unseen magnet will swerve the needle. Ideality pervaded his conscientiousness, urging him always to rise above the commonly received and so-called practical in morals. Hence, while he worshipped the theory of law, the practice filled him with disgust, and his father was obliged constantly to point out deficiencies in reasoning, founded more on a keen appreciation of what things ought to be than on a practical regard to what they are. Nevertheless, Clayton partook enough of his father's strong and steady nature to be his mother's idol, who perhaps loved this second rendering of the parental nature with even more doting tenderness than the first. And Clayton was the oldest of three sisters and the special companion and confidant of the brother. And as she stands there untying her bonnet strings, we must also present her to the reader. She is a little above the medium height, with that breadth and full development of chest which one admires in English women. She carries her well-formed head on her graceful shoulders with a positive, decided air, only a little on this side of haughtiness. Her clear brown complexion reddens into a fine glow in the cheek, giving one the impression of sound, perfect health. The positive outline of the small aquiline nose, the large, frank, well-formed mouth with its clear rows of shining teeth, the brown eyes which have caught something of the falcon keenness of the father, are points in the picture by no means to be overlooked. Taking her air altogether, there was an honest frankness about her which encouraged conversation, and put one instantly at ease. Yet no man in his senses could ever venture to take the slightest liberty with Anne Clayton. With all her frankness, there was ever in her manner a perfectly defined, Thus far shalt thou come, and no further. Beaux, suitors, lovers in abundance had stood, knelt, and sighed, protesting at her shrine. Yet Anne Clayton was 27 and unmarried. Everybody wondered why. And as to that, we can only wonder with the rest. Her own account of the matter was simple and positive. She did not wish to marry, was happy enough without. The intimacy between the brother and sister had been more than usually strong, notwithstanding marked differences of character. For Anne had not a particle of ideality, since she had shrewdness and a pleasant dash of humor withal, but she was eminently what people call a practical girl. She admired highly the contrary of all this in her brother. She delighted in the poetic, heroic element in him, for much the same reason that young ladies used to admire Thaddeus of Warsaw and William Wallace, because it was something quite out of her line. In the whole world of ideas, she had an almost idolatrous veneration for her brother. In the sphere of practical operations, she felt free to assert, with a certain good-natured positiveness, her own superiority. There was no one in the world, perhaps, of whose judgment in this respect Clayton stood more in awe. At the present juncture of affairs, Clayton felt himself rather awkwardly embarrassed in communicating to her an event which she would immediately feel she had a right to know before. A sister of Anne Clayton's positive character does not usually live 27 years in constant intimacy with a brother like Clayton, without such an attachment as renders the first announcement of a contemplated marriage somewhat painful. Why, then, had Clayton, who always unreservedly corresponded with his sister, not kept her apprised of his gradual attachment to Nina? The secret of the matter was that he had had an instinctive consciousness that he should not present Nina to the practical, clear-judging mind of his sister, as she appeared through the mist and spray of his imaginative nature. The hard facts of her case would be sure to tell against her in any communication he might make. And sensitive people never like the fatigue of justifying their instincts. Nothing, in fact, is less capable of being justified by technical reasons than those fine insights into character whereupon affections are built. We have all had experience of preferences which would not follow the most exactly ascertained catalogue of virtues, and would be made captive, where there was very little to be said in justification of the captivity. But meanwhile, rumor, always busy, had not failed to convey to Anne Clayton some suspicions of what was passing, and though her delicacy and pride forbade any allusion to it, she keenly felt the want of confidence, and of course was not any more charitably disposed towards the little rival for this reason. But now the matter had attained such a shape in Clayton's mind that he felt the necessity of apprising his family and friends. With his mother, the task was made easier by the abundant hopefulness of her nature, which enabled her in a moment to throw herself into the sympathies of those she loved. To her had been deputed the office of first breaking the tidings to Anne, and she had accomplished it during the pleasure party of the morning. The first glance that passed between Clayton and his sister as she entered the room on her return from the party showed him that she was discomposed and unhappy. She did not remain long in the apartment or seemed disposed to join in conversation, and after a few abstracted moments she passed through the open door into the garden and began to busy herself, apparently among her plants. Clayton followed her. He came and stood silently beside her for some time, watching her as she picked the dead leaves off her geranium. "Mother has told you," he said at last. "Yes," said Anne. There was a long pause, and Anne picked off dry leaves and green promiscuously, threatening to demolish the bush. "Anne," said Clayton, "how I wish you could see her." "I've heard of her," replied Anne dryly, "through the Livingstons." "And what have you heard?" said Clayton eagerly. "Not such things as I could wish, Edward. Not such as I expected to hear of the lady that you would choose." "And pray, what have you heard? Out with it," said Clayton. "Let's know what the world says of her." "Well, the world says," said Anne, "that she is a coquette, a flirt, a jilt. From all I've heard, I should think she must be an unprincipled girl." "That is hard language, Anne." "Truth is generally hard," replied Anne. "My dear sister," said Clayton, taking her hand and seating her on the seat in the garden, "have you lost all faith in me?" "I think it would be nearer the truth," replied Anne, "to say that you had lost all faith in me. Why am I the last one to know of all this? Why am I to hear it first from reports, and every way but from you? Would I have treated you so? Did I ever have anything that I did not tell you? Down to my very soul, I've always told you everything." "Well, this is true, I own, dear Anne. But what if you had loved some man that you felt sure I would not like? Now, you are a positive person, Anne, and this might happen. Would you want to tell me at once? Would you not perhaps wait and hesitate and put off for one reason or another from day to day, and find it grow more and more difficult the longer you waited?" "I can't tell," said Anne bitterly. "I never did love anyone better than you. That's the trouble." "Oh, neither do I love anybody better than you, Anne. The love I have for you is a whole perfect thing, just as it was. See if you do not find me every way as devoted. My heart was only open to take in another love, another wholly different, and which, because it is so wholly different, can never infringe on the love I bear to you. And Anne, my dear sister, if you could love her as a part of me—" "I wish I could," said Anne, somewhat softened. "But what I've heard has been so unfavorable." "She is not in the least the person I should have expected you to fancy, Edward. Of all things, I despise a woman who trifles with the affections of gentlemen." "Well, but, my dear, Nina isn't a woman. She is a child, a gay, beautiful, unformed child, and I'm sure you may apply to her what Pope says, 'If to her share some female errors fall, look in her face, and you forget them all.'" "Yes, indeed," said Anne. "I believe all you men are alike. A pretty face bewitches any of you. I thought you were an exception, Edward, but there you are." "But, Anne, is this the way to encourage my confidence? Suppose I am bewitched and enchanted? You cannot disentangle me without indulgence. Say what you will about it. The fact is just this: it is my fate to love this child. I have tried to love many women before. I have seen many whom I knew no sort of reason why I shouldn't love. Handsomer far, more cultivated, more accomplished. And yet I've seen them without a movement or flutter of the pulse. But this girl has awakened all there is to me. I do not see in her what the world sees. I see the ideal image of what she can be, what I'm sure she will be when her nature is fully awakened and developed." "Just there, Edward, just that," said Anne. "You never see anything that is. You see a glorified image, a something that might, could, would, or should be. That is your difficulty. You glorify an ordinary boarding school coquette into something symbolic, sublime. You clothe her with all your own ideas, then fall down to worship her." "Well, my dear Anne, suppose it were so, what then? I am, as you say, ideal, you real. Well, be it so. I must act according to what is in me. I have a right to my nature, you to yours, but it is not every person whom I can idealize, and I suspect this is the great reason why I never could love some very fine women with whom I have associated on intimate terms. They had no capacity of being idealized. They could receive no color from my fancy. They wanted, in short, just what Nina has. She is just like one of those little whisking, chattering cascades in the white mountains, and the atmosphere around her is favorable to rainbows. And you always see her through them. Even so, sister, but some people I cannot. Why should you find fault with me? It's a pleasant thing to look through a rainbow. Why should you seek to disenchant, if I can be enchanted? Why, replied Anne, you remember the man who took his pay of the fairies in gold and diamonds, and after he had passed a certain brook, found it all turned to slate stones? Now marriage is like that brook. Many a poor fellow finds his diamonds turned to slate on the other side. And this is why I put in my plain, hard common sense against your visions. I see the plain facts about this young girl, that she is an acknowledged flirt, a noted coquette and jilt, and a woman who is so is necessarily heartless. And you are too good, Edward, too noble. I have loved you too long to be willing to give you up to such a woman. There, my dear Anne, there are at least a dozen points in that sentence to which I don't agree. In the first place, as to coquetry, it isn't the unpardonable sin in my eyes. That is, under some circumstances. That is, you mean when Nina Gordon is the coquette? No, I don't mean that. But the fact is, Anne, there is so little of true sincerity, so little real benevolence and charity in the common intercourse of young gentlemen and ladies in society, and our sex, who ought to set the example, are so selfish and unprincipled in their ways of treating women, that I do not wonder that now and then a lively girl who has the power avenges her sex by playing off our weak points. Now, I don't think Nina capable of trifling with a real, deep, unselfish attachment, a love which sought her good and was willing to sacrifice itself for her. But I don't believe any such has ever been put at her disposal. There is a great difference between a man's wanting a woman to love him and loving her. Wanting to appropriate a woman as a wife does not, of course, imply that a man loves her or that he is capable of loving anything. All these things girls feel because their instincts are quick, and they are often accused of trifling with a man's heart when they only see through him and know he hasn't any. Besides, love of power has always been considered a respectable sin in us men, and why should we denounce a woman for loving her kind of power? Oh, well, Edward, there isn't anything in the world that you cannot theorize into beauty, but I don't like coquettes for all that. And then I'm told Nina Gordon is so very odd and says and does such very extraordinary things sometimes. Well, perhaps that charms me the more. In this conventional world where women are all rubbed into one uniform surface like coins in one's pocket, it's a pleasure now and then to find one who can't be made to do and think like all the rest. You have a little dash of this merit yourself, Anne. But you must consider that you have been brought up with Mamma under her influence, trained and guided every hour, even more than you knew. Nina has grown up an heiress among servants, a boarding school girl in New York, and furthermore, you are 27 and she is 18, and a great deal may be learned between 18 and 27. But, brother, you remember Miss Hannah More says, or some of those good women, I forget who, at any rate is a sensible saying, that a man who chooses his wife as he would a picture in a public exhibition room should remember that there is this difference, that the picture cannot go back to the exhibition, but the woman may. You have chosen her from seeing her brilliancy in society. But after all, can you make her happy in the dull routine of a commonplace life? Is she not one of the sort that must have a constant round of company and excitement to keep her in spirits? I think not, said Clayton. I think she is one of those whose vitality is in herself, and one whose freshness and originality will keep life anywhere from being commonplace, and that, living with us, she will sympathize naturally in all our pursuits. Well, now, don't flatter yourself, brother, that you can make this girl over and bring her to any of your standards. Who, I? Do you think I meditated such an impertinence? The last thing I should try, to marry a wife to educate her. It's generally one of the most selfish tricks of our sex. Besides, I don't want a wife who will be a mere mirror of my opinions and sentiments. I don't want an innocent sheet of blotting paper, meekly sucking up all I say, and giving a little fainter impression of my ideas. I want a wife for an alternative. All the vivacities of life lie in differences. Why, surely, said Anne, one wants one's friends to be congenial, I should think. So we do, and there's nothing in the world so congenial as differences. To be sure, the differences must be harmonious. In music now, for instance, one doesn't want a repetition of the same notes, but differing notes that chord. Nay, even discords are indispensable to complete harmony. Now, Nina has just that difference from me, which chords with me, and all our little quarrels, for we have had a good many, and I dare say shall have more, are only a sort of chromatic passages, discords of the seventh leading into harmony. My life is inward, theorizing, self-absorbed. I am a hypochondriac, often morbid. The vivacity and acuteness of her outer life makes her just what I need. She wakens, she rouses, and keeps me in play, and her quick instincts are often more than a match for my reason. I reverence the child then, in spite of her faults. She has taught me many things. Well, said Anne, laughing, I give you up, if it comes to that. If you come to talk about reverencing Nina Gordon, I see it's all over with you, Edward, and I'll be good-natured and make the best of it. I hope it may all be true what you think, and a great deal more. At all events, no effort of mine shall be wanting to make you as happy in your new relation as you ought to be. There now, that's Anne Clayton. It's just like you, sister, and I couldn't say anything better than that. You have unburdened your conscience, you have done all you can for me, and now, very properly, yielded to the inevitation. Nina, I know, will love you, and if you never try to advise her and influence her, you will influence her very much. Good people are a long while learning that, Anne. They think to do good to others by interfering and advising. They don't know that all they have to do is to live. When I first knew Nina, I was silly enough to try my hand that way myself, but I've learned better. Now, when Nina comes to us, all that you and Mama have got to do is just to be kind to her and live as you always have lived, and whatever needs to be altered in her, she will alter herself. Well, said Anne, I wish, as it is so, that I could see her. Suppose you wrote a few lines to her in this letter that I am going to write, and then that will lead in due time to a visit. Anything in the world, Edward, that you say. End of Dred, Chapter 3, The Clayton Family and Sister Anne.
Chapter 4 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 4. The Gordon Family. A week or two had passed over the head of Nina Gordon since she was first introduced to our readers, and during this time she had become familiar with the details of her home life. Nominally, she stood at the head of her plantation as mistress and queen in her own right of all, both indoors and out. But really she found herself, by her own youth and inexperience, her ignorance of practical details, very much in the hands of those she professed to govern. The duties of a Southern housekeeper on a plantation are onerous beyond any amount of Northern conception. Every article wanted for daily consumption must be kept under lock and key and doled out as need arises. For the most part, the servants are only grown-up children, without consideration, forethought, or self-control, quarreling with each other, and divided into parties and factions, hopeless of any reasonable control. Every article of wear for some hundreds of people must be thought of, purchased, cut, and made under the direction of the mistress, and add to this the care of young children, whose childish mothers are totally unfit to govern or care for them, and we have some slight idea of what devolves on Southern housekeepers. Our reader has seen what Nina was on her return from New York, and can easily imagine that she had no idea of embracing in good earnest the hard duties of such a life. In fact, since the death of Nina's mother, the situation of the mistress of the family had been only nominally filled by her aunt, Mrs. Nesbit. The real housekeeper, in fact, was an old mulatto woman named Katy, who had been trained by Nina's mother. Notwithstanding the great inefficiency and childishness of Negro servants, there often are to be found among them those of great practical ability. Whenever owners, through necessity or from tact, select such servants, and subject them to the kind of training and responsibility which belongs to a state of freedom, the same qualities are developed which exist in free society. Nina's mother, being always in delicate health, had from necessity been obliged to commit much responsibility to Aunt Katy, as she was called, and she had grown up in the discipline into a very efficient housekeeper. With her tall red turban, her jingling bunch of keys, and an abundant sense of the importance of her office, she was a dignitary not lightly to be disregarded. It is true that she professed the utmost deference for her young mistress, and very generally passed the compliment of inquiring what she would have done, but it was pretty generally understood that her assent to Aunt Katy's propositions was considered as much a matter of course as the Queen's to a ministerial recommendation. Indeed, had Nina chosen to demur, her prime minister had the power, without departing in the slightest degree from a respectful bearing, to involve her in labyrinths of perplexity without end. And as Nina hated trouble and wanted above all things to have her time to herself for her own amusement, she wisely concluded not to interfere with Aunt Katy's reign, and to get by persuasion and coaxing what the old body would have been far too consequential and opinionated to give to authority. In like manner, at the head of all outdoor affairs was the young quadroon, Harry, whom we introduced in the first chapter. In order to come fully at the relation in which he stood to the estate, we must, after the fashion of historians generally, go back 100 years or so, in order to give our readers a fair start. Behold us, therefore, assuming historic dignity, as follows. Among the first immigrants to Virginia in its colonial days was one Thomas Gordon, Knight, a distant offshoot of the noble Gordon family, renowned in Scottish history. Being a gentleman of some considerable energy, and impatient of the narrow limits of the old world, where he found little opportunity to obtain that wealth which was necessary to meet the demands of his family pride, he struck off for himself into Virginia. Naturally of an adventurous turn, he was one of the first to propose the enterprise, which afterwards resulted in a settlement on the banks of the Chowan River in North Carolina. Here he took up for himself a large tract of the finest alluvial land, and set himself to the business of planting with the energy and skill characteristic of his nation. And as the soil was new and fertile, he soon received a very munificent return for his enterprise. Inspired with remembrances of old ancestral renown, the Gordon family transmitted in their descent all the traditions, feelings, and habits which were the growth of the aristocratic caste from which they sprung. The name of Kenema, given to the estate, came from an Indian guide and interpreter who accompanied the first Colonel Gordon as confidential servant. The estate, being entailed, passed down through the colonial times unbroken in the family, whose wealth for some years seemed to increase with every generation.
The family mansion was one of those fond reproductions of the architectural style of the landed gentry in England, in which, as far as their means could compass it, the planters were fond of indulging. Carpenters and carvers had been brought over at great expense from the old country to give the fruits of their skill in its erection, and it was a fancy of the ancestor who built it to display in its woodwork that exuberance of new and rare woods with which the American continent was supposed to abound. He had made an adventurous voyage into South America, and brought from thence specimens of those materials more brilliant than rosewood and hard as ebony, which grow so profusely on the banks of the Amazon that the natives use them for timber. The floor of the central hall of the house was a curiously inlaid parquet of these brilliant materials, arranged in fine blockwork, highly polished. The outside of the house was built in the old Virginian fashion, with 2 tiers of balconies running completely round, as being much better suited to the American climate than any of European mode. The inside, however, was decorated with sculpture and carvings, copied many of them from ancestral residences in Scotland, giving to the mansion an air of premature antiquity. Here, for 2 or 3 generations, the Gordon family had lived in opulence. During the time, however, of Nina's father, and still more after his death, there appeared evidently on the place signs of that gradual decay which has conducted many an old Virginian family to poverty and ruin. Slave labor, of all others the most worthless and profitless, had exhausted the first vigor of the soul, and the proprietors gradually degenerated from those habits of energy which were called forth by the necessities of the first settlers, and everything proceeded with that free and easy abandon in which both master and slave appeared to have one common object, that of proving who should waste with most freedom. At Colonel Gordon's death he had bequeathed, as we have already shown, the whole family estate to his daughter, under the care of a servant, of whose uncommon intelligence and thorough devotion of heart he had the most ample proof. When it is reflected that the overseers are generally taken from a class of whites who are often lower in ignorance and barbarism than even the slaves, and that their wastefulness and rapacity are a byword among the planters, it is no wonder that Colonel Gordon thought that in leaving his plantation under the care of one so energetic, competent, and faithful as Harry, he had made the best possible provision for his daughter. Harry was the son of his master, and inherited much of the temper and constitution of his father, tempered by the soft and genial temperament of the beautiful Igbo mulatress who was his mother. From this circumstance Harry had received advantages of education very superior to what commonly fell to the lot of his class. He had also accompanied his master as a valet during the tour of Europe, and thus his opportunities of general observation had been still further enlarged, and that tact by which those of the mixed blood seem so peculiarly fitted to appreciate all the finer aspects of conventional life had been called out and exercised, so that it would be difficult in any circle to meet with a more agreeable and gentlemanly person. In leaving a man of this character and his own son still in the bonds of slavery, Colonel Gordon was influenced by that passionate devotion to his daughter which with him overpowered every consideration. A man so cultivated, he argued to himself, might find many avenues opened to him in freedom, might be tempted to leave the estate to other hands and seek his own fortune. He therefore resolved to leave him bound by an indissoluble tie for a term of years, trusting to his attachment to Nina to make this service tolerable. Possessed of a very uncommon judgment, firmness, and knowledge of human nature, Harry had found means to acquire great ascendancy over the hands of the plantation, and either through fear or through friendship there was a universal subordination to him. The executors of the estate scarcely made even a feint of overseeing him, and he proceeded to all intents and purposes with the perfect ease of a free man.
Everybody for miles around knew and respected him, and had he not been possessed of a good share of the thoughtful, forecasting temperament derived from his Scottish parentage, he might have been completely happy, and forgotten even the existence of the chains whose weight he never felt. It was only in the presence of Tom Gordon, Colonel Gordon's lawful son, that he ever realized that he was a slave. From childhood there had been a rooted enmity between the brothers, which deepened as the years passed on, and as he found himself, on every return of the young man to the place, subjected to taunts and ill usage, to which his defenseless position left him no power to reply, he had resolved never to marry and lay the foundation for a family until such time as he should be able to have command of his own destiny and that of his household. But the charms of a pretty French quadroon overcame the dictates of prudence. The history of Tom Gordon is the history of many a young man grown up under the institutions and in the state of society which formed him. Nature had endowed him with no mean share of talent, and with that perilous quickness of nervous organization which, like fire, is a good servant but a bad master. Out of those elements, with due training, might have been formed an efficient and eloquent public man, but brought up from childhood among servants, to whom his infant will was law, indulged during the period of infantile beauty and grace in the full expression of every whim, growing into boyhood among slaves with but an average amount of plantation morality, his passions developed at a fearfully early time of life, and before his father thought of seizing the reins of authority, they had gone out of his hands forever. Tutor after tutor was employed on the plantation to instruct him, and left terrified by his temper. The secluded nature of the plantation left him without that healthful stimulus of society, which is often a help in enabling a boy to come to the knowledge and control of himself. His associates were either the slaves or the overseers, who are generally unprincipled and artful, or the surrounding whites, who lay in a yet lower deep of degradation. For one reason or another, it was for the interest of all these to flatter his vices, and covertly to assist him in opposing and deceiving his parents. Thus an early age saw him an adept in every low form of vice. In despair, he was at length sent to an academy at the North, where he commenced his career on the first day by striking the teacher in the face, and was consequently expelled. Thence he went to another, where, learning caution from experience, he was enabled to maintain his foothold. There he was a successful colporteur and missionary in the way of introducing a knowledge of bowie knives, revolvers, and vicious literature. Artful, bold, and daring, his residence for a year at a school was sufficient to initiate in the way of ruin perhaps 1/4 of the boys. He was handsome, and when not provoked, good-natured, and had that offhand way of spending money which passes among boys for generosity. The simple sons of hard-working farmers, bred in habits of industry and frugality, were dazzled and astonished by the freedom with which he talked and drank and spit and swore. He was a hero in their eye, and they began to wonder at the number of things, to them unknown before, which went to make up the necessaries of life. From school he was transferred to college, and there placed under the care of a professor who was paid an exorbitant sum for overlooking his affairs. The consequence was that while many a northern boy, whose father could not afford to pay for similar patronage, was disciplined, rusticated, or expelled, as the case might be, Tom Gordon exploited gloriously through college, getting drunk every week or two, breaking windows, smoking freshmen, heading various sprees in different parts of the country, and at last graduating nobody knew how, except the patron professor, who received an extra sum for the extra difficulties of the case. Returned home, he went into a lawyer's office in Raleigh, where, by a pleasant fiction, he was said to be reading law, because he was occasionally seen at the office during the intervals of his more serious avocations of gambling and horse-racing and drinking. His father, an affectionate but passionate man, was wholly unable to control him, and the conflicts between them often shook the whole domestic fabric. Nevertheless, to the last, Colonel Gordon indulged the old hope for such cases, made and provided that Tom would get through sowing his wild oats sometime and settle down to be a respectable man, in which hope he left him the half of his property. Since that time, Tom seemed to have studied on no subject except how to accelerate the growth of those wings which riches are said to be inclined to take, under the most favorable circumstances. As often happens in such cases of utter ruin, Tom Gordon was a much worse character for all the elements of good which he possessed. He had sufficient perception of right and sufficient conscience remaining to make him bitter and uncomfortable. In proportion as he knew himself unworthy of his father's affection and trust, he became jealous and angry at any indications of the want of it. He had contracted a settled ill will to his sister for no other apparent reason, except that the father took a comfort in her which he did not in him. From childhood it was his habit to vex and annoy her in every possible way, and it was for this reason, among many others, that Harry had persuaded Mr. John Gordon, Nina's uncle and guardian, to place her at the New York boarding school, where she acquired what is termed an education. After finishing her school career, she had been spending a few months in a family of a cousin of her mother's and running with loose rein the career of fashionable gaiety. Luckily, she brought home with her, unspoiled, a genuine love of nature, which made the rural habits of plantation life agreeable to her. Neighbors there were few. Her uncle's plantation, 5 miles distant, was the nearest. Other families with whom the Gordons were in the habit of exchanging occasional visits were some 10 or 15 miles distant. It was Nina's delight, however, in her muslin wrapper and straw hat, to patter about over the plantation, to chat with the negroes among their cabins, amusing herself with the various drolleries and peculiarities to which long absence had given the zest of novelty. Then she would call for her pony, and, attended by Harry or some of her servants, would career through the woods, gathering the wildflowers with which they abound, perhaps stop for a day at her uncle's, have a chat and a romp with him, and return the next morning. In the comparative solitude of her present life, her mind began to clear itself of some former follies, as water, when at rest, deposits the sediment which clouded it. Apart from the crowd, the world of gaieties which had dizzied her, she could not help admitting to herself the folly of much she had been doing. Something, doubtless, was added to this by the letters of Clayton. The tone of them, so manly and sincere, so respectful and kind, so removed either from adulation or sentimentalism, had an effect upon her greater than she was herself aware of. So Nina, in her positive and offhand way, sat down one day and wrote farewell letters to both her other lovers, and felt herself quite relieved by the process. A young person could scarce stand more entirely alone as to sympathetic intercourse with relations than Nina. It is true that the presence of her mother's sister in the family caused it to be said that she was residing under the care of an aunt. Miss Nesbit, however, was simply one of those well-bred, well-dressed lay figures whose only office in life seems to be to occupy a certain room in a house, to sit in certain chairs at proper hours, to make certain remarks at suitable intervals of conversation. In her youth, this lady had run quite a career as a belle and beauty. Nature had endowed her with a handsome face and figure, and youth and the pleasure of admiration for some years supplied a sufficient flow of animal spirits to make the beauty effective. Early married, she became the mother of several children who were, one by one, swept into the grave. The death of her husband, last of all, left her with a very small fortune, alone in the world, and, like many in similar circumstances, she was content to sink into an appendage to another's family. Mrs. Nesbit considered herself very religious, and as there is a great deal that passes for religion ordinarily, of which she may be fairly considered a representative, we will present our readers with a philosophical analysis of the article. When young, she had thought only of self in the form of admiration and the indulgence of her animal spirits. When married, she had thought of self only in her husband and children, whom she loved because they were hers, and for no other reason. When death swept away her domestic circle, and time stole the beauty and freshness of animal spirits, her self-love took another form, and perceiving that this world was becoming to her somewhat passé, she determined to make the best of her chance for another. Religion she looked upon in light of a ticket, which, being once purchased and snugly laid away in a pocket-book, is to be produced at the celestial gate, and thus secure admission to heaven. At a certain period of her life, while she deemed this ticket unpurchased, she was extremely low-spirited and gloomy, and went through a quantity of theological reading, enough to have astonished herself had she foreseen it in the days of her bellship. As the result of all, she at last presented herself as a candidate for admission to a Presbyterian church in the vicinity, there professing her determination to run the Christian race. By the Christian race she understood going at certain stated times to religious meetings, reading the Bible and hymn book at certain hours in the day, giving at regular intervals stipulated sums to religious charities, and preserving a general state of leaden indifference to everybody and everything in the world. She thus fondly imagined that she had renounced the world because she looked back with disgust on gaieties for which she had no longer strength or spirits. Nor did she dream that the intensity with which her mind traveled the narrow world of self, dwelling on the plaits of her caps, the cut of her stone-colored satin gowns, the making of her tea and her bed, and the saving of her narrow income, was exactly the same in kind, though far less agreeable in development, as that which once expended itself in dressing and dancing. Like many other apparently negative characters, she had a pertinacious intensity of an extremely narrow and aimless self-will. Her plans of life, small as they were, had 1,000 crimps and plaits, to every one of which she adhered with invincible pertinacity. The poor lady little imagined when she sat with such punctilious satisfaction, while the Reverend Mr. Orthodoxy demonstrated that selfishness is the essence of all moral evil, that the sentiment had the slightest application to her, nor dreamed that the little, quiet, muddy current of self-will, which ran without noise or indecorum under the whole structure of her being, might be found in a future day to have undermined all her hopes of heaven. Of course, Mrs. Nesbit regarded Nina and all other lively young people with a kind of melancholy endurance, as shocking spectacles of worldliness. There was but little sympathy, to be sure, between the dashing and outspoken and almost defiant little Nina and the sombre silver-gray apparition which glided quietly about the wide halls of her paternal mansion. In fact, it seemed to afford the latter a mischievous pleasure to shock her respectable relative on all convenient occasions. Mrs. Nesbit felt it occasionally her duty, as she remarked, to call her lively niece into her apartment and endeavor to persuade her to read some such volume as Law's Serious Call, or Owen on the 119th Psalm, and to give her a general and solemn warning against all the vanities of the world, in which were generally included dressing in any color but black and drab, dancing, flirting, writing love letters, and all other enormities, down to the eating of peanut candy. One of these scenes is just now enacting in this good lady's apartment, upon which we will raise the curtain. Mrs. Nesbit, a diminutive, blue-eyed, fair-complexioned little woman of some 5 feet high, sat gently swaying in that respectable asylum for American old age, commonly called a rocking-chair. Every rustle of her silvery silk gown, every fold of the snowy kerchief on her neck, every plait of her immaculate cap, spoke a soul long retired from this world and its cares. The bed, arranged with extremest precision, however, was covered with a mélange of French finery, flounces, laces, among which Nina kept up a continual agitation like that produced by a breeze in a flower-bed, as she unfolded, turned, and fluttered them before the eyes of her relative. "I have been through all this, Nina," said the latter with a melancholy shake of her head, "and I know the vanity of it.
Well, Auntie, I haven't been through it, so I don't know.
Yes, my dear. When I was of your age, I used to go to balls and parties, and could think of nothing but of dress and admiration. I have been through it all, and seen the vanity of it.
Well, Aunt, I want to go through it and see the vanity of it, too. That's just what I'm after. I'm on the way to be as somber and solemn as you are, but I'm bound to have a good time first. Now, look at this pink brocade.
Had the brocade been a pall, it could scarcely have been regarded with a more lugubrious aspect. Ah, child, such a dying world as this, to spend so much time and thought on dress.
Why, Aunt Nesbit, yesterday you spent just 2 whole hours in thinking whether you should turn the breadth of your black silk dress upside down or downside up, and this was a dying world all the time. Now, I don't see that it's any better to think of black silk than it is of pink.
This was a view of the subject which seemed never to have occurred to the good lady.
But now, Aunt, do cheer up, and look at this box of artificial flowers. You know, I thought I'd bring a stock on from New York. Now, aren't these perfectly lovely? I like flowers that mean something. Now, these are all imitations of natural flowers, so perfect that you'd scarcely know them from the real. See there, that's a moss rose, and now look at these sweet peas. You'd think they'd just been picked, and there that heliotrope, and these jessamines, and those orange blossoms, and that wax camellia.
Turn off my eyes from beholding vanity, said Miss Nesbit, shutting her eyes and shaking her head. What if I wear the richest vest? Peacocks and flies are better dressed. This flesh, with all its glorious forms, must drop to earth and feed the worms.
Aunt, I do think you have the most horrid, disgusting set of hymns, all about worms and dust and such things.
It's my duty, child, when I see you so much taken up with such sinful finery.
Why, Aunt, do you think artificial flowers are sinful?
Yes, dear, they are a wasteful sin of time and money, and take off our mind from more important things.
Well, Aunt, then what did the Lord make sweet peas and roses and orange blossoms for? I'm sure it's only doing as He does to make flowers. He don't make everything gray or stone color. Now, if you only would come out in the garden this morning and see the oleanders and the crepe myrtle and the pinks, the roses and the tulips and the hyacinths, I'm sure it would do you good.
Oh, I should certainly catch cold, child, if I went outdoors. Milly left a crack open in the window last night, and I sneezed 3 or 4 times since. It will never do for me to go out in the garden. The feeling of the ground striking up through my shoes is very unhealthy.
Well, at any rate, Aunt, I should think if the Lord didn't wish us to wear roses and jessamines, He would not have made them. And it is the most natural thing in the world to want to wear flowers.
It only feeds vanity and a love of display, my dear.
I don't think it's vanity or a love of display. I should want to dress prettily if I were the only person in the world. I love pretty things because they are pretty. I like to wear them because they make me look pretty.
There it is, child. You want to dress up your poor perishing body to look pretty. That's the thing.
To be sure I do. Why shouldn't I? I mean to look as pretty as I can, as long as I live.
You seem to have quite a conceit of your beauty, said Aunt Nesbit.
Well, I know I'm pretty. I'm not going to pretend I don't. I like my own looks. Now, that's a fact. I'm not like one of your Greek statues, I know. I'm not wonderfully handsome, nor likely to set the world on fire with my beauty. I'm just a pretty little thing, and I like flowers and laces and all of those things, and I mean to like them, and I don't think there'll be a bit of religion in my not liking them. And as for all that disagreeable stuff about the worms that you are always telling me, I don't think it does me a particle of good. And if religion is going to make me so poky, I shall put it off as long as I can.
I used to feel just as you do, dear, but I've seen the folly of it.
If I've got to lose my love for everything that is bright, everything that is lively, and everything that is pretty, and like to read such horrid, stupid books, why, I'd rather be buried and done with it.
That's the opposition of the natural heart, my dear.
The conversation was here interrupted by the entrance of a bright, curly-headed mulatto boy bearing Mrs. Nesbit's daily luncheon. "Oh, here comes Tom Tit," said Nina. "Now for a scene. Let's see what he has forgotten now." Tom Tit was in his way a great character in the mansion. He and his grandmother were the property of Mrs. Nesbit. His true name was no less respectable and methodical than that of Thomas, but as he was one of those restless and effervescent sprites who seem to be born for the confusion of quiet people, Nina had rechristened him Tom Tit, which sobriquet was immediately recognized by the whole household as being eminently descriptive and appropriate. A constant ripple and eddy of drollery seemed to pervade his whole being. His large, saucy black eyes had always a laughing fire in them, and it was impossible to meet without a smile in return. Slave and property though he was, yet the first sentiment of reverence for any created thing seemed yet wholly unawakened in his curly pate. Breezy, idle, careless, flighty as his woodland namesake, life to him seemed only a repressed and pent-up ebullition of animal enjoyment, and almost the only excitement of Mrs. Nesbit's quiet life was her chronic controversy with Tom Tit. 40 or 50 times a day did the old body assure him that she was astonished at his conduct, and as many times would he reply by showing the whole set of his handsome teeth on the broad grin, wholly inconsiderate of the state of despair into which he had thus reduced her. On the present occasion, as he entered the room, his eye was caught by the great display of finery on the bed, and hastily dumping the waiter on the first chair that occurred, with a flirt and a spring as lithe as that of a squirrel, he was seated in a moment astride the footboard, indulging in a burst of merriment. "Good law, Miss Nina, where on earth dese yer come from? Good law, some more 'em for me, isn't there?" "You see that child now," said Mrs. Nesbit, rocking back in her chair with the air of a martyr, "after all my talkings to him. Nina, you ought not to allow that. It just encourages him." "Tom, get down, you naughty creature, you, and get the stand and put the waiter on it. Mind yourself now," said Nina, laughing. Tom Tit cut a somerset from the footboard to the floor, and striking up on a very high key, "I'll bet my money on a bobtail nag," he danced out a small table as if it had been a partner, and deposited it with a jerk at the side of Mrs. Nesbit, who aimed a cuff at his ears, but as he adroitly ducked his head, the intended blow came down upon the table with more force than was comfortable to the inflictor. "I believe that child is made of air. I never can hit him," said the good lady, waxing red in the face. "He's enough to provoke a saint." "So he is, aunt, enough to provoke 2 saints like you and me. Tom Tit, you rogue," she said, giving a gentle pull to a handful of his curly hair. "Be good now, and I'll show you the pretty things by and by. Come, put the waiter on the table now. See if you can't walk for once." Casting down his eyes with an irresistible look of mock solemnity, Tom Tit marched with the waiter and placed it by his mistress. The good lady, after drawing off her gloves and making sundry little decorous preparations, said a short grace over her meal, during which time Tom Tit seemed to be holding his sides with repressed merriment. Then, gravely laying hold of the handle of the teapot, she stopped short, gave an exclamation, and flirted her fingers as if she felt it almost scalding hot. "Tom Tit, I do believe you intend to burn me to death some day." "Laws, missus, dat dar hot? Oh, sure I was tickler to set the nose round to the fire." "No, you didn't. You stuck the handle right into the fire, as you're always doing." "Laws, now, wonder if I did," said Tom Tit, assuming an abstracted appearance. "'Pears as if I never can remember which dem dar is nose and which handle. Now, I's a-studyin' on dat there most all de mornin', was so," said he, gathering confidence, as he saw by Nina's dancing eyes how greatly she was amused. "You need a sound whipping, sir. That's what you need," said Mrs. Nesbit, kindling up a sudden wrath. "Oh, I knows it," said Tom Tit. "We's unprofitable servants, all on us. Lord's mercy that we ain't 'sumed all on us." Nina was so completely overcome by this novel application of the text, which she had heard her aunt laboriously drumming into Tom Tit the Sabbath before, that she laughed aloud with rather uproarious merriment. "Oh, Aunt, there's no use. He don't know anything. He's nothing but an incarnate joke, a walking hoax." "No, I doesn't know nothing, Miss Nina," said Tom Tit, at the same time looking out from under his long eyelashes. "Don't know nothing at all. Never can."
"Well, now, Tom Tit," said Mrs. Nesbit, drawing out a little blue cowhide from under her chair and looking at him resolutely. "You see, if this teapot handle is hot again, I'll give it to you. Do you hear?"
"Yes, missus," said Tom Tit, with that indescribable sing-song of indifference which is so common and so provoking in his class.
"And now, Tom Tit, you go downstairs and clean the knives for dinner."
"Yes, missus," said he, pirouetting towards the door, and once in the passage he struck up a vigorous "Oh, I'm going to glory, won't you go along with me?" accompanying himself by slapping his own sides as he went down 2 stairs at a time.
"Going to glory? He looks like it, I think. It's the 3rd or 4th time that child has blistered my fingers with this teapot, and I know he does it on purpose. So ungrateful, when I spend my time teaching him hour after hour, laboring with him so. I declare, I don't believe these children have got any souls."
"Well, Aunt, I declare, I should think you'd get out of all patience with him. Yet he's so funny, I cannot for the life of me help laughing." Here a distant whoop on the staircase, and a tempestuous chorus to the Methodist hymn with the words, "O come, my loving brethren," announced that Tom Tit was on the return, and very soon, throwing open the door, he marched in with an air of the greatest importance.
"Tom Tit, didn't I tell you to go clean the knives?"
"Law, missus, come up here to bring Miss Nina's love letters," said he, producing 2 or 3 letters. "Good law, though," said he, checking himself. "Forgot to put them on a weighty," and before a word could be said, he was out of the room and downstairs, and at the height of furious contest with the girl who was cleaning the silver, for a waiter to put Miss Nina's letters on. "Dar, Miss Nina," appealing to her when she appeared, "Rosa won't let me have no weighty." "I could pull your hair for you, you little image," said Nina, seizing the letters from his hands, and laughing while she cuffed his ears. "Well," said Tom Tit, looking after her with great solemnity, "Missus in de right on it. Ain't no kind of order in dish here house, spite all I can do. One says put letters on weighty, another one won't let you have weighty to put letters on, and finally Miss Nina, she pull 'em all away. Just a way things goin' on in dish here house all the time. I can't help it. Done all I can, just the way Missus says." There was one member of Nina's establishment of a character so marked that we cannot refrain from giving her a separate place in our picture of her surroundings, and this was Milly, the waiting woman of Aunt Nesbit. Aunt Milly, as she was commonly called, was a tall, broad-shouldered, deep-chested African woman with a fullness of figure approaching to corpulence. Her habit of standing and of motion was peculiar and majestic, reminding one of the Scripture expression, "upright as the palm tree." Her skin was of a peculiar blackness and softness, not unlike black velvet. Her eyes were large, full, and dark, and had about them that expression of wishfulness and longing which one may sometimes have remarked in dark eyes. Her mouth was large, and her lips, though partaking of the African fullness, had nevertheless something decided and energetic in their outline, which was still further seconded by the heavy moulding of the chin. A frank smile, which was common with her, disclosed a row of the most splendid and perfect teeth. Her hair, without approaching to the character of the Anglo-Saxon, was still different from the ordinary woolly coat of the Negro, and seemed more like an infinite number of close knotted curls of brilliant glossy blackness. The parents of Milly were prisoners taken in African wars, and she was a fine specimen of one of those warlike and splendid races of whom, as they have seldom been reduced to slavery, there are but few and rare specimens among the slaves of the South. Her usual headdress was a high turban of those brilliant-colored Madras handkerchiefs in which the instinctive taste of the dark races leads them to delight. Milly's was always put on and worn with a regal air, as if it were the coronet of a queen. For the rest, her dress consisted of a well-fitted gown of dark stuff, of a quality somewhat finer than the usual household apparel. A neatly starched white muslin handkerchief folded across her bosom, and a clean white apron completed her usual costume. No one could regard her as a whole and not feel their prejudice in favor of the exclusive comeliness of white races somewhat shaken. Placed among the gorgeous surroundings of African landscape and scenery, it might be doubted whether anyone's taste could have desired, as a completion to her appearance, to have blanched the glossy skin, whose depth of coloring harmonizes so well with the intense and fiery glories of a tropical landscape. In character, Milly was worthy of her remarkable external appearance. Heaven had endowed her with a soul as broad and generous as her ample frame. Her passions rolled and burned in her bosom with a tropical fervor, a shrewd and abundant mother wit, united with a vein of occasional drollery, gave to her habits of speech a quaint vivacity. A native adroitness gave an unwonted command over all the functions of her fine body, so that she was endowed with that much-coveted property which the New Englander denominates faculty, which means the intuitive ability to seize at once on the right and best way of doing everything which is to be done. At the same time, she was possessed of that high degree of self-respect which led her to be incorruptibly faithful and thorough in all she undertook, less, as it often seemed, from any fealty or deference to those whom she served than from a kind of native pride in well-doing, which led her to deem it beneath herself to slight or pass over the least thing which she had undertaken. Her promises were inviolable. Her owners always knew that what she once said would be done if it were within the bounds of possibility. The value of an individual thus endowed in person and character may be easily conceived by those who understand how rare, either among slaves or freemen, is such a combination. Milly was therefore always considered in the family as a most valuable piece of property, and treated with more than common consideration. As a mind, even when uncultivated, will ever find its level, it often happened that Milly's amount of being and force of character gave her ascendancy even over those who were nominally her superiors. As her ways were commonly found to be the best ways, she was left in most cases to pursue them without opposition or control. But, favored as she was, her life had been one of deep sorrows. She had been suffered, it is true, to contract a marriage with a very finely endowed mulatto man on a plantation adjoining her owners, by whom she had a numerous family of children, who inherited all her fine physical and mental endowments. With more than usual sensibility and power of reflection, the idea that the children so dear to her were from their birth not her own, that they were from the first hour of their existence merchantable articles, having a fixed market value in proportion to every excellence, and liable to all the reverses of merchantable goods, sank with deep weight into her mind. Unfortunately, the family to which she belonged being reduced to poverty, there remained often no other means of making up the deficiency of income than the annual sale of 1 or 2 Negroes. Milly's children, from their fine developments, were much coveted articles. Their owner was often tempted by extravagant offers for them, and therefore, to meet one crisis or another of family difficulties, they had been successively sold from her. At first she had met this doom with almost the ferocity of a lioness, but the blow, oftentimes repeated, had brought with it a dull endurance, and Christianity had entered, as it often does with the slave, through the rents and fissures of a broken heart. Those instances of piety which are sometimes, though rarely, found among slaves, and which transcend the ordinary development of the best instructed, are generally the results of calamities and afflictions so utterly desolating as to force the soul to depend on God alone. But where one soul is thus raised to higher piety, thousands are crushed in hopeless imbecility. End of Chapter 4. The Gordon Family.
Chapter 5 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Dred, Chapter 5. Harry and His Wife. Several miles from the Gordon estate, on an old and somewhat decayed plantation, stood a neat log cabin whose external aspect showed both taste and care. It was almost enveloped in luxuriant wreaths of yellow jasmine and garlanded with a magnificent Lamarck rose, whose cream-colored buds and flowers contrasted beautifully with the dark, polished green of the finely cut leaves. The house stood in an enclosure formed by a high hedge of the American holly, whose evergreen foliage and scarlet berries made it, at all times of the year, a beautiful object. Within the enclosure was a garden, carefully tended and devoted to the finest fruits and flowers. This little dwelling, so different in its air of fanciful neatness from ordinary southern cabins, was the abode of Harry's little wife, Lisette. Which was her name, was the slave of a French Creole woman to whom a plantation had recently fallen by inheritance. She was a delicate, airy little creature, formed by a mixture of the African and French blood, producing one of those fanciful, exotic combinations that give one the same impression of brilliancy and richness that one receives from tropical insects and flowers. From both parent races she was endowed with a sensuous being exquisitely quick and fine, a nature of everlasting childhood, with all its freshness of present life, all its thoughtless, unreasoning fearlessness of the future. She stands there at her ironing table, just outside her cottage door, singing gaily at her work. Her round, plump, childish form is shown to advantage by the trim blue basque laced in front over a chemisette of white linen. Her head is wreathed with a gay turban, from which escapes now and then a wandering curl of her silky black hair. Her eyes, as she raises them, have the hazy, dreamy languor which is so characteristic of the mixed races. Her little, childish hands are busy, with nimble fingers adroitly plaiting and arranging various articles of feminine toilet, too delicate and expensive to have belonged to those in humble circumstances. She ironed, plaited, and sang with busy care. Occasionally, however, she would suspend her work, and running between the flower borders of the hedge, look wistfully along the road, shading her eyes with her hand. At last, as she saw a man on horseback approaching, she flew lightly out and ran to meet him. "Harry, Harry, you've come at last! I'm so glad. And what have you got in that paper? Is it anything for me?" He held it up, shook it at her, while she leaped after it. "No, no, little curiosity," he said gaily. "I know it's something for me," said she, with a pretty half-pouting air. "And why do you know it's for you? Is everything to be for you in the world, you little good-for-nothing?" "Good-for-nothing!" with a toss of the gaily turbaned little head. "You may well say that, sir. Just look at the 24 shirts I've ironed since morning. Come now, take me up. I want to ride." Harry put out the toe of his boot and his hand, and with an adroit spring she was in a moment before him, on his horse's neck, and with a quick turn snatched the paper parcel from his hand. "Woman's curiosity," said he. "Well, I want to see what it is. Dear me, what a tight string. Oh, I can't break it. Well, here goes. I'll tear a hole in it anyhow. Oh, silk as I live. Aha! Tell me now this isn't for me, you bad thing, you." "Why, how do you know it isn't to make me a summer coat?" "Summer coat? Likely story. Aha! I found you out, mister. But come, do make the horse canter. I want to go fast. Make him canter, do." Harry gave a sudden jerk to the reins, and in a minute the two were flying off as if on the wings of the wind. On and on they went through a small coppice of pines, while the light-hearted laugh rang on the breeze behind them. Now they were lost from view. In a few minutes, emerging from the pine woods in another direction, they came sweeping, gay and laughing, up to the gate. To fasten the horse, to snatch the little wife on his shoulder and run to the cottage with her seemed the work of only a moment. And as he set her down, still laughing, he exclaimed, "There, go, now, for a pretty little picture as you are. I have helped them get up les tableaux vivants at their great houses, but you are my tableau. You aren't good for much. You're nothing but a hummingbird made to live on honey." "That's what I am," said the little one. "It takes a great deal of honey to keep me. I want to be praised, flattered, and loved all the time. It isn't enough to have you love me. I want to hear you tell me so every day and hour and minute, and I want you always to admire me and praise everything that I do. Now—" "Particularly when you tear holes in packages," said Harry. "Oh, my silk, my new silk dress," said Lisette, thus reminded of the package which she held in her hand. "This hateful string, how it cuts my fingers! I will break it. I'll bite it in two. Harry, Harry, don't you see how it hurts my fingers? Why don't you cut it?" And the little sprite danced about the cottage floor, tearing the paper and tugging at the string like an enraged hummingbird. Harry came laughing behind her, and taking hold of her two hands, held them quite still while he cut the string of the parcel and unfolded a gorgeous plaid silk, crimson, green, and orange. "There now, what do you think of that? Miss Nina brought it when she came home last week." "Oh, how lovely! Isn't she a beauty? Isn't she good? How beautiful it is! Dear me, how happy I am! How happy we are! Ain't we, Harry?" A shadow came over Harry's forehead as he answered, with a half-sigh, "Yes." "I was up at 3 o'clock this morning on purpose to get all my ironing done today, because I thought you were to come home tonight. Ah, you don't know what a supper I've got ready. You'll see by and by. I'm going to do something uncommon. You mustn't look in that other room, Harry, you mustn't." "Mustn't I?" said Harry, getting up and going to the door. "There now, whose curiosity now, I wonder?" said she, springing nimbly between him and the door. "No, you shan't go in, though. There now, don't. Be good now, Harry." "Well, I may as well give up first as last. This is your house, not mine, I suppose," said Harry. "Mr. Submission, how meek we are all of a sudden. Well, while the fit lasts, you go to the spring and get me some water to fill this tea kettle. Off with you now, this minute. Mind you don't stop to play by the way." And while Harry is gone to the spring, we will follow the wife into the forbidden room. Very cool and pleasant it is, with its white window curtains, its matted floor, and displaying in the corner that draped feather bed with its ruffled pillows and French curtains, which is the great ambition of the southern cabin to attain and maintain. The door, which opened onto a show of most brilliant flowers, was overlaid completely by the Lamarck rose we have before referred to, and large clusters of its creamy blossoms and wreaths of its dark green leaves had been enticed in and tied to sundry nails and pegs by the small hands of the little mistress to form an arch of flowers and roses. A little table stood in the door, draped with a spotless damask tablecloth, fine enough for the use of a princess, and only produced by the little mistress on festive occasions. On it were arranged dishes curiously trimmed with moss and vine leaves, which displayed strawberries and peaches, with a pitcher of cream and one of whey, small dishes of curd, delicate cakes and biscuit, and fresh golden butter. After patting and arranging the tablecloth, Lisette tripped gaily around and altered here and there the arrangement of a dish, occasionally stepping back and cocking her little head on one side, much like a bird, singing gaily as she did so. Then she would pick a bit of moss from this and a flower from that, and retreat again and watch the effect. "How surprised he will be," she said to herself, still humming a tune in a low, gurgling undertone. She danced hither and thither round the apartment. First she gave the curtains a little shake, and unlooping one of them, looped it up again so as to throw the beams of the evening sun on the table. There, there, there! How pretty the light falls through those nasturtiums! I wonder if the room smells of the mignonette. I gathered it when the dew was on it, and they say it will make it smell all day. Now, here's Harry's bookcase. Dear me, those flies! How they do get onto everything! Shoo, shoo now, now! And catching a gay bandana handkerchief from the drawer, she perfectly exhausted herself in flying about the room in pursuit of the buzzing intruders who soared and dived and careered after the manner of flies in general, seeming determined to go anywhere but out of the door, and finally were seen brushing their wings and licking their feet with great alertness on the very topmost height of the sacred bed curtains. And as just this moment a glimpse was caught of Harry returning from the spring, Lizette was obliged to abandon the chase and rush into the other room to prevent a premature development of her little tea tableau. Then a small, pug-nosed black tea kettle came onto the stage of action from some unknown cupboard, and Harry had to fill it with water, and of course spilt the water onto the ironing table, which made another little breezy, chattering commotion. And then the flat irons were cleared away, and the pug-nosed kettle reigned in their stead on the charcoal brazier. Now, Harry, was ever such a smart wife as I am? Only think, besides all the rest that I've done, I've ironed your white linen suit complete. Now, go put it on. Not in there, not in there, she said, pushing him away from the door. You can't go there yet. You'll do well enough out here. And away she went, singing through the garden walks, and the song, floating back behind her, seemed like an odor brushed from the flowers. The refrain came rippling in at the door. Me think not what tomorrow bring, me happy, so me sing. Poor little thing, said Harry to himself. Why should I try to teach her anything? In a few minutes she was back again, her white apron thrown over her arm, and blossoms of yellow jasmine, spikes of blue lavender, and buds of moss roses peeping out from it. She skipped gaily along and deposited her treasures on the ironing table. Then, with a zealous, bustling earnestness which characterized everything she did, she began sorting them into 2 bouquets, alternately talking and singing as she did so. Come on, ye rosy hours, all joy and gladness bring. You see, Harry, you're going to have a bouquet to put in the buttonhole of that coat. It will make you look so handsome. There now, there now. We'll strew the way with flowers and merrily, merrily sing. Suddenly stopping, she looked at him archly and said, You can't tell now what I'm doing all this for. There is never any telling what you women do anything for. To hear him talk so pompous. Well, sir, it's for your birthday now. Aha! You thought because I can't keep the day of the month that I don't know anything about it? But I did, and I have put down now a chalk mark every day for 4 weeks, right under where I keep my ironing account, so as to be sure of it. And I've been busy about it ever since 2 o'clock this morning. And now, there, the tea kettle is boiling, and away she flew to the door. Oh, dear me now, I've killed myself now, I have, she cried, holding up one of her hands and flirting it up in the air. Dear me, who knew it was so hot? I should think a little woman that is so used to the holder might have known it, said Harry, as he caressed the little burnt hand. Come now, let me carry it for you, said Harry, and I'll make the tea, if you'll let me go into that mysterious room. Indeed, no, Harry. I'm going to do everything myself. And forgetting the burnt finger, Lizette was off in a moment, and back in a moment, with a shining teapot in her hand, and the tea was made. And at last the mysterious door opened, and Lizette stood with her eyes fixed upon Harry to watch the effect. Superb! Magnificent! Splendid! Why, this is good enough for a king. And where did you get all these things? Said Harry. Oh, out of our garden, all but the peaches. Those old Mist gave me. They come from Florida. There now, you laughed at me last summer when I set those strawberry vines and made all sorts of fun of me. And what do you think now? I think you're a wonderful little thing, a perfect witch. Come now, let's sit down then, you there and I here. And opening the door of the bird-cage, which hung in the Lamarck rose-bush, little Button shall come too. Button, a bright yellow canary with a smart black tuft upon his head, seemed to understand his part in the little domestic scene perfectly, for he stepped obediently upon the finger which was extended to him, and was soon sitting quite at his ease on the mossy edge of one of the dishes, pecking at the strawberries. "And now, do tell me," said Lisette, "all about Miss Nina. How does she look?" "Pretty and smart as ever," said Harry. "Just the same witchy, wilful ways with her." "Did she show you her dresses?" "Oh, yes, the wool." "Oh, do tell me about them, Harry, do." "Well, there's a lovely pink gauze covered with spangles to be worn over white satin." "With flounces?" said Lisette earnestly. "With flounces." "How many?" "Really, I don't remember." "Don't remember how many flounces? Why, Harry, how stupid! Say, Harry, don't you suppose she will let me come and look at her things?" "Oh, yes, dear, I don't doubt she will, and that will save my making a gazette of myself." "Oh, when will you take me there, Harry?" "Perhaps tomorrow, dear." "And now," said Harry, "that you have accomplished your surprise upon me, I have a surprise in return for you. You can't guess, now, what Miss Nina brought for me." "No, indeed. What?" said Lisette, springing up. "Do tell me, quick." "Patience, patience," said Harry, deliberately fumbling in his pocket, amusing himself with her excited air. But who should speak the astonishment and rapture which widened Lisette's dark eyes when the watch was produced? She clapped her hands and danced for joy, to the imminent risk of upsetting the table and all the things on it. "I do think we are the most fortunate people, you and I, Harry. Everything goes just as we want it to, doesn't it now?" Harry's assent to this comprehensive proposition was much less fervent than suited his little wife. "Now, what's the matter with you? What goes wrong? Why don't you rejoice as I do?" said she, coming and seating herself down upon his knee. "Come now, you've been working too hard, I know. I'm going to sing to you now. I want something to cheer you up." And Lisette took down her banjo and sat down in the doorway under the arch of Lamarck roses and began thrumming gaily. "This is the nicest little thing, this banjo," she said. "I wouldn't change it for all the guitars in the world. Now, Harry, I'm going to sing something specially for you." And Lisette sung, "What are the joys of white men here? What are his pleasures, say? He great, he proud, he haughty fine, while I my banjo play. He sleep all day, he wake all night, he full of care, his heart no light. He great deal want, he little get, he sorry, so he fret. Me envy not the white man here, though he so proud and gay. He great, he proud, he haughty fine, while I my banjo play. Me work all day, me sleep all night, me have no care, me heart is light. Me think not what tomorrow bring, me happy, so me sing." Lisette rattled the strings of the banjo and sang with such a hearty abandonment of enjoyment that it was a comfort to look at her. One would have thought that a bird's soul put into a woman's body would have sung just so. "There," she said, throwing down her banjo and seating herself on her husband's knee, "do you know I think you are like white men in that song? I should like to know what is the matter with you. I can see plain enough when you are not happy, but I don't see why." "Oh, Lisette, I have very perplexing business to manage," said Harry. "Miss Nina is a dear, good little mistress, but she doesn't know anything about accounts or money. And here she has brought me home a set of bills to settle, and I'm sure I don't know where the money is to be got from. It's hard work to make the old place profitable in our days. The ground is pretty much worked up. It doesn't bear the crops it used to. And then our people are so childish. They don't, a soul of them, care how much they spend or how carelessly they work. It's very expensive keeping up such an establishment. You know the Gordons must be Gordons. Things can't be done now as some other families would do them. And then those bills which Miss Nina brings from New York are perfectly frightful. "Well, Harry, what are you going to do?" said Lizette, nestling down close on his shoulder. "You always know how to do something." "Why, Lizette, I shall have to do what I've done 2 or 3 times before. Take the money that I have saved to pay these bills. Our freedom money, Lizette." "Oh, well then, don't worry. We can get it again, you know. Why, you know, Harry, you can make a good deal with your trade, and one thing and another that you do. And then as for me, why, you know my ironing and my muslins, how celebrated they are. Come, don't worry one bit. We shall get on nicely." "Ah, but Lizette, all this pretty house of ours, garden and everything, is only built on air after all, till we are free. Any accident can take it from us. Now, there's Miss Nina. She is engaged, she tells me, to 2 or 3 lovers, as usual." "Engaged, is she?" said Lizette, eagerly, female curiosity getting the better of every other consideration. "She always did have lovers, just, you know, as I used to." "Yes, but, Lizette, she will marry some time, and what a thing that would be for you and me! On her husband will depend all my happiness for all my life. He may set her against me. He may not like me. Oh, Lizette, I've seen trouble enough coming of marriages, and I was hoping, you see, that before that time came, the money for my freedom would all be paid in, and I should be my own man. But now, here it is. Just as the sum is almost made up, I must pay out $500 of it, and that throws us back 2 or 3 years longer. And what makes me feel the most anxious is that I'm pretty sure Miss Nina will marry one of these lovers before long." "Why, what makes you think so, Harry?" "Oh, I've seen girls before now, Lizette, and I know the signs." "What does she do? What does she say? Tell me now, Harry." "Oh, well, she runs on abusing the man after her sort, and she's so very earnest and positive in telling me she don't like him." "Just the way I used to do about you, Harry, isn't it?" "Besides," said Harry, "I know by the kind of character she gives of him that she thinks of him very differently from what she ever did of any man before. Miss Nina little knows, when she is rattling about her beau, what I am thinking of. I'm saying all the while to myself, is that man going to be my master? And this Clayton, I'm very sure, is going to be my master." "Well, isn't he a good man?" "Well, she says he is. But there's never any saying what good men will do, never. Good men think it right sometimes to do the strangest things. This man may alter the whole agreement between us. He will have a right to do it. If he is her husband, he may refuse to let me buy myself, and then all the money that I've paid will go for nothing." "But certainly, Harry, Miss Nina will never consent to such a thing." "Lizette, Miss Nina is one thing, but Mrs. Clayton may be quite another. I've seen all that over and over again. I tell you, Lizette, that we who live on other people's looks and words, we watch and think a great deal. Ah, we come to be very sharp, I can tell you. The more Miss Nina has liked me, the less her husband may like me. Don't you know that?" "No, Harry. You don't dislike people I like." Child, that's quite another thing." "Well then, Harry, if you feel so bad about it, what makes you pay this money for Miss Nina? She don't know anything about it. She don't ask you to. I don't believe she would want you to, if she did know it. Just go and pay it in, and have your freedom papers made out. Why don't you tell her all about it?" "No, I can't, Lizette. I've had the care of her all my life, and I've made it as smooth as I could for her, and I won't begin to trouble her now. Do you know, too, that I'm afraid that perhaps if she knew all about it, she wouldn't do the right thing. There's never any knowing, Lizette. Now, you see, I say to myself, poor little thing, she doesn't know anything about accounts, and she doesn't know how I feel. But if I should tell her, and she shouldn't care, and act as I've seen women act, why then, you know, I couldn't think so any more. I don't believe she would, mind you, but then I don't like to try. Harry, what does make you love her so much? Don't you know, Lizette, that Master Tom was a dreadful bad boy, always willful and wayward, almost broke his father's heart, and he was always ugly and contrary to her. I'm sure I don't know why, for she was a sweet little thing, and she loves him now, ugly as he is, and he is the most selfish creature I ever saw. And as for Miss Nina, she isn't selfish, she is only inconsiderate. But I've known her to do for him over and over just what I do for her, giving him her money and her jewels to help him out of a scrape. But then, to be sure, it all comes upon me at last, which makes it all the more aggravating. Now, Lizette, I'm going to tell you something, but you mustn't tell anybody. Nina Gordon is my sister. Harry! Yes, Lizette, you may well open your eyes, said Harry, rising involuntarily. I'm Colonel Gordon's oldest son. Let me have the comfort of saying it once, if I never do again. Harry, who told you? He told me, Lizette. He himself told me, when he was dying, and charged me always to watch over her. And I have done it. I never told Miss Nina. I wouldn't have told her for the world. It wouldn't make her love me. More likely it would turn her against me. I've seen many a man sold for nothing else but for looking too much like his father or his brothers and sisters. I was given to her, and my sister and my mother went out to Mississippi with Miss Nina's aunt. I never heard you speak of this sister, Harry. Was she pretty? Lizette, she was beautiful. She was graceful, and she had real genius. I've heard many singers on the stage that could not sing with all their learning as she did by nature. Well, what became of her? Oh, what becomes of such women always among us? Nursed and petted and caressed, taught everything elegant, nothing solid. Why, the woman meant well enough that had the care of her, Mrs. Stewart, Colonel Gordon's sister, but she couldn't prevent her son's wanting her and taking her for his mistress, and when she died, there she was. Well, when George Stewart had lived with her 2 or 3 years, he was taken with smallpox. You know what perfect horror that always creates. None of his white acquaintances and friends would come near his plantation. The Negroes were all frightened to death as usual. Overseer ran off. Well, then Cora Gordon's blood came up. She nursed him all through that sickness. What's more, she had influence to keep order on the place, got the people to getting the cotton crops themselves, so that when the overseer came sneaking back, things hadn't all gone to ruin, as they might have done. Well, the young fellow had more in him than some of them do, for when he got well, he left his plantation, took her up to Ohio, and married her, and lived with her there. Why didn't he live with her on his plantation? Said Lizette. He couldn't have freed her there. It's against the laws. But lately, I've got a letter from her saying that he had died and left to her and to her son all his property on the Mississippi. Why, she will be rich, won't she? Yes, if she gets it. But there's no knowing how that will be. There are 50 ways of cheating her out of it, I suppose. But now, as to Miss Nina's estate, you don't know how I feel about it. I was trusted with it, and trusted with her. She never has known more than a child where the money came from or went to, and it shan't be said that I've brought the estate in debt for the sake of getting my own liberty. If I have one pride in life, it is to give it up to Miss Nina's husband in good order. But then, the trouble of it, Lizette, the trouble of getting anything like decent work from these creatures. the ways that I have to turn and twist to get round them and manage them, to get anything done. They hate me. They are jealous of me. Lizette, I'm just like that bat in the fable. I'm neither bird nor beast. How often I've wished that I was a good, honest black nigger like Uncle Pomp. Then I should know what I was. But now I'm neither one thing nor another. I come just near enough to the condition of the white to look into it, to enjoy it, and want everything that I see. Then the way I've been educated makes it worse. The fact is that when the fathers of such as we feel any love for us, it isn't like the love they have for their white children. They are half ashamed of us. They are ashamed to show their love if they have it. And then there's a kind of remorse and pity about it, which they make up to themselves by pettiness. They load us with presents and indulgences. They amuse themselves with us while we are children, and play off all our passions as if we were instruments to be played on. If we show talent and smartness, we hear someone say aside, "It's rather a pity, isn't it?" Or, "He is too smart for his place." Then we have all the family blood and the family pride, and what to do with it? I feel that I am a Gordon. I feel in my very heart that I'm like Colonel Gordon. I know I am. And sometimes I know I look like him, and that's one reason why Tom Gordon always hated me. And then there's another thing, the hardest of all, to have a sister like Miss Nina, to feel she is my sister, and never dare say a word of it. She little thinks when she plays and jokes with me sometimes how I feel. I have eyes and senses. I can compare myself with Tom Gordon. I know he never would learn anything at any of the schools he was put to, and I know that when his tutors used to teach me, how much faster I got along than he did. And yet he must have all the position and all the respect. And then Miss Nina so often says to me, by way of apology, when she puts up with his ugliness, "Ah, well, you know, Harry, he is the only brother I have got in the world." Isn't it too bad? Colonel Gordon gave me every advantage of education, because I think he meant me for just this place which I fill. Miss Nina was his pet. He was wholly absorbed in her, and he was frightened at Tom's wickedness. And so he left me bound to the estate in this way, only stipulating that I should buy myself on favorable terms before Miss Nina's marriage. She has always been willing enough. I might have taken any and every advantage of her inconsiderateness. And Mr. John Gordon has been willing too, and has been very kind about it, and has signed an agreement as guardian, and Miss Nina has signed it too, that in case of her death or whatever happened, I'm to have my freedom on paying a certain sum, and I have got his receipts for what I have paid. So that's tolerably safe. Lizette, I had meant never to have been married till I was a free man, but somehow you bewitched me into it. I did very wrong. "Oh, pshaw, pshaw," interrupted Lizette. "I ain't going to hear another word of this talk. What's the use? We shall do well enough. Everything will come out right. You see if it don't now. I was always lucky, and I always shall be." The conversation was here interrupted by a loud whooping and a clatter of horses' heels. "What's that?" said Harry, starting to the window. "As I live now, if there isn't that wretch of a Tom Tit going off with that horse. How came he here? He will ruin him." "Stop there! Hello!" he exclaimed, running out of doors after Tom Tit. Tom Tit, however, gave only a triumphant whoop and disappeared amongst the pine trees. "Well, I should like to know what sent him here," said Harry, walking up and down, much disturbed. "Oh, he's only going around through the grove. He will be back again," said Lizette. "Never fear. Isn't he a handsome little rogue?" "Lizette, you never can see trouble anywhere," said Harry, almost angrily. "Ah, yes, I do," said Lizette, "when you speak in that tone." "Please don't, Harry. What should you want me to see trouble for?" "I don't know, you little thing," said Harry, stroking her head fondly. "Ah, here comes the little rascal, just as I knew he would," said Lizette. "He only wanted to take a little race. He hasn't hurt the horse?" And tripping lightly out, she caught the reins just as Tom Tit drove up to the gate, and it seemed but a moment before he was over in the garden with his hands full of flowers. "Stop there, you young rascal, and tell me what sent you here," said Harry, seizing him and shaking him by the shoulder. "Laws, Massa Harry, I wants to get peaches like other folks," said the boy, peeping roguishly in at the window at the tea-table. "And he shall have a peach, too," said Lizette, "and some flowers if he'll be a good boy and not tread on my borders." Tom Tit seized greedily at the peach she gave him, and sitting flat down where he stood, and throwing the flowers on the ground beside him, began eating it with an earnestness of devotion, as if his whole being were concentrated in the act. The color was heightened in his brown cheek by the exercise, and with his long drooping curls and eyelashes, he looked a very pretty center to the flower piece which he had so promptly improvised. "Ah, how pretty he is," said Lizette, touching Harry's elbow. "I wish he was mine." "You'd have your hands full if he was," said Harry, eyeing the intruder discontentedly, while Lizette stood picking the hulls from a fine bunch of strawberries, which she was ready to give him when he had finished the peach. "Beauty makes fools of all you girls," said Harry cynically. "Is that the reason I married you?" said Lizette archly. "Well, I know I could make him good if I had the care of him. Nothing like coaxing, is there, Tom?" "I'll bound there ain't," said Tom, opening his mouth for the strawberries with much the air of a handsome, saucy robin. "Well," said Harry, "I should like to know what brought him over here. Speak now, Tom. Weren't you sent with some message?" "Oh, laws, yes," said Tom, getting up and scratching his curly head. "Miss Nina sent me. She wants you to get on that there horse and make tracks for home like Split-foot. She done got letters from 2 or 3 of her beaux, and she is dancing and tearing round there real awful. She done got scared, specks fear they'd all come together." "And she sent you on a message, and you haven't told me all this time," said Harry, making a motion as though he were going to box the child's ears. But the boy glided out of his hands as if he had been water, and was gone, vanishing among the shrubbery of the garden. And while Harry was mounting his horse, he reappeared on the roof of the little cabin, caracoling and dancing, shouting at the topmost of his voice, "Away down old Virginny, there I bought a yellow girl for a guinea." "I'll give it to you some time," said Harry, shaking his fist at him. "No, he won't either," cried Lizette, laughing. "Come down here, Tom Tit, and I'll make a good boy of you." End of Chapter 5. Harry and His Wife.
Chapter 6 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 6, The Dilemma. In order to understand the occasion which hurried Harry home, we must go back to Canema. Nina, after taking her letters from the hands of Tom Tit, as we have related, ran back with them into Mrs. Nesbit's room and sat herself down to read them. As she read, she evidently became quite excited and discomposed, crumpling a paper with her little hand and tapping her foot impatiently on the carpet. "There, now I'm sure I don't know what I shall do, Aunt Nesbit," addressing her aunt, because it was her outspoken habit to talk to anybody or thing which happened to be sitting next to her. "I've gotten myself into a pretty scrape now." "I told you you'd get into trouble one of these days." "Oh, you told me so. If there's anything I hate, it is to have anybody tell me I told you so. But now, Aunt, really, I know I've been foolish, but I don't know what to do. Here are 2 gentlemen coming together that I wouldn't have meet each other here for the world, and I don't know really what I had better do." "You'd better do just as you please, as you always do, and always would, ever since I knew you," said Aunt Nesbit in a calm, indifferent tone. "But really, Aunt, I don't know what's proper to do in such a case."
Your and my notions of propriety, Nina, are so different that I don't know how to advise you. You see the consequences now of not attending to the advice of your friends? I always knew these flirtations of yours would bring you into trouble." And Aunt Nesbit said this with that quiet, satisfied air with which precise elderly people so often edify their thoughtless young friends under difficulties. "Well, I didn't want a sermon now, Aunt Nesbit, but as you've seen a great deal more of the world than I have, I thought you might help me a little, just to tell me whether it wouldn't be proper for me to write and put one of these gentlemen off, or make some excuse for me, or something. I'm sure I never kept house before. I don't want to do anything that don't seem hospitable, and yet I don't want them to come together. Now, there, that's flat." There was a long pause, in which Nina sat vexed and coloring, biting her lips, and nestling uneasily in her seat. Mrs. Nesbit looked calm and considerate, and Nina began to hope that she was taking the case a little to heart. At last the good old lady looked up and said very quietly, "I wonder what time it is." Nina thought she was debating the expediency of sending some message, and therefore she crossed the room with great alacrity to look at the old clock in the entry. "It's 2:30, Aunt," and she stood with her lips apart, looking at Mrs. Nesbit for some suggestion. "I was going to tell Rosa," she said abstractedly, "that the onion in the stuffing does not agree with me. It rose on my stomach all yesterday morning, but it's too late now." Nina actually stamped with anger. "Aunt Nesbit, you are the most selfish person I ever saw in my life." "Nina, child, you astonish me," said Aunt Nesbit, with her wonted placidity. "What's the matter?" "I don't care," said Nina. "I don't care a bit. I don't see how people can be so. If a dog should come to me and tell me he was in trouble, I think I should listen to him and show some kind of interest to help him. I don't care how foolish anybody has been. If they are in trouble, I'd help them if I could, and I think you might think enough of it to give me some little advice." "Oh, you're talking about the affair yet?" said her aunt. "Why, I believe I told you I didn't know what to advise, didn't I? Shouldn't give way to this temper, Nina. It's very unladylike, besides being sinful. But then I don't suppose it's any use for me to talk." And Aunt Nesbit, with an abused air, got up, walked quietly to the looking-glass, took off her morning cap, unlocked her drawer and laid it in, took out another, which Nina could not see differed a particle from the last, held it up thoughtfully on her hand, and appeared absorbed in the contemplation of it, while Nina, swelling with a mixture of anger and mortification, stood regarding her as she leisurely picked out each bow, and finally, with a decorous air of solemnity, arranged it upon her head, patting it tenderly down. "Aunt Nesbit," she said suddenly, as if the words hurt her, "I think I spoke improperly, and I'm very sorry for it. I beg your pardon." "Oh, it's no matter, child. I didn't care about it. I'm pretty well used to your temper." Bang went the door, and in a moment Nina stood in the entry, shaking her fist at it with impotent wrath. "You stony, stiff, disagreeable old creature! How came you ever to be my mother's sister?" And with the word mother she burst into a tempest of tears, and rushed violently to her own chamber. The first object that she saw was Milly arranging some clothes in her drawer, and to her astonishment Nina rushed up to her, and throwing her arms round her neck, sobbed and wept in such tumultuous excitement that the good creature was alarmed. "Laws, bless my soul, my dear little lamb, what's the matter? Why, don't, honey. Why, bless the dear little soul. Bless the dear precious lamb. Who's been a-hurtin' of it?" And at each word of endearment Nina's distress broke out afresh, and she sobbed so bitterly that the faithful creature really began to be frightened. "Laws, Miss Nina, I hope there ain't nothing happened to you now." No, nothing, Milly, only I am lonesome, and I want my mother. I haven't got any mother. Dear me," she said with a fresh burst. "Ah, the poor thing," said Milly compassionately, sitting down and fondling Nina in her arms as if she had been a babe. "Poor child! Laws, yes, I remember your ma was a beautiful woman." "Yes," said Nina, speaking between her sobs. "The girls at school had mothers, and there was Mary Brooks. She used to read to me her mother's letters, and I used to feel so, all the while, to think nobody wrote such letters to me. And there's Aunt Nesbit. I don't care what they say about her being religious. She is the most selfish, hateful creature I ever did see. I do believe if I was lying dead and laid out in the next room to her, she would be thinking what she'd get next for dinner."
"Oh, don't, my poor lamb, don't," said Milly compassionately.
"Yes, I will, too. She's always taken it for granted that I'm the greatest sinner on the face of the earth. She don't scold me. She don't care enough about me to scold. She only takes it for granted in her hateful, quiet way that I'm going to destruction, and that she can't help it, and don't care. Supposing I'm no good. What's to make me good? Is it going to make me good for people to sit up so stiff and tell me they always knew I was a fool and a flirt and all that? Milly, I've had dreadful turns of wanting to be good, and I've laid awake nights and cried because I wasn't good. And what makes it worse is that I think if Mama was alive she could help me. She wasn't like Aunt Nesbit, was she, Milly?"
"No, honey, she wasn't. I'll tell you about your ma sometime, honey."
"The worst of it is," said Nina, "when Aunt Nesbit speaks to me in her hateful way, I get angry, and then I speak in a way that isn't proper, I know. Oh, if she only would get angry with me back again! Or if she'd do anything in the world but stand still in her still way, telling me she is astonished at me. That's a lie, too, for she never was astonished at anything in her life. She hasn't life enough to be."
"Ah, Miss Nina, we mustn't 'spect more of folks than they is in 'em."
"Expect? I don't expect."
"Well, bless you, honey, when you knows what folks is, don't let's worry. You can't fill a quart cup out of a thimble, honey, no way you can fix it. There's just where 'tis. I knowed your ma, and I knowed Miss Lou ever since she was a girl. 'Pears like they wain't no more alike than snow is like sugar. Miss Lou, when she was a girl, she was that pretty that everybody was wondering after her, but to the love dat there went after your ma. Couldn't tell you why it was, honey. 'Peared like Miss Lou wasn't touchy, nor she wa'n't one of your bursting out sort, scolding around. 'Peared like she'd never hurt nobody, and yet our people, they couldn't none of them bear her. 'Peared like nobody did nothing for her with a will."
"Well, good reason," said Nina. "She never did anything for anybody else with a will. She never cared for anybody. Now, I'm selfish. I always knew it. I do a great many selfish things, but it's a different kind from hers. Do you know, Milly, she don't seem to know she is selfish. There she sits, rocking in her old chair, so sure she's going straight to heaven, and don't care whether anybody else gets there or not."
"Oh, laws now, Miss Nina, you's too hard on her. Why, look how patient she sits with Tom Tit, teaching him his hymns and varses."
"And you think that's because she cares anything about him? Do you know she thinks he isn't fit to go to heaven, and that if he dies he'll go to the bad place? And yet, if he was to die tomorrow, she'd talk to you about clear starching her caps. No wonder the child don't love her. She talks to him just as she does to me. Tells him she don't expect anything of him. She knows he'll never come to any good, and the little wretch has got it by heart now. Do you know that, though I get in a passion with Tom sometimes, and though I'm sure I should perish sitting boring with him over those old books, yet I really believe I care more for him than she does. And he knows it, too. He sees through her as plain as I do. You'll never make me believe that Aunt Nesbit has got religion. I know there is such a thing as religion, but she hasn't got it. It isn't all being sober and crackling old stiff religious newspapers and boring with texts and hymns that make people religious. She is just as worldly minded as I am, only it's another way. There now, I wanted her to advise me about something today. Why, Milly, all girls want somebody to talk with. And if she'd only showed the least interest in what I said, she might scold me and lecture me as much as she'd a mind to. But to have her not even hear me, and when she must have seen that I was troubled and perplexed and wanted somebody to advise me, she turned round so cool and began to talk about the onions and the stuffing. Got me so angry. I suppose she is in her room now, rocking and thinking what a sinner I am." Well, now, Miss Nina, 'pears though you've talked enough about that, or 'pears like it won't make you feel no better. Yes, it does make me feel better. I had to speak to somebody, Milly, or else I should have burst. And now I wonder where Harry is. He always could find a way for me out of anything. He has gone over to see his wife, I think, Miss Nina. Oh, too bad. Do send Tom Tit after him right away. Tell him I want him to come right home this very minute, something very particular. And, Milly, you just go and tell Old Hundred to get out the carriage and horses, and I'll go over and drop a note in the post office myself. I won't trust it to Tom Tit, for I know he'll lose it. Miss Nina, said Milly, looking hesitantly, I expect you don't know how things go about round here, but the fact is, Old Hundred has got so kind of curious lately, there can't nobody do nothing with him except Harry. Don't tend to do nothing Miss Lou tells him to. I's feared he'll make up some story or other about the horses, but he won't get 'em out. Now mind, I tell you, child. He won't? I should like to know if he won't, when I tell him to. A pretty story that would be. I'll soon teach him that he has a live mistress, somebody quite different from Aunt Lou. Well, well, child, perhaps you better go. He wouldn't mind me, I know. Maybe he'll do it for you. Oh, yes, I'll just run down to his house and hurry him up. And Nina, quite restored to her usual good humor, tripped gaily across to the cabin of Old Hundred that stood the other side of the house. Old Hundred's true name was, in fact, John, but he had derived the appellation by which he was always known from the extreme moderation of all his movements. Old Hundred had a double share of that profound sense of dignity of his office which is an attribute of the tribe of coachmen in general. He seemed to consider the horses and carriage as a sort of family ark, of which he was the high priest, and which it was his business to save from desecration. According to his own showing, all the people on the plantation, and indeed the whole world in general, were in a state of habitual conspiracy against the family carriage and horses, and he was standing for them, single-handed, at the risk of his life. It was as much part of his duty, in virtue of his office, to show cause on every occasion why the carriage should not be used, as it is for state attorneys to undertake prosecutions. And it was also a part of the accomplishment of his situation to conduct his refusal in the most decorous manner, always showing that it was only the utter impossibility of the case which prevented. The available grounds of refusal Old Hundred had made a life study, and had always a store of them cut and dried for use, all ready at a moment's notice. In the first place, there were always a number of impossibilities with regard to the carriage. Either it was muddy, and he was laying out to wash it, or else he had washed it and couldn't have it splashed, or he had taken out the back curtain and had laid out to put a little stitch in it, one of these here days, or there was something the matter with the irons. He reckoned they was a little bit sprung. He 'lowed he'd ask the blacksmith about it some of these here times. And then as to the horses, the possibilities were rich and abundant. What with strains and loose shoes and stones getting in at the hoofs, dangers of all sorts of complaints, for which he had his own vocabulary of names, it was next to an impossibility, according to any ordinary rule of computing chances, that the two should be in complete order together. Utterly ignorant, however, of the magnitude of the undertaking which she was attempting, and buoyant with the consciousness of authority, Nina tripped singing along, and found Old Hundred tranquilly reclining in his tent door, watching through his half-shut eyes, while the afternoon sunbeam irradiated the smoke which rose from the old pipe between his teeth. A large black one-eyed crow sat perching with a quizzical air upon his knee, and when he heard Nina's footsteps approaching, cocked his remaining eye towards her, with a smart observing attitude, as if he had been deputed to look out for applications while his master dozed. Between this crow, who had received the sobriquet of Uncle Jeff, and his master, there existed a most particular bond of friendship and amity.
This was further strengthened by the fact that they were both equally disliked by all the inhabitants of the place. Like many people who are called to stand in responsible positions, Old Hundred had rather failed in the humble virtues and become dogmatical and dictatorial to that degree that nobody but his own wife could do anything with him. And as to Jeff, if the principle of thievery could be incarnate, he might have won a temple among the Lacedaemonians. In various skirmishes and battles consequent on his misdeed, Jeff had lost an eye and had a considerable portion of the feathers scalded off on one side of his head, while the remaining ones, discomposed by the incident, ever after stood up in a protesting attitude, imparting something still more sinister to his goblin appearance. In another recounter he had received a permanent twist in the neck, which gave him always the appearance of looking over his shoulder, and added not a little to the oddity of the general effect. Uncle Jeff thieved with an assiduity and skill which were worthy of a better cause, and when not upon any serious enterprise of this kind, employed his time in pulling up corn, scratching up newly planted flower seeds, tangling yarn, pulling out knitting needles, pecking the eyes of sleeping people, scratching and biting children, and any other little miscellaneous mischief which occurred to him. He was invaluable to Old Hundred, because he was a standing apology for any and all discoveries made on his premises of things which ought not to have been there. No matter what was brought to light, whether spoons from the great house, or a pair of sleeve buttons, or a handkerchief, or a pipe from the neighboring cabin, Jeff was always called up to answer. Old Hundred regularly scolded on these occasions, and declared he was enough to spoil the character of any man's house. And Jeff would look at him comically over the shoulder and wink his remaining eye, as much as to say that the scolding was a settled thing between them, and that he wasn't going to take it at all in ill part. "Uncle John," said Nina, "I want you to get the carriage out for me right away. I want to take a ride over the cross run." "Laws, bless your sweet face, honey child. I's dreadful sorry, but you can't do it dish year day." "Can't do it? Why not?" "Why, bless you, child, it ain't possible, no way. Can't have the carriage and horses dish year afternoon." "But I must go over the cross run to the post office. I must go this minute." "Law, child, you can't do it, for you can't walk, and it's sartin you can't ride, because dish year horses nor dish year carriage can't stir out dish year afternoon. No way you can fix it. Might go perhaps tomorrow or next week." "Oh, Uncle John, I don't believe a word of it. I want them this afternoon, and I say I must have them." "No, you can't, child," said Old Hundred in a tender, condescending tone, as if he were speaking to a baby. "I'll tell you dat thar is impossible. Why, bless your soul, Miss Nina, the curtains is all off the carriage." "Well, put them on again." "Ah, Miss Nina, dat air ain't all. Pete was desperate sick last night, took with them thumps powerful bad. Why, Miss Nina, he was dat sick I had to be up with him most all night." And while Old Hundred thus adroitly issued this little work of fiction, the raven nodded waggishly at Nina, as much as to say, "You hear that fellow now." Nina stood perplexed, biting her lips, and Old Hundred seemed to go into a profound slumber. "I don't believe but what the horses can go to-day. I mean to go and look." "Laws, honey child, you can't now. The doe's all locked, and I got the key in my pocket. Every one of them critters would have been killed 40 times over for now. I think everybody in this here world is arter them dar critters. Miss Lou, she wanted 'em to go one way, and Harry's allers using the critters. Got one out this year arternoon, riding over to see his wife. Don't see no use in his riding round so grand. No way. Laws, Miss Nina, your pa used to say to me, says he, 'Uncle John, you knows more about dem critters than I do. And now I tell you what it is, Uncle John, you take care of dem critters. Don't you let nobody kill 'em for nothing.' Now, Miss Nina, I is always a-walking in the steps of the Colonel's directions. Now, good, clear, bright weather over good roads, I likes to trot the critters out. That dar's reasonable. But den what roads is over the cross run, I want to know. Dem there roads is the most miserablest things you ever did see. Mud, high,
Off for to see the mud down there by the creek. Why, the bridge all teared off. Man drowned in that there creek once. Was so. It ain't no sort of road for young ladies to go over. Tell you, Miss Nina, why don't you let Harry carry your letter over? If he must be a-riding round the country, don't see why he couldn't do some good with his riding. Why, the carriage wouldn't get over before 10 o'clock this year night. Now, mind, I tell you, besides, it's gwine for to rain. I's been feeling that there in my corns all this year morning, and Jeff, he's been acting like the very devil hisself, the way he always does for it rains. Never knowed that there sign to fail. The short of the matter is, Uncle John, you are determined not to go, said Nina. But I tell you, you shall go. There now. Now do you get up immediately and get out those horses. Old Hundred still sat quiet, smoking, and Nina, after reiterating her orders till she got thoroughly angry, began at last to ask herself the question how she was going to carry them into execution. Old Hundred appeared to have descended into himself in a profound reverie, and betrayed not the smallest sign of hearing anything she said. I wish Harry would come back quick, she said to herself as she pensively retraced her steps through the garden. But Tom Tit had taken the commission to go for him in his usual leisurely way, spending the greater part of the afternoon on the road. Now ain't you ashamed of yourself, you mean old nigger? Said Aunt Rose, the wife of Old Hundred, who had been listening to the conversation, talking about the creek and the mud and the critters, and Lord knows what all, when we knows it's nothing but your laziness. Well, said Old Hundred, what would come of the critters if I wasn't lazy, I want to know. Laziness? It's the very best thing for the critters can be. Where'd them horses have been now if I'd have been one of your highfalutin sort always driving around? Where'd they have been, and what would they have been, hey? Who wants to see horses all skin and bone? Lord, if I had been like some of the coachmen, the buzzards would have had the picking of them critters long ago. I really believe that you've told them dar lies till you begin to believe 'em yourself, said Rose. Telling our dear sweet young lady about your being up with Pete all night, when the Lord knows you laid here snoring fit to tear the roof off. Well, must say something. Folks must be respectful to the ladies. Course I couldn't tell her that I wouldn't take the critters out, so I just trots out a 'scuse. Ha, lots of dem 'scuses I keeps. I tell you now, 'scuses is excellent things. Why, 'scuses is like this here grease that keeps the wheels from squeaking. Lord bless you, the whole world turns round on 'scuses. Where'd the world be if everybody was such fools to tell the real reason for everything they are gwine for to do or ain't gwine for to? End of Chapter 6. The Dilemma. Chapter 7 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 7, Consultation. Oh, Harry, I'm so glad to see you back, in such trouble as I've been today. Don't you think this very morning, as I was sitting in Aunt Nesbit's room, Tom Tit brought up these 2 letters. The one of them is from Clayton, and the other from Mr. Carson. And now, see here what Clayton says. I shall have business that will take me in your vicinity next week, and it is quite possible, unless I hear from you to the contrary, that you may see me at Canema next Friday or Saturday. Well, then, see here, there's another letter from Mr. Carson, that hateful Carson. Now, you see, he hasn't got my letter, says he is coming. What impudence! I'm tired to death of that creature, and he'll be here just as certain. Disagreeable people always do keep their promises. He'll certainly be here. Well, Miss Nina, you recollect you said you thought it would be good fun. Oh, Harry, don't bring that up, I beg of you. The fact is, Harry, I've altered my mind about that. You know I've put a stop to all those foolish things at once, and I'm done with them. You know I wrote to Carson and Emmons both that my sentiments had changed and all that sort of thing that the girls always say. I'm going to dismiss all of them at once and have no more fooling. What? All? Mr. Clayton and all? Well, I don't know exactly. No. Do you know, Harry, I think his letters are rather improving. At least they are different letters from any I've got before. And though I don't think I shall break my heart after him, yet I like to get them. But the other two I'm sick to death of, and as for having that creature boring round here, I won't. At any rate, I don't want him and Clayton here together. I wouldn't have them together for the world, and I wrote a letter to keep Carson off this morning, and I've been in trouble all day. Everybody has plagued me. Aunt Nesbit only gave me one of her mopey lectures about flirting, and wouldn't help me in the least. And then, old Hundred, I wanted him to get out the carriage and horses for me to go over and put this letter in the office, and I never saw such a creature in my life. I can't make him do anything. I should like to know what the use is of having servants, if you can't get anything done.
Oh, as to old Hundred, I understand him, and he understands me, said Harry. I never find any trouble with him, but he is a provoking old creature. He stands very much on the dignity of his office. But if you want your letter carried tonight, I can contrive a safer way than that, if you'll trust it to me.
Ah, well, do take it.
Yes, said Harry, I'll send a messenger across on horseback, and I have means to make him faithful.
Well, Harry, said Nina, catching at his sleeve as he was going out, come back again, won't you? I want to talk to you.
During Harry's absence, our heroine drew a letter from her bosom and read it over.
How well he writes, she said to herself, so different from the rest of them. I wish he'd keep away from here, that's what I do. It's a pretty thing to get his letters, but I don't think I want to see him. Oh, dear, I wish I had somebody to talk to about it. Aunt Nesbit is so cross, I can't. No, I won't care about him. Harry is a kind soul. Ah, Harry, have you sent the letter? Said she eagerly as he entered.
I have, Miss Nina, but I can't flatter you too much. I'm afraid it's too late for the mail, though there's never any saying when the mail goes out, within 2 or 3 hours.
Well, I hope it will stay for me once. If that stupid creature comes, why, I don't know what I shall do. He's so presuming, and he'll squeak about with those horrid shoes of his, and then I suppose it'll all come out one way or another, and I don't know what Clayton will think.
But I thought you didn't care what he thought.
Well, you know, he's been writing to me all about his family. There's his father, a very distinguished man of a very old family, and he's been writing to me about his sister, the most dreadfully sensible sister he has got, good, lovely, accomplished, and pious. Oh, dear me, I don't know what in the world he ever thought of me for. And do you think there's a postscript from his sister, written elegantly as can be?
As to family, Miss Nina, said Harry, I think the Gordons can hold up their heads with anybody, and then I rather think you'll like Miss Clayton.
Ah, but then, Harry, this talking about fathers and sisters, it's bringing the thing awfully near. It looks so much, you know, as if I really were caught. Do you know, Harry, I think I'm just like my pony. You know, she likes to have you come and offer her corn and stroke her neck, and she likes to make you believe she's going to let you catch her. But when it comes to putting a bridle on her, she's off in a minute. Now, that's the way with me. It's rather exciting, you know, these beaux and love letters and talking sentiment, going to the opera and taking rides on horseback and all that. But when men get to talking about their fathers and their sisters, and to act as if they were sure of me, I'm just like Sylphine. I want to be off. You know, Harry, I think it's a very serious thing, this being married. It's dreadful. I don't want to be a woman grown. I wish I could always be a girl and live just as I have lived and have plenty more girls come and see me and have fun. I haven't been a bit happy lately, not a bit, and I never was unhappy before in my life.
Well, why don't you write Mr. Clayton and break it all off if you feel so about it?
Well, why don't I? I don't know. I've had a great mind to do it, but I'm afraid I should feel worse than I do now. He's coming just like a great dark shadow over my life, and everything is beginning to feel so real to me. I don't want to take up life in earnest. I read a story once about Undine, and do you know, Harry, I think I feel just as Undine did when she felt her soul coming in her.
And is Clayton knight Hildebrand? Said Harry, smiling.
I don't know. What if he should be? Now, Harry, you see the fact is that sensible men get their heads turned by such kind of girls as I am, and they pet us and humor us, but then I'm afraid they're thinking all the while that their turn to rule is coming by and by. They marry us because they think they're going to make us over, and what I'm afraid of is I never can be made over. Don't think I was cut out right in the first place, and there never will be much more of me than there is now. And he'll be comparing me with his pattern sister, and I shan't be any more amiable for that. Now, his sister is what folks call highly educated, you know, Harry. She understands all about literature and everything. As for me, I've just cultivation enough to appreciate a fine horse. That's the extent. And yet I'm proud. I wouldn't wish to stand second in his opinion, even to his sister. So there it is. That's the way with us girls. We're always wanting what we know we ought not to have, and are not willing to take the trouble to get. Miss Nina, if you'll let me speak my mind out frankly, now I want to offer one piece of advice. Just be perfectly true and open with Mr. Clayton, and if he and Mr. Carson should come together, just tell him frankly how the matter stands. You are a Gordon, and they say truth always runs in the Gordon blood. And now, Miss Nina, you are no longer a schoolgirl, but a young lady at the head of an estate. He stopped and hesitated. Well, Harry, you needn't stop. I understand you. Got a few grains of sense left, I hope, and haven't got so many friends that I can afford to get angry with you for nothing. I suppose, said Harry thoughtfully, that your aunt will be well enough to be down to the table? Have you told her how matters stand? Who, Aunt Lou? Catch me telling her anything. No, Harry, I've got to stand all alone. I haven't any mother, and I haven't any sister, and Aunt Lou is worse than nobody, because it's provoking to have somebody round that you feel might take an interest, and ought to, and don't care a red cent for you. Well, I declare, if I'm not much, if I'm not such a model as Miss Clayton there, how could anyone expect it, when I have just come up by myself? First at the plantation here, and then at that French boarding school. I tell you what, Harry, boarding schools are not what they're cried up to be. It's good fun, no doubt, but we never learnt anything there. That is to say, we never learnt it internally, but had it just rubbed onto us outside. A girl can't help, of course, learning something, and I've learned just what I happened to like and couldn't help, and a deal of that isn't of the most edifying nature besides. Well, we shall see what will come. End of Chapter 7. Consultation.
Chapter 8 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Dred, Chapter 8, Old Tiff. I say, Tiff, do you think he will come tonight? Laws, missus, how can Tiff tell? I's been a-gazin' out the door, don't see no hear nothin'. It's so lonesome, and the nights so long. And the speaker, an emaciated, feeble little woman, turned herself uneasily on the ragged pallet where she was lying, and twirling her slender fingers nervously, gazed up at the rough, unplastered beams above. The room was of the coarsest and rudest cast. The hut was framed of rough pine logs, filled between the crevices with mud and straw. The floor made of rough split planks, unevenly joined together. The window was formed by some single panes, arranged in a row where a gap had been made in one of the logs. At one end was a rude chimney of sticks, where smoldered a fire of pine cones and brushwood, covered over with a light coat of white ashes. On the mantel, over it, was a shelf, which displayed sundry vials, a cracked teapot and tumbler, some medicinal-looking packages, a turkey's wing, much abridged and defaced by frequent usage, some bundles of herbs, and lastly, a gaily painted mug of coarse crockery-ware, containing a bunch of wild flowers. On pegs driven into the logs were arranged different articles of female attire, and divers little coats and dresses, which belonged to smaller wearers, with now and then soiled and coarse articles of man's apparel. The woman, who lay upon a coarse chaff pallet in the corner, was one who might have been pretty. Her skin was fair, her hair soft and curling, her eyes a beautiful blue, her hands thin and transparent as pearl. But the deep, dark circles under the eyes, the thin white lips, the attenuated limbs, the hurried breathing, and the burning spots in the cheek told that, whatever she might have been, she was now not long for this world. Beside her bed was sitting an old negro, in whose close curling wool age had begun to sprinkle flecks of white. His countenance presented physically one of the most uncomely specimens of negro features, and would have been positively frightful had it not been redeemed by an expression of cheerful kindliness which beamed from it. His face was of ebony blackness, with a wide, upturned nose, a mouth of portentous size, guarded by clumsy lips, revealing teeth which a shark might have envied. The only fine feature was his dark black eyes, which at the present were concealed by a huge pair of plated spectacles, placed very low upon his nose, and through which he was directing his sight upon a child's stocking that he was busily darning. At his foot was a rude cradle, made of a gum-tree log, hollowed out to a trough, and wadded by various old fragments of flannel, in which slept a very young infant. Another child, of about 3 years of age, was sitting on the negro's knee, busily playing with some pine cones and mosses. The figure of the old negro was low and stooping, and he wore, pinned around his shoulders, a half-handkerchief or shawl of red flannel, arranged much as an old woman would have arranged. 1 or 2 needles with coarse black thread dangling to them were stuck in on his shoulder, and as he busily darned on the little stocking, he kept up a kind of droning intermixture of chanting and talking to the child on his knee. "So ho, Teddy! Bub dar, my man! Sit still, 'cause your mamma's sick and sister's gone for medicine. There, Tiff'll sing to his little man. Christ was born in Bethlehem, Christ was born in Bethlehem, and in a manger laid. Take care, there, that er needle'll scratch your little fingers. Poor little fingers. Ah, be still now. Play with your pretty things, and see what your pa'll bring you." "Oh, dear me! Well," said the woman on the bed, "I shall give up." "Bless the Lord, no, missus," said Tiff, lying down the stocking and holding the child to him with one hand, while the other was busy in patting and arranging the bedclothes. "No use in giving up. Why, Lord bless you, missus, we'll be all right again in a few days. Work has been kind of pressing lately, and children's clothes ain't quite so spectable. But then I's doing heaps of mending. See that there?" said he, holding up a slip of red flannel, resplendent with a black patch. "That there hole won't go no furder, and it does well enough for Teddy to wear rolling round the dough, and such like times, to save his bettermost. And the way I's put the yarn in these here stockings ain't slow. Then I's laid out to make a stitch in Teddy's shoes, and that there hole in the coverlet, that there'll be stopped for morning. Oh, let me alone. He, 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 he. Ye didn't keep Tiff for nothing, missus. Ho, 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 ho." And the black face seemed really to become unctuous with the oil of gladness, as Tiff proceeded in his work of consolation. "Oh, Tiff, Tiff, you're such a good creature. But you don't know. Here I've been lying all alone, day after day, and he off nobody knows where. And when he comes, it'll be only a day, and he's off. And all he does don't amount to anything. All miserable rubbish brought home and traded off for other rubbish. Oh, what a fool I was for being married. Oh, dear. Girls little know what marriage is. I thought it was so dreadful to be an old maid, and a pretty thing to get married. But oh, the pain and the worry and sickness and suffering I've gone through. Always wandering from place to place, never settled. One thing going after another, worrying, watching, weary, and all for nothing. For I am worn out, and I shall die." "Oh, Lord, no," said Tiff earnestly. "Lord, Tiff'll make you some tea and give it to you poor lamb. It's dreadful hard, so 'tis, but times'll mend, and Mass'll come around and be more settled like, and Teddy will grow up and help his ma. And I'm sure there isn't a purter young'un than this here puppet," said he, turning fondly to the trough where the little fat red mass of incipient humanity was beginning to throw up two small fists and to utter sundry small squeaks to intimate his desire to come into notice. "Lor, now," said he, adroitly depositing Teddy on the floor and taking up the baby, whom he regarded fondly through his great spectacles. "Stretch away, my pretty, stretch away. Ho-ye ho, Lor, if he hasn't got his mammy's eye for all this world. Ah, brave. See him, missus?" said he, laying the little bundle on the bed by her. "Did you ever see a purtier young'un? He. There, now his mammy should take him, so she should, and Tiff'll make mammy some tea, so he will." And Tiff in a moment was on his knees, carefully laying together the ends of the burned sticks and blowing a cloud of white ashes, which powdered his woolly head and red shawl like snowflakes, while Teddy was busy in pulling the needles out of some knitting work which hung in a bag by the fire. Tiff, having started the fire by blowing, proceeded very carefully to adjust upon it a small black porringer of water, singing as he did so, "My way is dark and cloudy, so it is, so it is. My way is dark and cloudy all the day." Then, rising from his work, he saw that the poor weak mother had clasped the baby to her bosom and was sobbing very quietly. Tiff, as he stood there, with his short, square, ungainly figure, his long arms hanging out from his side like bows, his back covered by the red shawl, looked much like a compassionate tortoise standing on its hind legs. He looked pitifully at the sight, took off his glasses and wiped his eyes, and lifted up his voice in another stave. "But we'll join the 40,000 by and by, so we will, so we will. We'll join the 40,000 upon the golden shore, and our sorrows will be gone forevermore, more. Bless my soul, Massa Teddy, now it's been hauling out the needles from Miss Fanny's work. That air ain't purty now. Tiff'll be shamed of you, and you do like that when your mamma's sick. Don't you know you must be good? Else Tiff won't tell you no stories. There now, sit down on this yer log. That air's just the nicest log, plenty of moss on it you can be picking out. Now, you sit still there and don't be interrupting your ma." The urchin opened a wide, round pair of blue eyes upon Tiff, looking as if he were mesmerized, and sat with a quiet, subdued air upon his log, while Tiff went fumbling about in a box in the corner. After some rattling, he produced a pine knot. As the daylight was fading fast in the room, and driving it into a crack in another log which stood by the chimney corner, he proceeded busily to light it, muttering as he did so, "We want to make it more cheerful-like." Then he knelt down and blew the coals under the little porringer, which, like pine coals in general, always sulked and looked back when somebody was not blowing them. He blew vigorously, regardless of the clouds of ashes which encircled him, and which settled even on the tips of his eyelashes, and balanced themselves on the end of his nose. "Bress the Lord, I's dreadful strong in my breath. Lord, they might have used me in blacksmithson. I's kept this yer chimney gwine bis many a day. I wonder now what keeps Miss Fanny out so long." And Tiff rose up with the greatest precaution, and glancing every moment toward the bed and almost tipping himself over in his anxiety to walk softly, advanced to the rude door, which opened with a wooden latch and string, opened it carefully and looked out. Looking out with him, we perceive that the little hut stands alone in the heart of a dense pine forest which shuts it in on every side. Tiff held the door open a few moments to listen. No sound was heard, but the shivering wind, swaying and surging in melancholy cadences through the long pine leaves, a lonesome, wailing, uncertain sound. "Ah, these here pine trees, they always a-talkin'," said Tiff to himself in a sort of soliloquy. "Whisper, whisper, whisper. The Lord knows what it's all about. They never tells folks what they wants to know. Hark! There's Foxy, as sure as I'm a living sinner. Dar she is!" As a quick, loud bark reverberated. "Aha! Foxy, you'll bring her along," caressing a wolfish-looking lean cur who came bounding through the trees. "Ah, you're good for nothing. What makes you run so fast and leave your missus behind you? Hark! What's that?" A clear voice came caroling gaily from out the pine trees. "If you get there before I do, I'm bound for the land of Canaan." Whereupon Tiff, kindling with enthusiasm, responded, "Look out for me, I'm comin' too. I'm bound for the land of Canaan." The response was followed by a gay laugh as a childish voice shouted from the woods, "Ha, Tiff, you there?" And immediately a bold, bright, blue-eyed girl of about 8 years old came rushing forward. "Laws, Miss Fanny, so glad you's come. Your ma's powerful weak this here afternoon." And then, sinking his voice to a whisper, "Why, now, you'd better believe her spirits isn't the best. Why, she's that bad, Miss Fanny, she actually been a-crying when I put the baby in her arms. Really, I'm consarned, and I wish your pa'd come home. Did you bring the medicine?" "Oh, yes, here it is." "Ah, so good. I was a-making her some tea to set her up like, and I'll put a little drop of this here in it. You go on now and speak to your ma, and I'll pick up a little light wood around here and make up the fire. Massa Teddy'll be powerful glad to see her. I hope you's got him something too." The girl glided softly into the room and stood over the bed where her mother was lying. "Mother, I've come home," said she gently. The poor, frail creature in the bed seemed to be in one of those helpless hours of life's voyage when all its waves and billows are breaking over the soul. And while the little newcomer was blindly rooting and striving at her breast, she had gathered the worn counterpane over her face, and the bed was shaken by her sobbings. "Mother, mother, mother," said the child, softly touching her. Go away, child. Oh, I wish I had never been born. I wish you had never been born, nor Teddy, nor the baby. It's all nothing but trouble and sorrow. Fanny, don't you ever marry. Mind what I tell you." The child stood frightened by the bedside, while Tiff had softly deposited a handful of pine wood near the fireplace, had taken off the porringer, and was busily stirring and concocting something in an old, cracked china mug. As he stirred, a strain of indignation seemed to cross his generally tranquil mind, for he often gave short sniffs and grunts indicative of extreme disgust, and muttered to himself, "This here comes of quality marrying these poor white folks. Never had no opinion on it, no way. Ah, do hear the poor lamb now, enough to break one's heart." By this time, the stirring and flavoring being finished to his taste, he came to the side of the bed and began in a coaxing tone, "Come now, Miss Sue, come. You's all worn out. No wonder that 'ere great fella tugging at you. Bless this dear little soul, he's gaining half a pound a week, enough to pull down his maw entirely. Come now, take a little sup of this, just a little sup. Warm you up, and put a bit of life in you. And then I specs to fry you a morsel of their chicken, 'cause a boy like this, you can't be nursed on slops, that I knows." "There, honey," said he, gently moving the babe and passing his arm under the pillow. "I's dreadful strong in the back. My arm is long and strong, and I'll raise you up as easy. Take a good sup on it now, and watch these troubles down. I reckon the good man above is looking down on us all and bringing us all round right some time." The invalid, who seemed exhausted by the burst of feeling to which she had been giving way, mechanically obeyed a voice to which she had always been accustomed, and drank eagerly, as if with feverish thirst. And when she had done, she suddenly threw her arms around the neck of her strange attendant. "Oh, Tiff, Tiff, poor old black faithful Tiff, what should I have done without you? So sick as I've been, and so weak, and so lonesome. But, Tiff, it's coming to an end pretty soon. I've seen, tonight, that I ain't going to live long, and I've been crying to think the children have got to live. If I could only take them all into my arms, and all lie down in the grave together, I should be so glad. I never knew what God made me for. I've never been fit for anything, nor done anything." Tiff seemed so utterly overcome by this appeal. His great spectacles were fairly washed down in a flood of tears, and his broad, awkward frame shook with sobs. "Law bless you, Miss Sue, don't be talking that 'ere way. Why, if the Lord should call you Miss Sue, I can take care of the children. I can bring 'em up powerful, I tell you. But you won't be going. You'll get better. It's just the spirits is low. And laws, why shouldn't they be?" Just at this moment a loud barking was heard outside the house, together with the rattle of wheels and the tramp of horses' feet. "Dar's massa, sure as I'm alive," said he, hastily laying down the invalid and arranging her pillows. A rough voice called, "Hallo, Tiff, here with a light?" Tiff caught the pine knot and ran to open the door. A strange-looking vehicle of a most unexampled composite order was standing before the door, drawn by a lean, one-eyed horse. "Here, Tiff, help me out. I've got a lot of goods here. How's Sue?" "Missus is powerful bad. Been wanting to see you this long time." "Well, away, Tiff. Take this out," indicating a long, rusty piece of stovepipe. "Lay this in the house, and here," handing a cast-iron stove door with the latch broken. "Law, massa, what on earth is the use of this here?" "Don't ask questions, Tiff. Work away. Help me out with these boxes." "What on earth now?" said Tiff to himself, as one rough case after another was disgorged from the vehicle and landed in the small cabin. This being done, and orders being given to Tiff to look after the horse and equipage, the man walked into the house with a jolly, slashing air. "Hallo, bub," said he, lifting the 2-year-old above his head. "Hallo, Fan," imprinting a kiss on the cheek of his girl. "Hallo, sis," coming up to the bed where the invalid lay and stooping down over her. Her weak, wasted arms were thrown around his neck, and she said with sudden animation, "Oh, you've come at last. I thought I should die without seeing you." "Oh, you ain't a-goin' to die, sis. Why, what talk," said he, chucking her under the chin. "Why, your cheeks are as red as roses." "Pa, see the baby," said little Teddy, who, having climbed over the bed, opened the flannel bundle. "Ah, sis, I call that 'ere a tolerable fair stroke of business. Well, I tell you what, I've done up a trade now that will set us up and no mistake. Besides which, I've got something now in my coat pocket that would raise a dead cat to life if she was laying at the bottom of a pond with a stone around her neck. See here, Dr. Puffer's elixir of the water of life. Warranted to cure janders, toothaches, earaches, scrofula, septia, sumption, and everything else I ever heard of. A teaspoon of that ere morn and night, and in a week you'll be round again as pert as a cricket." It was astonishing to see the change which the entrance of this man had wrought upon the invalid. All her apprehensions seemed to have vanished. She sat up on the bed, following his every movement with her eyes, and apparently placing full confidence in the new medicine, as if it were the first time that ever a universal remedy had been proposed to her. It must be noticed, however, that Tiff, who had returned and was building the fire, indulged himself now and then, when the back of the speaker was turned, by snuffing at him in a particularly contemptuous manner. The man was a thick-set and not ill-looking personage, who might have been 40 or 45 years of age. His eyes, of a clear, lively brown, his close-curling hair, his high forehead, and a certain devil-may-care frankness of expression, were traits not disagreeable, and which went some way to account for the partial eagerness with which the eye of the wife followed him. The history of the pair is briefly told. He was the son of a small farmer of North Carolina. His father having been so unfortunate as to obtain possession of a few Negroes, the whole family became ever after inspired with an intense disgust for all kinds of labor. And John, the oldest son, adopted for himself the ancient and honorable profession of a loafer, to lie idle in the sun in front of some small grog shop, to attend horse races, cock-fights, and gander pullings, to flout out occasionally in a new waistcoat, bought with money which came nobody knew how, were pleasures to him all satisfactory. He was as guiltless of all knowledge of common school learning as Governor Berkeley could desire, and far more clear of religious training than a Mohammedan or a Hindu. In one of his rambling excursions through the country, he stopped at night at a worn-out and broken-down old plantation, where everything had run down through many years of mismanagement and waste. There he stayed certain days, playing cards with the equally hopeful son of the place, and ended his performances by running away one night with a soft-hearted daughter, only 15 years of age, and who was full as idle, careless, and untaught as he. The family, whom poverty could not teach to forget their pride, were greatly scandalized at the marriage, and had there been anything left in the worn-out estate wherewith to portion her, the bride nevertheless would have been portionless. The sole piece of property that went out with her from the paternal mansion was one who, having a mind and will of his own, could not be kept from following her. The girl's mother had come from a distant branch of one of the most celebrated families in Virginia, and Tiff had been her servant, and with a heart forever swelling with the remembrances of the ancestral greatness of the Paytons, he followed his young mistress in her mésalliance with long-suffering devotion. He even bowed his neck so far as to acknowledge for his master a man whom he considered by position infinitely his inferior. For Tiff, though crooked and black, never seemed to cherish the slightest doubt that the whole force of the Payton blood coursed through his veins, and that the Payton honor was entrusted to his keeping. His mistress was a Payton, and her children were Payton children, and even the little bundle of flannel in the gum-tree cradle was a Payton. And as for him, he was Tiff Payton, and this thought warmed and consoled him as he followed his poor mistress during all the steps of her downward course in the world. On her husband he looked with patronizing, civil contempt. He wished him well. He thought it proper to put the best face on all his actions, but in a confidential hour Tiff would sometimes raise his spectacles emphatically and give it out as his own private opinion that there could not be much 'spected from that 'ere description of people. In fact, the roving and unsettled nature of John Cripp's avocations and locations might have justified the old fellow's contempt. His industrial career might be defined as comprising a little of everything and a great deal of nothing. He had begun successively to learn 2 or 3 trades, had half made a horseshoe, and spoiled 1 or 2 carpenter's planes, had tried his hand at stage driving, had raised fighting cocks, and kept dogs for hunting Negroes. But he invariably retreated from every one of his avocations, in his own opinion a much abused man. The last device that had entered his head was suggested by the success of a shrewd Yankee peddler, who, having a lot of damaged and unsaleable material to dispose of, talked him into the belief that he possessed yet an undeveloped talent for trade. And poor John Cripps, guiltless of multiplication or addition table, and who kept his cockfighting accounts on his fingers, and by making chalk marks behind the doors, actually was made to believe that he had at last received his true vocation. In fact, there was something in the constant restlessness of this mode of life that suited his roving turn, and though he was constantly buying what he could not sell, and losing on all that he did sell, yet somehow he kept up an illusion that he was doing something, because stray coins now and then passed through his pockets, and because the circle of small taverns in which he could drink and loaf was considerably larger. There was one resource which never failed him when all other streams went dry, and that was the unceasing ingenuity and fidelity of the bondman Tiff. Tiff, in fact, appeared to be one of those comfortable old creatures who retain such a good understanding with all created nature that food never is denied them. Fish would always bite on Tiff's hook when they weren't on anybody else's, so that he was wont confidently to call the nearest stream Tiff's pork barrel. Hens always laid eggs for Tiff, and cackled to him confidentially where they were deposited. Turkeys gobbled and strutted for him, and led forth for him broods of downy little ones. All sorts of wild game, squirrels, rabbits, coons, and possums, appeared to come with pleasure and put themselves into his traps and springs, so that where another man might starve, Tiff would look round him with unctuous satisfaction, contemplating all nature as his larder, where his provisions were wearing fur coats and walking about on 4 legs, only for safe keeping until he got ready to eat them. So that Cripps never came home without anticipation of something savory, even although he had drunk up his last quarter of $1 at the tavern. This suited Cripps. He thought Tiff was doing his duty, and occasionally brought him home some unsaleable bit of rubbish, by way of testimonial of the sense he entertained his worth. The spectacles in which Tiff gloried came to him in this manner, and although it might have been made to appear that the glasses were only plain window glass, Tiff was happily ignorant that they were not the best of convex lenses, and still happier in the fact that his strong, unimpaired eyesight made any glasses at all entirely unnecessary. It was only an aristocratic weakness in Tiff. Spectacles he somehow considered the mark of a gentleman, and an appropriate symbol for one who had been fetched up by the very fustest families in all Virginia. He deemed them more particularly appropriate as, in addition to his manifold outward duties, he likewise assumed, as the reader has seen, some feminine accomplishments. Tiff could darn a stocking with anybody in the country. He could cut out children's dresses and aprons, he could patch, and he could seam, all of which he did with infinite self-satisfaction. Notwithstanding the many crooks and crosses in his lot, Tiff was, on the whole, a cheery fellow. He had an oily, rollicking fullness of nature, an exuberance of physical satisfaction in existence that the greatest weight of adversity could only tone down to becoming sobriety. He was on the happiest of terms of fellowship with himself. He liked himself. He believed in himself, and when nobody else would do it, he would pat himself on his own shoulder and say, "Tiff, you're a jolly dog, a fine fellow, and I like you." He was seldom without a running strain of soliloquy with himself, intermingled with joyous bursts of song and quiet intervals of laughter. On pleasant days, Tiff laughed a great deal. He laughed when his beans came up. He laughed when the sun came out after a storm. He laughed for 50 things that you never think of laughing at. And it all agreed with him. He throve upon it. In times of trouble and perplexity, Tiff talked to himself and found a counselor who always kept secrets. On the present occasion, it was not without some inward discontent that he took a survey of the remains of one of his best fatted chickens, which he had been intending to serve up piecemeal for his mistress. So he relieved his mind by a little confidential colloquy with himself. "This year," he said to himself, with a contemptuous inclination toward the newly arrived, "will be for eating like a judgment, I suppose. Wish now I'd killed the old gobbler. Good enough for him, rail tough he is. This year now was my primest chicken, and she'll just sit and see him eat it. Laws, these here women, why they does get so sot on husbands. Pity they couldn't have something like to be sot on. It just riles me to see him gobbling down everything, and she a-looking on. Well, here goes," said he, depositing the frying pan over the coals, in which the chicken was soon fizzling. Drawing out the table, Tiff prepared it for supper. Soon the coffee was steaming over the fire, and corn dodgers baking in the ashes. Meanwhile, John Cripps was busy explaining to his wife the celebrated wares that had so much raised his spirits. "Well, now you see, Sue, this 'ere time I've been up to Raleigh, and I met a fellow there come from New York or New Orleans or some northern states." "New Orleans isn't a northern state," humbly interposed his wife, "is it?" "Well, new something. Who the devil cares? Don't you be interrupting me, you Sues." Could Cripps have seen the vengeful look which Tiff gave him over the spectacles at this moment, he might have trembled for his supper. But innocent of this, he proceeded with his story. "You see, this yer fella had a case of bonnets just at the height of the fashion. They come from Paris, the capital of Europe, and he sold them to me for a mere song. Ah, you ought to see 'em. I'm going to get 'em out. Tiff, hold the candle here." And Tiff held the burning torch with an air of grim skepticism and disgust, while Cripps hammered and wrenched the top boards off and displayed to view a portentous array of bonnets, apparently of every obsolete style and fashion of the last 50 years. "Them's first rate for scarecrows, anyhow," muttered Tiff. "Now what?" said Cripps. "Sue, what do you think I gave for these?" "I don't know," she said faintly. "Well, I gave $15 for the whole box, and there ain't one of these," said he, displaying the most singular specimen in his hand, "that isn't worth $2 to $5. I shall clear at least $50 on that box." Tiff, at this moment, turned to his frying pan and bent over it, soliloquizing as he did so. "Anyway, I's found out one thing. Where the women gets dem roosts of bonnets they wears at camp meetings. Laws, they's enough to spile a work of grace, dem air. If I was to meet one of them air of a dark night in a graveyard, I should think I was sent for. Not the pleasantest way of sending either. Poor missus, looking mighty faint, I don't wonder. Enough to scare a weakly woman into fits. Here, Tiff, help me to open this box. Hold the light here. Darned if it don't come off hard. Here's a lot of shoes and boots I got of the same man. Some of 'em's mates and some ain't. But then I took the lot cheap. Folks don't always wear both shoes alike. Might like to wear an odd one sometimes if it's cheap. Now this yer pair of boots is ladies' gaiters all complete, except there's a hole in the lining down by the toe. Body ought to be careful about putting it on, else the foot will slip between the outside and the lining. Anybody that bears that in mind, just as nice a pair of gaiters as they'd want. Bargain there for somebody. Complete one, too. Then I've got 2 or 3 old bureau drawers that I got cheap at auction, and I reckon some on 'em will fit the old frame that I got last year. Got 'em for a mere song. Bless you, massa. That air old bureau I took for the chicken coop. Turkeys and chickens hops in lively. Oh, well, scrub it up. 'Twill answer just as well. Fit the drawers in. And now, old woman, we will sit down to supper, said he, planting himself at the table and beginning a vigorous onslaught on the fried chicken without invitation to any other person present to assist him. Missus can't sit up at the table, said Tiff. She's done been sick ever since the baby was born. And Tiff approached the bed with a nice morsel of chicken, which he had providentially preserved on a plate, which he now reverently presented on a board as a waiter covered with newspaper. Now do eat, missus. You can't live on looking. No ways you can fix that. Do eat while Tiff gets on the baby's nightgown. To please her old friend, the woman made a feint of eating, but while Tiff's back was turned to the fire, busied herself with distributing it to the children, who had stood hungrily regarding her, as children will regard that is put on a sick mother's plate. It does me good to see them eat, she said apologetically once, when Tiff, turning around, detected her in the act. Oh, missus, may be, but you've got to eat for two now. What they eat ain't going to dis your little man here. Mind that air. Cripps apparently bestowed a very small attention on anything except the important business before him, which he prosecuted with such devotion that very soon coffee, chicken, and dodgers had all disappeared. Even the bones were sucked dry and the gravy wiped from the dish. Ah, that's what I call comfortable, said he, lying back in his chair. Tiff, pull my boots off and hand out that 'ere demijohn. Sue, I hope you've made a comfortable meal, he said, incidentally standing with his back to her, compounding his potation of whiskey and water, which having drank, he called up Teddy and offered him the sugar at the bottom of the glass. But Teddy, being forewarned by a meaning glance through Tiff's spectacles, responded very politely, No, thank you, Pa. I don't love it. Well, come here then and take it off like a man. It's good for you, said John Cripps. The mother's eyes followed the child wistfully, and she said faintly, Don't, John, don't. And Tiff ended the controversy by taking the glass unceremoniously out of his master's hands. Laws bless you, massa. Can't be bothered with these yer young ones this yer time of night. Time they's all in bed and dishes washed up. Here, Ted, seizing the child and loosening the buttons on his slip behind and drawing out a rough trundle bed. You crawl in there and curl up in your nest, and don't you forget your prayers, honey, else maybe you'll never wake up again. Cripps had now filled a pipe with tobacco of the most villainous character, with which incense he was perfuming the little apartment. Laws, massa, that 'ere smoke ain't good for missus, said Tiff. She done been sick to her stomach all day. Oh, let him smoke. I like to have him enjoy himself, said the indulgent wife. But, Fanny, you had better go to bed, dear. Come here and kiss me, child. Good night, good night. The mother held on to her long and looked at her wishfully, and when she had turned to go, she drew her back, kissed her again, and said, Good night, dear child, good night. Fanny climbed up a ladder in one corner of the room through a square hole to the loft above. I say, said Cripps, taking his pipe out of his mouth and looking at Tiff, who was busily washing dishes, I say, it's kind of peculiar that gal keeps sick so. Seemed to have a good constitution when I married her. I'm thinking, said he, without noticing the gathering wrath in Tiff's face, I'm a-thinking whether steaming wouldn't do her good. Now, I got a most dreadful cold when I was up in Raleigh. Thought I should have given up, and there was a steam doctor there. Had a little kind of machine with kettles and pipes, and he put me in a bed, put in the pipes, and set it going. I thought, my soul, I should have been floated off, but it carried off the cold complete. I'm thinking if something of that kind wouldn't be good for Miss Cripps. Laws, massa, don't go for trying it on her. She is never no better for these here things that you do for her. Now, said Cripps, not appearing to notice the interruption, these here stovepipes and tea kettle, I shouldn't wonder if we could get up a steam with them. It's my private opinion, if you do, she'll be sailing out of the world, said Tiff. What's one man's meat is another man's pison, my old missus used to say. Very best thing you could do for her is to let her alone. That is my opinion. John, said the little woman after a few minutes, I wish you'd come here and sit by the bed. There was something positive and almost authoritative in the manner in which this was said, which struck John as so unusual that he came with a bewildered air, sat down, and gazed at her with his mouth wide open. I'm so glad you've come home, because I've had things that I've wanted to say to you. I've been lying here thinking about it, and I have been turning it over in my mind. I'm going to die soon, I know. Ah, bah! Don't be bothering a fellow with any of your hysterics. John, it isn't hysterics. Look at me, look at my hand, look at my face. I'm so weak, and sometimes I have such coughing spells, and every time it seems to me as if I should die. But it ain't to trouble you that I talk. I don't care about myself, but I don't want the children to grow up and be like what we've been. You have a great many contrivances. Do, pray, contrive to have them taught to read, and make something of them in the world. Bah, what's the use? I never learnt to read, and I'm as good a fellow as I want. Why, there's plenty of men round here making their money every year. They can't read or write a word. Old Hubble, up on the shad plantation, has hauled in money, hand over hand, and he always signs his mark. Got 9 sons. Can't a soul of them read or write more than I. I tell you, there's nothing ever comes of your learning. It's all a sell, a regular Yankee hoax. I've always got cheated by them damn reading, writing Yankees whenever I've traded with them. What's the good, I want to know? You was teached how to read when you was young. Much good it's ever done you.
Sure enough, sick day and night, and moving from place to place, sick baby crying, and not knowing what to do for it, no more than a child. Oh, I hope Fanny will learn something. It seems to me if there's some school for my children to go to, or some church, or something. Now, if there is any such place as heaven, I should like to have them get to it.
Bah, don't bother about that. When we get keeled up, that will be the last of us. Come, don't plague a fellow any more with such talk. I'm tired, and I'm going to sleep. And the man, divesting himself of his overcoat, threw himself on the bed, and was soon snoring heavily in profound slumber. Tiff, who had been trotting the baby by the fire, now came softly to the bedside and sat down. Miss Sue, he said, it's no count talking to him. I don't mean nothing disrespectful, Miss Sue, but the fact is, them that isn't born gentlemen can't be expected fur to see through these yer things like us of the old families. Law, missus, don't you worry. Now just leave this yer matter to old Tiff. There never wasn't anything Tiff couldn't do if he tried. Oh, Miss Fanny, she done got the letters right smart, and I know I'll come it round Massa and make him buy the books for her. I'll tell you what's coming to my head today. There's a young lady come to the big plantation up there who's been to New York getting educated, and I's going to ask her about these yer things, and about the chillens going to church, and these yer things, and why preaching, you know, is mazin' uncertain around here. But I'll keep on the lookout and do the best I can. Why, Lord, Miss Sue, I's bound for the land of Canaan myself the best way I can, and I'm certain I shan't go without taking the children along with me. Ho, that's what I shan't. The children will have to be with Tiff, and Tiff will have to be with the children, wherever they is. That's it.
Tiff,
said the young woman, her large blue eyes looking at him,
I have heard of the Bible. Have you ever seen one, Tiff?
Oh, yes, honey. There was a big Bible that your ma brought in the family when she married, but that air was tore up to make wadding for the guns, one thing or another, and they never got no more. but I's been very serving and keeping my ears open in a camp meeting and such places, and I learn right smart of the things that's in it."
"Now, Tiff, can you say anything?"
said she, fixing her large, troubled eyes on him. "Well, honey, there's one thing the man said at the last camp meeting. He preached about it, and I couldn't make out a word. He said because I ain't smart about preaching like I be about most things. But he said this year so often that I can't help remember it. Says he, it was dish your way, come unto me, all ye labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest."
"Rest, rest, rest," said the woman thoughtfully, and drawing a long sigh. "Oh, how much I want it. Did he say that was in the Bible?"
"Yes, he said so, and I specs by all he said, it's the good man above that says it. It always makes me feel better to think on it. It 'peared like he was just what I was wanting to hear."
"And I, too," she said, turning her head wearily and closing her eyes. "Tiff," she said, opening them, "where I'm going, maybe I shall meet the one who said that, and I'll ask him about it. Don't talk to me no more now. I'm getting sleepy. I thought I was better a little while after he came home, but I'm more tired yet. Put the baby in my arms. I like the feeling of it. There, there. Now give me rest. Please do."
And she sank into a deep and quiet slumber. Tiff softly covered the fire and sat down by the bed, watching the flickering shadows as they danced upward on the wall, listening to the heavy sighs of the pine trees and the hard breathing of the sleeping man. Sometimes he nodded sleepily, and then, recovering, rose and took a turn to awaken himself. A shadowy sense of fear fell upon him, not that he apprehended anything, for he regarded the words of his mistress only as the forebodings of a wearied invalid. The idea that she could actually die and go anywhere without him to take care of her seemed never to have occurred to him. About midnight, as if a spirit had laid its hand upon him, his eyes flew wide open with a sudden start. Her thin, cold hand was lying on his. Her eyes, large and blue, shone with a singular and spiritual radiance. "Tiff," she gasped, speaking with difficulty, "I've seen the one that said that, and it's all true, too. And I've seen all why I've suffered so much. He is going to take me. Tell the children about him." There was a fluttering sigh, a slight shiver, and the lids fell over the eyes forever. End of Chapter 8. Old Tiff.
Chapter 9 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 9, The Death. Death is always sudden. However gradual may be its approaches, it is, in its effects upon the survivor, always sudden at last. Tiff thought at first that his mistress was in a fainting fit, and tried every means to restore her. It was affecting to see him chafing the thin, white, pearly hands in his large, rough, black paws, raising the head upon his arm and calling in 1,000 tones of fond endearment, pouring out a perfect torrent of loving devotion on the cold, unheeding ear. But then, spite of all he could do, the face settled itself, and the hands would not be warmed, and thought of death struck him suddenly, and throwing himself on the floor by the bed, he wept with an exceeding loud and bitter cry. Something in his heart revolted against awakening that man who lay heavily breathing by her side. He would not admit it to himself at this moment that this man had any right in her, or that the sorrow was any part of his sorrow. But the cry awoke Cripps, who sat up bewildered in bed, clearing the hair from his eyes with the back of his hand.
Tiff, what the dern are you howling about?"
Tiff got up in a moment, and swallowing down his grief and his tears, pointed indignantly to the still figure on the bed.
Dar, wouldn't believe her last night. Now what you think of dat dar? See how you look now? Good Shepherd Hearn you abusing the poor lamb, and he done took her where you'll never see her again."
Cripps had, like coarse animal men generally, a stupid and senseless horror of death. He recoiled from the lifeless form and sprang from the bed with an expression of horror.
"Well, now, who would have thought that," he said, "that I should be in bed with a corpse? I hadn't the least idea." "No, that's plain enough. You didn't. You'll believe it now, won't you? Poor little lamb, lying here suffering all alone. I tell you, when folks have been sick so long, they has to die to make folks believe anything else."
"Well, really," said Cripps, "this is really, why,
it ain't comfortable. Darned if it is.
Why, I'm sorry about the gal.
I meant to steam her up or done something with her. What's we to do now?"
"Pretty likely you don't know. Folks like you, that never tends to nothing good, is always flustered when the master knocks at the door. I knows what to do, though. I's bound to get up the critter and go up to the old plantation and bring down a woman to do something for her, kind of decent.
You mind the chillin' till I get back?"
Tiff took down and drew on over his outer garment a coarse, light woolen coat with very long skirts and large buttons, in which he always arrayed himself in cases of special solemnity. Stopping at the door before he went out, he looked over Cripps from head to foot with an air of patronizing and half-pitiful contempt, and delivered himself as follows.
"Now, massa, I's gwine up, and we'll be back quick as possible. And now do pray be decent, and let that dar whiskey alone for one day in your life, and 'member death, judgment, and eternity. Just act now as if you'd got a streak of something in you, such as a man ought for to have who's married to one of the fustest families in old Virginny. Fleck now on your latter end, maybe will do your poor old soul some good, and don't you go for to waking up the chillun before I gets back. They'll learn the trouble soon enough." Cripps listened to this oration with a stupid, bewildered stare, gazing first at the bed and then at the old man, who was soon making all the speed he could towards Canama. Nina was not habitually an early riser, but on this morning she had awakened with the first peep of dawn, and finding herself unable to go to sleep again, she had dressed herself and gone down to the garden. She was walking up and down in one of the alleys, thinking over the perplexities of her own affairs, when her ear was caught by the wild and singular notes of one of those tunes commonly used among the slaves as dirges. The words, "She are dead and gone to heaven," seemed to come floating down upon her, and though the voice was cracked and strained, there was a sort of wildness and pathos in it, which made a singular impression in the perfect stillness of everything around her. She soon observed a singular-looking vehicle appearing in the avenue. This wagon, which was no other than the establishment of Cripps, drew Nina's attention, and she went to the hedge to look at it. Tiff's watchful eye immediately fell upon her, and driving up to where she was standing, he climbed out upon the ground, and, lifting his hat, made her a profound obeisance, and "Hope the young lady was very well this morning." "Yes, quite well, thank you, uncle," said Nina, regarding him curiously. "We's in affliction to our house," said Tiff solemnly. "There's been a midnight cry there, and poor Miss Sue, that's my young missus, she done gone home." "Who is your mistress?" "Well, her name was Seymour afore she married, and her ma come from the Virginie Paytons. Great family, dem Paytons. She was so misfortunate as to get married, as gals will sometimes," said Tiff, speaking in a confidential tone. "The man wa'n't no count, and she's had a dreadful hard way to travel, poor thing, and there she's a-lying at last, stretched out dead, and not a woman nor nobody to do the least thing. And please, missus, Tiff comed for to see if the young lady wouldn't send a woman for to do for her, getting her ready for a funeral." "And who are you, pray?" "Please, missus, I's Tiff Payton, I is. I's raised in Virginny on the Great Payton place, and I's given to Miss Sue's mother, and when Miss Sue married this yer man, They was all offended and wouldn't speak to her, but I tuck up for her, 'cause what's the use of making a bad thing worse? I's a opinion and telled him that he orter be encouraged to behave himself, seeing the thing was done and couldn't be helped. But no, they wouldn't, so I just tells him, says I, you may do just as you please, but old Tip's a gwine with her, says I. I'll follow Miss Sue to the grave's mouth, says I, and you see I has done it. Well done of you. I like you better for it, said Nina. You just drive up to the kitchen there and tell Rose to give you some breakfast while I go up to Aunt Nesbit. No, thank you, Miss Nina. I's no ways hungry. 'Pears like when a body's like as I be, swallering down and all the old times rising in the throat all the time, they can't eat. They gets filled all up to the eyes with feelings. Lord, Miss Nina, I hope you won't never know what 'tis to stand outside the gate when the best friend you got's gone in. It's hard, that there is. And Tiff pulled out a decayed-looking handkerchief and applied it under his spectacles. Well, wait a minute, Tiff. And Nina ran into the house while Tiff gazed mournfully after her. Well, Lor, just the way Miss Sue used to run, trip, 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 little feet like mice. Lord's will be done. Oh, Milly, said Nina, meeting Milly in the entry. Here you are. Here's a poor fellow waiting out by the hedge, his mistress dead all alone in the house, with children, no woman to do for them. Can't you go down? You could do so well. You know how better than anyone else in the house. Why, that must be poor old Tiff, said Milly, faithful old creature. So that poor woman's gone at last. The better for her, poor soul. Well, I'll ask Miss Lou if I may go. Or you ask her, Miss Nina. A quick, imperative tap on her door startled Aunt Nesbit, who was standing at her toilet, finishing her morning's dressing operations. Mrs. Nesbit was a particularly systematic early riser. Nobody knew why. Only folks who have nothing to do are often the most particular to have the longest possible time to do it in. Aunt, said Nina, there's a poor fellow out there whose mistress is just dead, all alone in the house, and wants to get some woman to go there to help. Can't you spare Milly? Oh, Milly was going to clear starch my caps this morning, said Aunt Nesbit. I have arranged everything with reference to it for a week past. Well, Aunt, can't you do it tomorrow or next day just as well? Tomorrow she's going to rip up that black dress and wash it. I'm always systematic and have everything arranged beforehand. Should like very much to do anything I could if it wasn't for that. Why can't you send Aunt Katy? Why, Aunt, you know we are to have company to dinner, and Aunt Katy's the only one who knows where anything is, or how to serve things out to the cook. Besides, she's so hard and cross to poor people, I don't think she would go. I don't see, I'm sure, in such a case as this, why you couldn't put your starching off. Milly is such a kind, motherly, experienced person, and they are in affliction. Oh, these low families don't mind such things much, said Aunt Nesbit, fitting on her cap quietly. They never have much feeling. There's no use doing for them. They are miserable, poor creatures. Aunt Nesbit, do now, as a favor to me. I don't often ask favors, said Nina. Do let Milly go. She's just the one wanted. Do now say yes. And Nina pressed nearer and actually seemed to overpower her slow-feeling, torpid relative with the vehemence that sparkled in her eyes. Well, I don't care. There, Milly, she says yes, said Nina, springing out the door. She says you may. Now hurry, get things ready. I'll run and have Aunt Katy put up biscuits and things for the children, and you get all that you know you will want, and be off quick, and I'll have the pony got up, and come on behind you. End of Chapter 9. The Death. Chapter 10 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 10. The Preparation.
The excitement produced by the arrival of Tiff and the fitting out of Milly to the cottage had produced a most favorable diversion in Nina's mind from her own especial perplexities. Active and buoyant, she threw herself at once into whatever happened to come uppermost on the tide of events. So, having seen the wagon dispatched, she sat down to breakfast in high spirits. "Aunt Nesbit, I declare I was so interested in that old man. I intended to have a pony after breakfast and ride over there."
"I thought you were expecting company."
"Well, that's one reason now why I'd like to be off. Do I want to sit all primmed up, smiling and smirking, and running to the window to see if my gracious Lord is coming? No, I won't do that to please any of them. If I happen to fancy to be out riding, I will be out riding."
"I think," said Aunt Nesbit, "that the hovels of these miserable creatures are no proper place for a lady of your position in life."
"My position in life? I don't see what that has to do with it. My position in life enables me to do anything I please, a liberty which I take pretty generally. And then, really, I couldn't help feeling rather sadly about it, because that old Tiff there, I believe that's his name, told me that the woman had been of a good Virginia family. Very likely she may have been just such another wild girl as I am, and thought as little about bad times and of dying as I do. So I couldn't help feeling sad for her. It really came over me when I was walking in the garden, such a beautiful morning as it was, the birds all singing, and the dew all glittering and shining on the flowers. Why, Aunt, the flowers really seemed alive. It seemed as though I could hear them breathing and hear their hearts beating like mine. And all of a sudden I heard the most wild, mournful singing over in the woods. It wasn't anything very beautiful, you know, but it was so wild and strange. She is dead and gone to heaven. She is dead and gone to heaven. And pretty soon I saw the funniest old wagon, I don't know what to call it, and this queer old black man in it, with an old white hat and surtout on, and a pair of great funny-looking spectacles on his nose. I went to the fence to see who he was, and he came up and spoke to me, made the most respectful bow. You ought to have seen it. And then, poor fellow, he told me how his mistress was lying dead, with the children around her and nobody in the house. The poor old creature, he actually cried, and I felt so sorry for him. He seemed to be proud of his dead mistress, in spite of her poverty." "Where do they live?" said Mrs. Nesbit. "Why, he told me over in the pine woods near the swamp." "Oh," said Mrs. Nesbit, "I dare say it's that Cripps family that's squatted in the pine woods. A most miserable set, all of them liars and thieves. If I had known who it was, I'm sure I shouldn't have let Milly go over. Such families oughtn't to be encouraged. There oughtn't to be a thing to be done for them. We shouldn't encourage them to stay in the neighborhood. They always will steal from off the plantations, and corrupt the negroes, and get drunk, and everything else that's bad. There's never a woman of decent character among them that ever I heard of. And if you were my daughter, I shouldn't let you go near them." "Well, I'm not your daughter, thank fortune," said Nina, whose grace has always rapidly declined in controversies with her aunt, "and so I shall do as I please, and I don't know what you pious people talk so for Christ went with publicans and sinners, I'm sure." "Well," said Aunt Nesbit, "the Bible says we mustn't cast pearls before swine, and when you've lived to be as old as I am, you'll know more than you do now. Everybody knows that you can't do anything with these people. You can't give them Bibles nor tracts, for they can't read. I've tried it sometimes, visiting them and talking to them, but it didn't do them any good. I've always thought there ought to be a law passed to make 'em all slaves, and then there would be somebody to take care of them."
"Well, I can't see," said Nina, "how it's their fault."
"There isn't any school where they could send their children if they wanted to learn, and then if they want to work, there's nobody who wants to hire them. So what can they do?" "I'm sure I don't know," said Aunt Nesbit, in that tone which generally means, "I don't care. All I know is that I want them to get away from the neighborhood. Giving to them is just like putting into a bag with holes.
I'm sure I put myself to a great inconvenience on their account today, for if there's anything I do hate, it is having things irregular. And today is the day for clear starching the caps, and such a good, bright, sunny day. And tomorrow, or any other day of the week, it may rain. Always puts me all out to have things that I've laid out to do put out of their regular order. I'd been willing enough to have sent over some old things, but why they must needs take Milly's time, just as if the funeral couldn't have got ready without her. These funerals are always miserable, drunken times with them, and then who knows, she may catch the smallpox or something or other. There's never any knowing what these people die of. They die of just such things as we do, said Nina. They have that in common with us, at any rate. Yes, but there's no reason for risking our lives, as I know of, especially for such people, when they don't do any good. Why, Aunt, what do you know against these folks? Have you ever known of their doing anything wicked? Oh, I don't know that I know anything against this family in particular, but I know the whole race. These squatters, I've known them ever since I was a girl in Virginia. Everybody that knows anything knows exactly what they are. There isn't any help for them, unless, as I said before, they were made slaves, and then they could be kept decent. You may go to see them if you like, but I don't want my arrangements to be interfered with on their account. Mrs. Nesbit was one of those quietly persisting people whose yielding is like the stretching of an India-rubber band, giving way only to a violent pull, and going back to the same place when the force is withdrawn. She seldom refused favors that were urged with any degree of importunity, not because her heart was touched, but simply because she seemed not to have force enough to refuse, and whatever she granted was always followed by a series of subdued lamentations over the necessity which had wrung them from her. Nina's nature was so vehement and imperious when excited that it was a disagreeable fatigue to cross her. Mrs. Nesbit, therefore, made amends by bemoaning herself, as we have seen. Nina started up hastily on seeing her pony brought round to the door, and soon arrayed in her riding dress, she was cantering through the pine woods in high spirits. The day was clear and beautiful. The floor of the woodland path was paved with a thick and cleanly carpet of the fallen pine leaves, and Harry was in attendance with her, mounted on another horse, and riding but a very little behind, not so much so but what his mistress could, if she would, keep up a conversation with him. "You know this old Tiff, Harry?" "Oh, yes, very well. A very good, excellent creature, and very much superior of his master in most respects." "Well, he says his mistress came of a good family." "I shouldn't wonder," said Harry. "She always had a delicate appearance, very different from people in their circumstances generally. The children, too, are remarkably pretty, well-behaved children, and it's a pity they couldn't be taught something, and not grow up and go on these miserable ways of these poor whites." "Why don't anybody ever teach them?" said Nina. "Well, Miss Nina, you know how it is. Everybody has his own work and business to attend to. There are no schools for them to go to. There is no work for them to do. In fact, there don't seem to be any place for them in society. Boys generally grow up to drink and swear, and as for the girls, they are of not much account. So it goes on from generation to generation." "This is so strange, and so different from what it is in the northern states. Why, all the children go to school there, the very poorest people's children. Why, a great many of the first men there were poor children. Why can't there be some such thing here?" "Oh, because people are settled in such a scattering way they can't have schools. All the land that's good for anything is taken up for large estates, and then these poor folks that are scattered up and down in between, it's nobody's business to attend to them, and they can't attend to themselves, and so they grow up, and nobody knows how they live, and everybody seems to think it a pity they are in the world. I've seen those sometimes that would be glad to do something if they could find anything to do. Planters don't want them on their places. They'd rather have their own servants. If one of them wants to be a blacksmith or a carpenter, there's no encouragement. Most of the large estates have their own carpenters and blacksmiths, and there's nothing for them to do unless it is keeping dogs to hunt Negroes,
or these little low stores where they sell whiskey and take what's stolen from the plantations. Sometimes a smart one gets a place as overseer on a plantation. Why, I've heard of their coming so low as actually to sell their children to traders to get a bit of bread. What miserable creatures! But do you suppose it can be possible that a woman of any respectable family can have married a man of this sort? Well, I don't know, Miss Nina. That might be. You see, good families sometimes degenerate, and when they get too poor to send their children off to school or keep any teachers for them, they run down very fast. This man is not bad looking, and he really is a person who, if he had had any way opened to him, might have been a smart man and made something of himself and family. And when he was young and better looking, I shouldn't wonder if an uneducated girl who had never been off the plantation might have liked him. He was fully equal, I dare say, to her brothers. You see, Miss Nina, when money goes in this part of the country, everything goes with it. And when a family is not rich enough to have everything in itself, it goes down very soon. At any rate, I pity the poor things, said Nina. I don't despise them as Aunt Nesbit does. Here Nina, observing the path clear and uninterrupted for some distance under the arching pines, struck her horse into a canter, and they rode on for some distance without speaking. Soon the horse's feet splashed and pattered on the cool, pebbly bottom of a small, shallow stream which flowed through the woods. This stream went meandering among the pines like a spangled ribbon, sometimes tying itself into loops, leaving open spots, almost islands of green, graced by its waters. Such a little spot now opened to the view of the two travelers. It was something less than 1/4 of an acre in extent, entirely surrounded by the stream, save only a small neck of about 4 feet, which connected it to the mainland. Here a place had been cleared and laid off into a garden, which it was evident was carefully tended. The log cabin which stood in the middle was far from having the appearance of wretchedness which Nina had expected. It was almost entirely a dense mass of foliage, being covered with the intermingled drapery of the Virginia creeper and the yellow jessamine. 2 little borders each side of the house were blooming with flowers. Around the little island the pine trees closed in unbroken semicircle, and the brook meandered away through them, to lose itself eventually in that vast forest of swampy land which girdles the whole Carolina shore. The whole air of the place was so unexpectedly inviting, in its sylvan stillness and beauty, that Nina could not help checking her horse and exclaiming, "I'm sure it's a pretty place. They can't be such very forsaken people, after all." "Oh, that's all Tiff's work," said Harry. "He takes care of everything, outside and in, while the man is off after nobody knows what. You'd be perfectly astonished to see how the old creature manages. He sews and he knits and works the garden, does the housework, and teaches the children. It's a fact. You'll notice that they haven't the pronunciation or the manners of these wild white children, and I take it to be all Tiff's watchfulness. For that creature hasn't one particle of selfishness in him. He just identifies himself with his mistress and her children." By this time Tiff had perceived their approach, and came out to assist them in dismounting. "The Lord above bless you, Miss Gordon, for coming to see my poor missus. Ah, she is lying there just as beautiful, just as she was the very day she was married. All her young looks come back to her, and Milly, she done laid her out beautiful. Lord, I's wanting somebody to come and look at her, because she has got good blood, if she is poor. She is none of your common sort of poor whites, Miss Nina. Just come in and look at her." Nina stepped into the open door of the hut. The bed was covered with a clean white sheet, and the body, arrayed in a long white nightdress brought by Milly, lay there so very still, quiet and lifelike, that one could scarcely realize the presence of death. The expression of exhaustion, fatigue, and anxiety which the face had latterly worn had given place to one of tender rest, shaded by a sort of mysterious awe, as if the closed eyes were looking on unutterable things. The soul, though sunk below the horizon of existence, had thrown back a twilight upon the face, radiant as that of the evening heavens. By the head of the bed the little girl was sitting, dressed carefully, and her curling hair parted in front, apparently fresh from the brush, and the little boy was sitting beside her, his round blue eyes bearing an expression of subdued wonder. Cripps was sitting at the foot of the bed, evidently much the worse for liquor, for, spite of the exhortation of Tiff, he had applied to the whiskey jug immediately on his departure. Why not? He was uncomfortable, gloomy, and everyone under such circumstances naturally inclines towards some source of consolation. He who is intellectual reads and studies, he who is industrious flies to business, he who is affectionate seeks friends, he who is pious, religion, but he who is none of these, what has he but his whiskey? Cripps made a stupid, staring inclination toward Nina and Harry as they entered, and sat still, twirling his thumbs and muttering to himself. The sunshine fell through the panes on the floor, and there came floating in from without the odor of flowers and the song of birds. All the Father's gentle messengers spoke of comfort, but he, as a deaf man, heard not, as a blind man did not regard. For the rest, an air of neatness had been imparted to the extreme poverty of the room by the joint efforts of Milly and Tiff. Tiff entered softly and stood by Nina as she gazed. He had in his hand several sprays of white jessamine, and he laid one on the bosom of the dead. "She had a hard walk of it," he said, "but she's got home. Don't she look peaceful, poor lamb?" The little thoughtless gay coquette had never looked on a sight like this before. She stood with a fixed, tender thoughtfulness, unlike her usual gaiety, her riding hat hanging carelessly by its strings from her hands, her loose hair drooping over her face. She heard someone entering the cottage, but she did not look up. She was conscious of someone looking over her shoulder, and thought it was Harry. "Poor thing, how young she looks," she said, "to have had so much trouble." Her voice trembled, and a tear stood in her eye. There was a sudden movement. She looked up, and Clayton was standing by her. She looked surprised, and the color deepened in her cheek, but was too ingenuously and really in sympathy with the scene before her even to smile. She retained his hand a moment, and, turning to the dead, saying in an undertone, "See here." "I see," he said. "Can I be of service?" "The poor thing died last night," said Nina. "I suppose someone might help about a funeral. Harry," she said, walking softly toward the door and speaking low, "you provide a coffin. Have it made neatly. Uncle," she said, motioning Tiff towards her, "where would they have her buried?" "Buried," said Tiff. "Oh, Lord, buried!" And he covered his face with his hard hands, and the tears ran through his fingers. "Lord, Lord, well, it must come, I know, but 'pears like I couldn't. Law, she's so beautiful. Don't today, don't." "Indeed, Uncle," said Nina tenderly, "I'm sorry I grieved you, but you know, poor fellow, that must come." "I's knowed her ever since she's dat high," said Tiff. "Her hair was curly, and she used to wear such pretty red shoes, and come running after me in the garden. 'Tiff, Tiff,' she used to say, and there she is now, and troubles brought her there. Lord, what a pretty gal she was, pretty as you be, Miss Nina. But since she married at thar," pointing with his thumb over his shoulder and speaking confidentially, "everything went wrong. I's held her up, did all I could, and now here she is." "Perhaps," Nina said, laying her hand on his, "perhaps she's in a better place than this." "Oh, Lord, that she is. She told me that when she died. She saw the Lord at last. She did so. Them's her last words. 'Tiff,' she says, 'I see him, and he will give me rest.' 'Tiff,' she says, 'I'd been asleep, you know, and I kind of felt something cold on my hand, and I woke up right sudden, and there she was, her eyes so bright, looking at me and breathing so hard, and all she says was, "Tiff, I've seen him, and I know now why I've suffered so. He's going to take me and give me rest." "Then, my poor fellow, you ought to rejoice that she is safe." "'Deed I does.
said Tiff. "Yet I's selfish. I wants to be there too, I does. Only I has the children to care for."
"Well, my good fellow," said Nina, "we must leave you now. Harry will see about a coffin for your poor mistress, and whenever the funeral is to be, our carriage will come over, and we will all attend. Lord bless you, Miss Gordon."
"That dar too good on you. My heart's been most broke, thinking nobody cared for my poor young mistress. You's too good, that you is."
Then, drawing near to her and sinking his voice, he said,
"'Bout de morning, Miss Nina. He ain't no count, you know. Body can see how 'tis with him, very plain. But Missus was a Peyton, you know, and I's a Peyton too. I naturally feels responsibility he couldn't be 'spected for to. I's took the ribbons off of Miss Fanny's bonnet and done the best I could trimming it up with black crape what Miss Millie gave me. And I's got a band of black crape on Master Teddy's hat, and I allowed to put one on mine. But there wasn't quite enough. You know, Missus, old family servants always wears mourning. If Missus just be pleased to look over my work. Now, this here is Miss Fanny's bonnet. You know I can't be 'spected for to make it like a milliner."
"They are very well indeed, Uncle Tiff."
"Perhaps, Miss Nina, you can kind of touch it over?"
"Oh, if you like, Uncle Tiff, I'll take them all home and do them for you."
"Oh, Lord bless you, Miss Gordon. That dar was just what I wanted. But I was most afraid to ask you. Some gay young ladies don't like to handle black."
"Ah, Uncle Tiff, I've no fears of that sort. So put it in the wagon and let Millie take it home." So saying, she turned and passed out of the door where Harry was standing holding the horses. A third party might have seen, by the keen, rapid glance with which his eye rested upon Clayton, that he was measuring the future probability which might make him the arbiter of his own destiny, the disposer of all that was dear to him in life. As for Nina, although the day before 1,000 fancies and coquetries would have colored the manner of her meeting Clayton, yet now she was so impressed by what she had witnessed that she scarcely appeared to know that she had met him. She placed her pretty foot on his hand and let him lift her onto the saddle, scarcely noticing the act, except by a serious, graceful inclination of her head. One great reason of the ascendancy which Clayton had thus far gained over her was that his nature, so quiet, speculative, and undemonstrative, always left her such perfect liberty to follow the more varying moods of her own. A man of a different mould would have sought to awake her out of the trance, would have remarked on her abstracted manner, or rallied her on to silence. Clayton merely mounted his horse and rode quietly by her side, while Harry, passing on before them, was soon out of sight. End of Chapter 10. The Preparation. Chapter 11 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 11. The Lovers. They rode on in silence till their horses' feet again clattered in the clear, pebbly water of the stream. Here Nina checked her horse, and pointing round the circle of pine forests and up the stream overhung with bending trees and branches, said, "Hush! Listen!" Both stopped and heard the swaying of the pine trees, the babble of the waters, and the cawing of distant crows, and the tapping of the woodpecker. "How beautiful everything is!" she said. "It seems to me so sad that people must die. I never saw anybody dead before, and you don't know how it makes me feel. To think that that poor woman was just such a girl as I am, and used to be just so full of life, and never thought any more than I do, that she should lie there all cold and dead. Why is it things are made so beautiful if we must die? Remember what you said to the old man, Miss Nina. Perhaps she sees more beautiful things now." "In heaven? Yes, I wish we knew more about heaven, so that it would seem natural and homelike to us, as this world does.
As for me, I can't feel that I ever want to leave this world. I enjoy living so much. I can't forget how cold her hand was. I never felt anything like that cold." In all the varying moods of Nina, Clayton had never seen anything that resembled this, but he understood the peculiar singleness and earnestness of nature which made any one idea or impression for a time absolute in her mind. They turned their horses into the wood-path and rode on in silence. "Do you know," she said, "it's such a change coming from New York to live here. Everything is so unformed, so wild, and so lonely. I never saw anything so lonesome as these woods are. Here you can ride miles and miles, hours and hours, and hear nothing but the swaying of the pine trees, just as you hear it now. Our place, you never were there, were you? Stands all by itself, miles from any other. And I've been for so many years used to a thickly settled country that it seems very strange to me. I can't help thinking things look rather deserted and desolate here. It makes me rather sober and sad. I don't know as you'll like the appearance of our place. A great many things are going to decay about it, and yet there are some things that can't decay, for Papa was very fond of trees and shrubbery, and we have a good deal more of them than usual. Are you fond of trees?" "Yes, I'm almost a tree worshipper. I have no respect for a man who can't appreciate a tree. The only good thing I ever heard of Xerxes was that he was so transported by the beauty of a plane tree that he hung it with chains of gold. This is a little poetical island in the barbarism of those days." "Xerxes? I believe I studied something about him in that dismal, tedious history of Madame Ardane's, but nothing so interesting as that, I'm sure. But what should he hang gold chains on a tree for?" "'Twas the best way he knew of expressing his good opinion." "Do you know," said Nina, half checking her horse suddenly, "that I never had the least idea that these men were alive that we read about in these histories, or that they had any feelings like ours. We always studied the lessons and learnt the hard names, and how 40,000 were killed on one side and 50,000 on the other, and we don't know any more about it than if we never had. That's the way we girls studied at school, except a few poky ones who wanted to be learned or meant to be teachers." "An interesting resume, certainly," said Clayton, laughing. "But how strange it is to think that all those folks we read about are alive now, doing something somewhere, and I get to wondering where they are, Xerxes and Alexander and the rest of them. Why, they are so full of life they kept everything in commotion while in this world, and I wonder if they have been keeping a-going ever since. Perhaps Xerxes has been looking around at our trees. Nobody knows. But here we are coming now to the beginning of our grounds. There, you see that holly hedge? Mamma had that set out. She traveled in England, and liked the hedges there so much that she thought she would see what could be done with our American holly. So she had these brought from the woods and planted. You see, it all grows wild now, because it hasn't been cut for many years. And this live oak avenue my grandfather set out, it's my pride and delight." As she spoke, a pair of broad gates swung open, and they cantered in beneath the twilight arches of the oaks. Long wreaths of pearly moss hung swinging from the branches, and although the sun now was at high noon, a dewy, dreamy coolness seemed to rustle through all the leaves. As Clayton passed in, he took off his hat, as he had often done in foreign countries in cathedrals. "Welcome to Panama," she said, riding up to him and looking up frankly into his face. The air, half queenly, half childish, with which this was said, was acknowledged by Clayton with a grave smile, as he replied, bowing, "Thank you, madam." "Perhaps," she added in a grave tone, "you'll be sorry you ever came here." "What do you mean by that?" "I don't know. It just came into my head to say it. We none of us ever know what's going to come of what we do." At this instant a violent clamor, like the cawing of a crow, rose on one side of the avenue, and the moment after Tom Tit appeared, caracoling and cutting a somerset, his curls flying, his cheeks glowing. "Why, Tom Tit, what on earth is this for?" "Laws, missus, there's been a gentleman waiting for you at the house these 2 hours, and missus, she's done got on her best cap and gone down in the parlor for him."
Nina felt herself blush to the roots of her hair, and was vexed and provoked to think she did so. Involuntarily her eyes met Clayton's, but he expressed neither curiosity nor concern. "What a pretty drapery this light moss makes," he said. "I wasn't aware that it grew up so high in the state."
"Yes, it is very pretty," said Nina abstractedly.
Clayton, however, had noticed both the message and the blush, and was not so ill-informed as Nina supposed as to the whole affair, having heard from a New York correspondent of the probability that a rival might appear upon the field about this time. He was rather curious to watch the development produced by this event. They paced up the avenue, conversing in disconnected intervals, till they came out on the lawn which fronted the mansion, a large, gray, 3-story building, surrounded on the 4 sides by wide balconies of wood. Access was had to the lower of these by a broad flight of steps, and there Nina saw, plain enough, her Aunt Nesbit in all the proprieties of cap and silk gown, sitting, making the agreeable to Mr. Carson. Mr. Frederick Augustus Carson was one of those nice little epitomes of conventional society which appear to such advantage in factitious life, and are so out of place in the undress, sincere surroundings of country life. Nina had liked his society extremely well in the drawing-rooms and opera-houses of New York, but in the train of thought inspired by the lonely and secluded life she was now leading, it seemed to her an absolute impossibility that she could, even in coquetry and in sport, have allowed such an one to set up pretensions to her hand and heart. She was vexed with herself that she had done so, and therefore not in the most amiable mood for a meeting. Therefore, when, on ascending the steps, he rushed precipitately forward and offered his hand, calling her Nina, she was ready to die with vexation. She observed, too, a peculiar swelling and rustling of Aunt Nesbit's plumage, an indescribable air of tender satisfaction peculiar to elderly ladies who are taking an interest in an affair of the heart, which led her to apprehend that the bachelor had commenced operations by declaring his position to her. 'Twas with some embarrassment that Nina introduced Mr. Clayton, whom Aunt Nesbit received with a most stately curtsy, and Mr. Carson with a patronizing bow. "Mr. Carson's been waiting for you these 2 hours," said Aunt Nesbit. "Very warm riding, Nina," said Mr. Carson, observing her red cheeks. "You've been riding too fast, I fear. You must be careful of yourself. I've known people bring on very grave illnesses by overheating the blood." Clayton seated himself near the door and seemed to be intent on the scene without, and Carson, drawing his chair close to Nina, asked in a confidential tone, "Who is that gentleman?" "Mr. Clayton of Claytonville," said Nina, with as much hauteur as she could assume. "Ah, yes, I've heard of the family, a very nice family, a very worthy young man, extremely, I'm told. Shall be happy to make his acquaintance." "I beg," said Nina, rising, "the gentleman will excuse me a moment or two." Clayton replied by a grave bow, while Mr. Carson, with great empressement, handed Nina to the door. The moment it was closed, she stamped with anger in the entry. "The provoking fool, to take these airs with me! And I, too, I deserve it. What on earth could make me think I could tolerate that man?" As if Nina's cup were not yet full, Aunt Nesbit followed her to her chamber with an air of unusual graciousness. "Nina, my dear, he has told me all about it, and I assure you I'm very much pleased with him." "Told you all about what?" said Nina. "Why, your engagement, to be sure. I'm delighted to think you've done so well. I think your Aunt Maria and all of them will be delighted. Takes a weight of care off my mind." "I wish you wouldn't trouble yourself about me or my affairs, Aunt Nesbit. And as for this old pussycat with his squeaking boots, I won't have him purring round me, that's certain. So provoking, to take that way towards me. Call me Nina, and talk as though he were lord paramount of me and everything here. I'll let him know."
Why, Nina, seems to me this is very strange conduct. I'm very much astonished at you." "I dare say you are, Aunt. I never knew the time I didn't astonish you. But this man I detest." "Well, then, my dear, what were you engaged to him for?" "Engaged? Aunt, for pity's sake, do hush. Engaged! I should like to know what a New York engagement amounts to. Engaged at the opera. Engaged for a joke. Why, he was my bouquet holder. The man is just an opera libretto. He was very useful in his time, but who wants him afterwards?" "But, my dear Nina, this trifling with gentlemen's hearts—" "I'll warrant his heart. It's neither sugar nor salt, I'll assure you. I'll tell you what, Aunt, he loves good eating, good drinking, nice clothes, nice houses, and good times generally, and he wants a pretty wife as a part of a whole, and he thinks he'll take me. But he is mistaken. Calling me Nina, indeed. Just let me have a chance of seeing him alone. I'll teach him to call me Nina. I'll let him know how things stand." "But, Nina, you must confess you've given him occasion for all this." "Well, supposing I have, I'll give him occasion for something else then." "Why, my dear, he came on to know when you'll fix the day to be married." "Married? Oh, my gracious! Just think of the creatures talking about it. Well, it is my fault, as you say, but I'll do the best I can to mend it." "Well, I'm real sorry for him." "You are, Aunt? Why don't you take him for yourself, then? You're as young and good-looking as he is." "Nina, how you talk," said Aunt Nesbit, coloring and bridling. "There was a time when I wasn't bad-looking, to be sure, but that's long since past." "Oh, that's because you always dress in stone color and drab," said Nina, as she stood brushing and arranging her curls. "Come now and go down, Aunt, and do the best you can till I make my appearance. After all, as you say, I'm the most to blame. There's no use in being vexed with the old soul. So, Aunt, do be as fascinating as you can. See if you can't console him. Only remember how you used to turn off lovers when you were of my age." "And who is this other gentleman, Nina?" "Oh, nothing. He's only a friend of mine. A very good man. Good enough for a minister any day, Aunt, and not so stupid as good people generally are, either." "Well, perhaps you're engaged to him." "No, I am not. That is to say, I won't be to anybody. This is an unsufferable business. I like Mr. Clayton because he can let me alone, don't look at me in that abominably delighted way all the time, and dance about calling me Nina. He and I are very good friends, that's all. I'm not going to have any engagements anywhere. Well, Nina, I'll go down, and you make haste." While the gentleman and Aunt Nesbit were waiting in the salon, Carson made himself extremely happy and at home. It was a large, cool apartment, passing like a hall completely through the center of the house. Long French windows at either end opened onto balconies. The pillars of the balconies were draped and garlanded with wreaths of roses, now in full bloom. The floor of the room was the polished mosaic of different colors to which we have formerly alluded. Over the mantelpiece was sculptured in oak the Gordon arms. The room was wainscoted with dark wood, and hung with several fine paintings by Copley and Stewart of different members of the family. A grand piano, lately arrived from New York, was the most modern-looking article in the room. Most of the furniture was of heavy dark mahogany of an antique pattern. Clayton sat by the door, still admiring the avenue of oaks, which were to be seen across the waving green of the lawn. In about half an hour, Nina reappeared in a flossy cloud of muslin, lace, and gauzy ribbons. Dress was one of those accomplishments for which the little gypsy had a natural instinct, and without any apparent thought she always fell into that kind of color and material which harmonized with her style of appearance and character. There was always something floating and buoyant about the arrangement of her garments and drapery, so that to see her move across the floor gave one an airy kind of sensation, like the gambols of thistledown.
Her brown eyes had a peculiar resemblance to a bird's, and this effect was increased by the twinkling motion of the head and a fluttering habit of movement peculiar to herself, so that when she swept by in rosy gauzes and laid one ungloved hand lightly on the piano, she seemed to Clayton much like some saucy bird, very good indeed if let alone, but ready to fly on the slightest approach. Clayton had the rare faculty of taking in every available point of observation without appearing to stare. "'Pon my word, Nina," said Mr. Carson, coming towards her with a most delighted air, "you look as if you had fallen out of a rainbow." Nina turned away very coolly and began arranging her music. "Oh, that's right," said Carson. "Give us one of your songs. Sing something from the Favorati. You know it's my favorite opera," said he, assuming a most sentimental expression. "Oh, I'm entirely out of practice. I don't sing at all. I'm sick of all those opera songs." And Nina skimmed across the floor and out of the open door by which Clayton was lounging, and began busying herself amid the flowers that wreathed the porch. In a moment Carson was at her heels, for he was one of those persons who seem to think it a duty never to allow anyone to be quiet, if they can possibly prevent it. "Have you ever studied the language of flowers, Nina?" said he. "No, I don't like to study languages." "You know the significance of a full-blown rose?" said he, tenderly presenting her with one. Nina took the rose, coloring with vexation, and then, plucking from the bush a rose of 2 or 3 days' bloom, whose leaves were falling out, she handed it to him and said, "Do you understand the significance of this?" "Oh, you have made an unfortunate selection. This rose is all falling to pieces," said Mr. Carson innocently. "So I observed," said Nina, turning away quickly. Then, making one of her darting movements, she was in the middle of the salon again, just as the waiter announced dinner. Clayton rose gravely and offered his arm to Aunt Nesbit, and Nina found herself obliged to accept the delighted escort of Mr. Carson, who, entirely unperceiving, was in the briskest possible spirits, and established himself comfortably between Aunt Nesbit and Nina. "You must find it very dull here, very barren country, shockingly so. What do you find to interest yourself in?" said he. "Will you take some of this gumbo?" replied Nina. "I always thought," said Aunt Nesbit, "it was a good plan for girls to have a course of reading marked out to them when they left school." "Oh, certainly," said Carson. "I shall be happy to mark out one for her. I've done it for several young ladies." At this moment Nina accidentally happened to catch Clayton's eye, which was fixed upon Mr. Carson with an air of quiet amusement, greatly disconcerting to her. "Now," said Mr. Carson, "I have no opinion of making blues of young ladies, but still I think, Mrs. Nesbit, that a little useful information adds greatly to their charms, don't you?" "Yes," said Mrs. Nesbit. "I've been reading Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire lately." "Yes," said Nina. "Aunt's been busy about that ever since I can remember." "That's a very nice book," said Mr. Carson, looking solemnly at Nina. "Only, Mrs. Nesbit, aren't you afraid of the infidel principle? I think in forming the minds of the young, you know, one cannot be too careful." "Why, he struck me as a very pious writer," said Aunt Nesbit innocently. "I'm sure he makes the most religious reflections all along. I liked him particularly on that account." It seemed to Nina that without looking at Clayton, she was forced to meet his eye. No matter whether she directed her attention to the asparagus or the potatoes, it was her fatality always to end by a re-encounter with his eye, and she saw, for some reason or other, the conversation was extremely amusing to him. "For my part," said Nina, "I don't know what sort of principles Aunt Nesbit's history there has, but one thing I'm pretty certain of, that I'm not in any danger from any such thick, closed-printed old stupid-looking books as that. I hate reading, and I don't intend to have my mind formed, so that nobody need trouble themselves to mark out courses for me. What is it to me what all these old empires have been 100 years ago? It is as much as I can do to attend to what is going on now." "For my part," said Aunt Nesbit, "I have always regretted that I neglected the cultivation of my mind when I was young.
I was like Nina here, immersed in vanity and folly." "People always talk," said Nina, reddening, "as if there was but one kind of vanity and folly in this world. I think there can be as much learned vanity and folly as we girls have." And she looked at Clayton indignantly as she saw him laughing. "I agree with Miss Gordon entirely. There is a great deal of very stupid, respectable trifling which people pursue under the head of courses of reading," he said, "and I don't wonder that most compends of history which are studied in schools should inspire any lively young lady with a lifelong horror not only of history but of reading." "Do you think so?" said Nina, with a look of inexpressible relief. "I do indeed," said Clayton. "And it would have been a very good thing for many of our historians if they had been obliged to have shaped their histories so that they would interest a lively schoolgirl. We literary men, then, would have found less sleepy reading. There is no reason why a young lady who would sit up all night reading a novel should not be made to sit up all night with a history. I'll venture to say there's no romance can come up to the gorgeousness and splendor and the dramatic power of things that really have happened. All that's wanting is to have it set before us with an air of reality." "But then," said Nina, "you'd have to make the history into a romance." "Well, a good historical romance is generally truer than a dull history, because it gives some sort of conception of the truth, whereas the dull history gives none." "Well, then," said Nina, "I'll confess now that about all the history I do know has been got from Walter Scott's novels. I always told our history teacher so, but she insisted upon it that it was very dangerous reading. For my part," said Miss Nesbit, "I've a great horror of novel reading, particularly for young ladies. It did me a great deal of harm when I was young. It dissipates the mind. It gives false views of life." "Oh, law!" said Nina. "We used to write compositions about that, and I've got it all by heart, how it raises false expectations and leads people to pursue phantoms, rainbows, and meteors, and all that sort of thing." "And yet," said Clayton, "all these objections would lie against perfectly true history, and the more so just in proportion to its truth. If the history of Napoleon Bonaparte were graphically and minutely given, it would lie open to the very same objections. It would produce the very same cravings for something out of the commonplace course of life. There would be the same dazzling mixture of bad and good qualities in the hero, and the same lassitude and exhaustion after the story was finished. And common history does not do this, simply because it is not true, does not produce a vivid impression of the reality as it happened." Aunt Nesbit only got an indefinite impression from this harangue that Clayton was defending novel reading, and felt herself called to employ her own peculiar line of reasoning to meet it, which consisted in saying the same thing over and over at regular intervals, without appearing to hear or notice anything said in reply. Accordingly, she now drew herself up with a slightly virtuous air, and said to Mr. Clayton, "I must say, after all, that I don't approve of novel reading. It gives false views of life, and disgusts young people with their duties." "I was only showing, madam, that the same objection would apply to the best written history," said Clayton. "I think novel reading does a great deal of harm," rejoined Aunt Nesbit. "I never allow myself to read any work of fiction. I'm principled against it." "For my part," said Nina, "I wish I could find that kind of history you're speaking of. I believe I could read that." "'Twould be very interesting history, certainly," said Mr. Carson. "I should think it would prove a very charming mode of writing. I wonder somebody don't produce one." "For my part," said Aunt Nesbit, "I confine myself entirely to what is practically useful. Useful information is all I desire." "Well, I suppose, then, I'm very wicked," said Nina, "but I don't like anything useful. Why, I've sometimes thought, when I've been in the garden, that the summer savory, sage, and sweet marjoram were just as pretty as many other flowers, and I couldn't see any reason why I shouldn't like a sprig of one of them for a bouquet. Except I've seen them used for stuffing turkeys. Well, now, that seems very bad of me, don't it?" "That reminds me," said Aunt Nesbit, "that Rose has been putting sage into this turkey again, after all that I said to her. I believe she does it on purpose." At this moment Harry appeared at the door and requested to speak to Nina.
After a few moments' whispered conversation, she came back to the table, apparently disconcerted. "I'm so sorry, so very sorry," she said. "Harry has been riding all around the country to find a minister to attend the funeral this evening. It will be such a disappointment to that poor fellow. You know the negroes think so much of having prayers at the grave." "If no one else can be found to read prayers, I will," said Clayton. "Oh, thank you. Will you indeed?" said Nina. "I'm glad of it now for poor Tiff's sake. The coach will be out at 5 o'clock, and we'll ride over together and make as much of a party as we can." "Why, child," said Aunt Nesbit to Nina after they returned to the parlor, "I did not know that Mr. Clayton was an Episcopalian." "He isn't," said Nina. "He and his family all attend the Presbyterian church." "How strange that he should offer to read prayers. I don't approve of such things for my part." "Such things as what?" "Countenancing Episcopalian errors. If we are right, they are wrong, and we ought not to countenance them." "But, Aunt, a burial service is beautiful." "Don't approve of it." "Why, you know, as Clayton isn't a minister, he would not feel like making an extempore prayer." "Shows great looseness of religious principle," said Aunt Nesbit. "Don't approve of it." End of Chapter 11. The Lovers. Chapter 12 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 12. Explanation. The golden arrows of the setting sun were shooting hither and thither through the pine woods, glorifying whatever they touched with a life not its own. A chorus of birds were pouring out an evening melody when a little company stood around an open grave. With instinctive care for the feeling of the scene, Nina had arrayed herself in a black silk dress and plain straw bonnet with black ribbon, a mark of respect to the deceased, remembered and narrated by Tiff for many a year after. Cripps stood by the head of the grave with that hopeless, imbecile expression with which a nature wholly gross and animal often contemplates the symbols of the close of mortal existence. Tiff stood by the side of the grave, his white hat conspicuously draped with black crape, and a deep weed of black upon his arm. The baby, wrapped in an old black shawl, was closely fondled in his bosom, while the two children stood weeping bitterly at his side. The other side of the grave stood Mr. Carson and Mr. Clayton, while Millie, Harry, and several plantation slaves were in a group behind. The coffin had been opened that all might take that last look, so coveted, yet so hopeless, which the human heart will claim on the very verge of the grave. It was but a moment since the coffin had been closed, and the burst of grief which shook the children was caused by that last farewell. As Clayton, in a musical voice, pronounced the words, "I am the resurrection and the life," Nina wept and sobbed as if the grief had been her own, nor did she cease to weep during the whole touching service. It was the same impulsive nature which made her so gay in other scenes that made her so sympathetic here. When the whole was over, she kissed the children, and shaking hands with old Tiff, promised to come and see them on the morrow. After which Clayton led her to the carriage, into which he and Carson followed her. "Upon my word," said Carson briskly, "this has been quite solemn. Really a very interesting funeral indeed. I was delighted with the effect of our church service, in such a romantic place, too. 'Twas really very interesting. It pleases me also to see young ladies in your station, Nina, interest themselves in the humble concerns of the poor. If young ladies knew how much more attractive it made them to show a charitable spirit, they would cultivate it more. Singular-looking person, that old Negro. Seems to be a good creature. Interesting children, too. I should think the woman must have been pretty when she was young. Seen a great deal of trouble, no doubt. Poor thing. It's a comfort to hope she is better off now." Nina was filled with indignation at this monologue. not considering that the man was giving the very best he had in him and laboring assiduously at what he considered his vocation, the prevention of half an hour of silence in any spot of earth where he could possibly make himself heard. The same excitement which made Nina cry made him talk. But he was not content with talking, but insisted upon asking Nina every moment if she didn't think it an interesting occasion and if she had not been much impressed. "I don't feel like talking, Mr. Carson," said Nina. Yes, indeed. You've been so deeply affected. Yes, naturally does incline one to silence. Understand your feelings perfectly. Very gratifying to me to see you take such a deep interest in your fellow creatures." Nina could have pushed him out of the carriage. "For my part," continued Carson, "I think we don't reflect enough about this kind of thing. I positively don't. It really is useful sometimes to have one's thoughts turned in this direction. It does us good." Thus glibly did Carson proceed to talk away the impression of the whole scene they had witnessed. Long before the carriage reached home, Nina had forgotten all her sympathy in a tumult of vexation. She discovered an increasing difficulty in making Carson understand by any degree of coolness that he was not acceptable, and saw nothing before her but explanations in the very plainest terms, mortifying and humiliating as that might be. His perfect self-complacent ease, and the air with which he constantly seemed to appropriate her as something which of right belonged to himself, filled her with vexation. But yet her conscience told her that she had brought it upon herself. "I won't bear this another hour," she said to herself as she ascended the steps toward the parlor. "All this before Clayton, too. What must he think of me?" But they found tea upon the table and Aunt Nesbit waiting. "It's a pity, madam, you were not with us. Such an interesting time," said Mr. Carson, launching with great volubility into the tide of discourse. "It wouldn't have done for me at all," said Mrs. Nesbit. "Being out when the dew falls always brings on hoarseness. I have been troubled in that way these 2 or 3 years. Now I have to be very careful. Then I'm timid about riding in a carriage with John's driving." "I was amused enough," said Nina, with Old Hundred's indignation at having to get out the carriage and horses to go over to what he called a cracker funeral. "I really believe if he could have upset us without hurting himself, he would have done it." "For my part," said Aunt Nesbit, "I hope that family will move off before long. It's very disagreeable having such people round." "The children look very pretty and bright," said Nina. "Oh, there's no hope for them. They'll grow up and be just like their parents. I've seen that sort of people all through and through. I don't wish them any evil, only I don't want to have anything to do with them." "For my part," said Nina, "I'm sorry for them. I wonder why the legislature or somebody don't have schools as they do up in New York State. There isn't anywhere there where children can't go to school if they wish to. Besides, Aunt, these children really came from an old family in Virginia. Their old servant man says that their mother was a Peyton." "I don't believe a word of it. They'll lie, all of 'em. They always do." "Well," said Nina, "I shall do something for these children at any rate." "I quite agree with you, Nina. It shows a very excellent spirit in you," said Mr. Carson. "You'll always find me ready to encourage everything of that sort." Nina frowned and looked indignant, but to no purpose. Mr. Carson went on remorselessly with his really good-hearted rattle till Nina at last could bear it no longer. "How dreadfully warm this room is," she said, springing up. "Come, let's go back into the parlor." Nina was as much annoyed at Clayton's silence and his quiet, observant reserve as with Carson's forth putting. Rising from table, she passed on before the company with a half-flying trip into the hall, which lay now cool, calm, and breezy in the twilight, with the odor of the pillar roses floating in at the window. The pale white moon, set in the rosy belt of the evening sky, looked in at the open door. Nina would have given all the world to be still, but, well aware that stillness was out of the question, she determined to select her own noise, and sitting down at the piano, began playing very fast, in a rapid, restless, disconnected manner. Clayton threw himself on a lounge by the open door, while Carson busied himself fluttering the music, opening and shutting music books, and interspersing running commentaries and notes of admiration on the playing. At last, as if she could bear it no longer, she rose with a very decided air from the piano, and facing about towards Mr. Carson, she said, "It looks very beautiful outdoors. Don't you want to come out? There's a point of view at the end of one of the paths, where the moon looks on the water, that I should like to show you." "Won't you catch cold, Nina?" said Aunt Nesbit. "No, indeed, I never catch cold," said Nina, springing into the porch and taking the delighted Mr. Carson's arm, and away she went with him, with almost a skip and a jump, leaving Clayton tete-a-tete with Aunt Nesbit. Nina went so fast that her attendant was almost out of breath. They reached a little knoll, and there Nina stopped suddenly and said, "Look here, Mr. Carson, I have something to say to you." "I should be delighted, my dear Nina. I'm perfectly charmed." "No, no, if you please, don't," said Nina, putting up her hand to stop him. "Just wait till you hear what I have to say. I believe you did not get a letter which I wrote you a few days ago, did you?" "A letter? No, indeed. How unfortunate." "Oh, very unfortunate for me," said Nina, "and for you, too, because if you had, it would have saved you and me the trouble of this interview. I wrote that letter to tell you, Mr. Carson, that I cannot think of such a thing as an engagement with you, that I've acted very wrong and very foolishly, but that I cannot do it. In New York, where everybody and everything seemed to be trifling, and where the girls all trifled with these things, I was engaged, just for a frolic, nothing more. I had no idea what it would amount to, no idea what I was saying, nor how I should feel afterwards. But every hour since I've been home, here, since I've been so much alone, has made me feel how wrong it is. Now, I'm very sorry, I'm sure, but I must speak the truth this time. But it is, I can't tell you how, disagreeable to me to have you treat me as you have since you've been here." "Miss Gordon," said Mr. Carson, "I am positively astonished. I don't know what to think." "Well, I only want you to think that I am in earnest, and that though I can like you very well as an acquaintance, and shall always wish you well, yet anything else is just as far out of the question as that moon there is from us. I can't tell you how sorry I am that I've made you all this trouble. I really am," she said good-naturedly, "but please now to understand how we stand." She turned and tripped away. "There," she said to herself, "at any rate, I've done one thing." Mr. Carson stood still, gradually recovering from the stupor into which this communication had thrown him. He stretched himself, rubbed his eyes, took out his watch and looked at it, and then began walking off with a very sober pace in the opposite direction from Nina. Happily constituted mortal that he was, nothing ever could be subtracted from his sum of complacence that could not be easily balanced by about a quarter of an hour's consideration. The walk through the shrubbery in which he was engaged was an extremely pretty one, and wound along on the banks of the river through many picturesque points of view, and finally led again to the house by another approach. During the course of this walk, Mr. Carson had settled the whole question for himself. In the first place, he repeated the comfortable old proverb that there were as good fish in the sea as ever were caught. In the second place, as Mr. Carson was a shrewd business-man, it occurred to him in this connection that the plantation was rather run down and not a profitable acquisition. And in the third place, contemplating Nina as the fox of old did his bunch of sour grapes, he began to remember that, after all, she was dressy, expensive, and extravagant. Then, as he did not want that imperturbable good nature which belongs to a very shallow capability of feeling, he said to himself that he shouldn't like the girl a bit the less. In fact, when he thought of his own fine fortune, his house in New York, and all the accessories which went to make up himself, he considered her, on the whole, as an object of pity, and by the time that he ascended the balcony steps again, he was in as charitable and Christian a frame as any rejected suitor could desire. He entered the drawing-room. Aunt Nesbit had ordered candles, and was sitting up with her gloves on, alone. What had transpired during his walk he did not know, but we will take our readers into confidence. Nina returned to the house with the same decided air with which she went out, and awakened Mr. Clayton from a reverie with a brisk little tap of her fan on his shoulder.
"Come up here with me," she said, "and look out of the library window and see the moonlight." And up she went over the old oaken staircase, stopping on each landing and beckoning to Clayton with a whimsically authoritative gesture, threw open the door of a large black wainscoted room and ushered him in. The room lay just above the one where they had been sitting, and like that opened on to the veranda by long-sashed windows, through which at the present moment a flood of moonlight was pouring. A large mahogany writing table, covered with papers, stood in the middle of the room, and the moon shone in so brightly that the pattern of the bronze inkstand and the color of the wafers and sealing wax were plainly revealed. The window commanded a splendid view of the river over the distant tree-tops as it lay shimmering and glittering in the moonlight. "Isn't that a beautiful sight?" said Nina in a hurried voice. "Very beautiful," said Clayton, sitting down in the large lounging chair before the window and looking out with the abstracted air which was habitual with him. After a moment's thought, Nina added with a sudden effort, "But after all, that is not what I wanted to speak to you about. I wanted to see you somewhere and say a few words which it seems to me it is due to you that I should say. I got your last letter, and I'm sure I'm very obliged to your sister for all the kind things she says, but I think you must have been astonished at what you have seen since you have been here." "Astonished at what?" said Clayton quietly. "At Mr. Carson's manners towards me." "I have not been astonished at all," replied Clayton quietly. "I think, at all events," said Nina, "I think it is no more than honorable that I should tell you exactly how things have stood. Mr. Carson has thought that he has a right to me and mine, and I was so foolish as to give him reason to think so. The fact is that I have been making a game of life, and saying and doing anything and everything that came into my head, just for frolic. It don't seem to me that there has been anything serious or real about me until very lately. Somehow my acquaintance with you has made things seem more real to me than they ever did before. And it seems to me now perfectly incredible the way we girls used to play and trifle with everything in this world. Just for sport I was engaged to that man. Just for sport, too, I have been engaged to another one." "And," said Clayton, breaking the silence, "just for sport you have been engaged to me?" "No," said Nina, after a few moments' silence. "Not in sport, certainly, but yet not enough in earnest. I think I'm about half waked up. I don't know myself. I don't know where or what I am, and I want to go back into that thoughtless dream. I do really think it's too hard to take up the responsibility of living in good earnest. Now, it seems to me just this, that I cannot be bound to anybody. I want to be free. I have positively broken all connection with Mr. Carson. I have broken with another one, and I wish—" "To break with me," said Clayton. "I don't really know that I can say what I do wish. It is a very different thing from any of the others, but there's a feeling of dread and responsibility and constraint about it, and though I think I should feel very lonesome now without you, and though I like to get your letters, yet it seems to me that I cannot be engaged. That is a most dreadful feeling for me." "My dear friend," said Clayton, "if that is all, make yourself easy. There's no occasion for our being engaged. If you can enjoy being with me and writing to me, why, do it in the freest way, and tomorrow shall take care of the things of itself. You shall say what you please, do what you please, write when you please, and not write when you please, and have as many or as few letters as you like. There can be no true love without liberty." "Oh, I'm sure I'm much obliged to you," said Nina with a sigh of relief. "And now, do you know, I like your sister's postscript very much, but I can't tell what it is in it, for the language is as kind as can be. That would give me the impression that she is one of those very proper kind of people that would be dreadfully shocked if she knew all my goings-on in New York." Clayton could hardly help laughing at the instinctive sagacity of this remark. "I'm sure I don't know," said he, "where you could have seen that, in so short a postscript, too. Do you know, I never take anybody's handwriting into my hand, that I don't feel an idea of them come over me, just as you have when you see people. And that idea came over me when I read your sister's letter. Well, Nina, to tell you the truth, Sister Anne is a little bit conventional, a little set in her ways, but after all, a large-hearted, warm-hearted woman. You would like each other, I know. I don't know about that, said Nina. I'm very apt to shock proper people. Somehow or other they have a faculty of making me contrary. Well, but you see, Anne isn't merely a conventional person. There's only the slightest crust of conventionality and a real warm heart under it. Whereas, said Nina, most conventional people are like a shallow river frozen to the bottom. But now, really, I should like very much to have your sister come and visit us, if you could think that she would come as any other friend. But you know, it isn't very agreeable to have anybody come to look one over to see if one will do. Clayton laughed at the naive, undisguised frankness of this speech. You see, said Nina, though I'm nothing but an ignorant schoolgirl, I'm as proud as if I had everything to be proud of. Now, do you know, I don't much like writing to your sister, because I don't think I write very good letters. I never could sit still long enough to write. Write exactly as you talk, said Clayton. Say just what comes into your head, just as you would talk it. I hope you will do that much, for it will be very dull writing all on one side. Well, said Nina, rising with animation, now, Mr. Edward Clayton, if we have settled about this moonlight, we may as well go down into the parlor where Aunt Nesbit and Mr. Carson are tete-a-tete. Poor Carson, said Clayton. Oh, don't pity him. Good soul. He's a man that one night's rest would bring round from anything in creation. He's so thoroughly good-natured. Besides, I shall like him better now. He did not use to seem to me so intrusive and disagreeable. We girls used to like him very well. He was such a comfortable, easy-tempered, agreeable creature, always brisk and in spirits, and knowing everything that went on. But he is one of those men that I think would be really unsufferable if anything serious were the matter with me. Now, you heard how he talked coming from that funeral. Do you know that if he had been coming from my funeral, it would have been just so? Oh, no, not quite so bad. Indeed he is, said Nina. That man, why, he just puts me in mind of one of those brisk blue flies, whirring and whisking about, marching over pages of books and alighting on all sorts of things. When he puts on that grave look and begins to talk about serious things, he actually looks to me just as a fly does when he stands brushing his wings on the Bible. But come, let's go down to the good soul. Down they went, and Nina seemed like a person enfranchised. Never had she seemed more universally gracious. She was chatty and conversable with Carson, and sang over for him all her old opera songs, with the better grace that she saw that Clayton was listening intently. As they were sitting and conversing together, the sound of a horse's heels was heard coming up the avenue. "Who can that be this time of night?" said Nina, springing to the door and looking out. She saw Harry hastening in advance to meet her, and ran down the veranda steps to speak to him. "Harry, who's coming?" "Miss Nina, it's Master Tom," said Harry in a low voice. "Tom? Oh, mercy!" said Nina in a voice of apprehension. "What sent him here now?" "What sends him anywhere?" said Harry. Nina reascended the steps and stood looking apprehensively towards the horseman, who approached every moment nearer. Harry came up on the veranda and stood a little behind her. In a few moments the horse was up before the steps. "Hello there," said the rider. "Come take my horse, you rascal." Harry remained perfectly still, put his arms by his side, and stood with a frowning expression on his forehead. "Don't you hear me?" said the horseman, throwing himself off with an oath. "Come here, boy, and take my horse." "For pity's sake," said Nina, turning and looking in Harry's face, "don't have a scene here. Do take his horse, quick. Anything to keep him quiet." With a sudden start, Harry went down the steps and took the bridle from the hand of the newly arrived in silence. The horseman sprang up the steps. "Hallo, Nine, is this you?" And Nina felt herself roughly seized in the arms of a shaggy greatcoat and kissed by lips smelling of brandy and tobacco. She faintly said, as she disengaged herself, "Tom, is it you?" "Yes, to be sure. Who did you think it was? Devilish glad to see me, ain't you? Suppose you was in hopes I wouldn't come?"
"Hush, Tom, do. I am glad to see you. There are gentlemen in there. Don't speak so loud."
"Some of your beaux, hey? Well, I am as good a fella as any of 'em. Free country, I hope. No, I ain't going to whisper for any of them. So now, Nine, if there isn't old Starchy, to be sure," said he, as Aunt Nesbit came to the door. "Hello, old girl, how are you?"
"Thomas," said Miss Nesbit softly. "Thomas."
"None of your Thomasing me, you old pussycat. Don't you be telling me neither to hush. I won't hush, neither. I know what I'm about, I guess. It's my house as much as it is Nine's, and I'm going to do as I have a mind to here. I ain't going to have my mouth shut on account of her beau. So clear out, I tell you, and let me come in."
And Aunt Nesbit gave back. He pushed his way into the apartment.
He was a young man, about 25 years old, who evidently had once possessed advantages of face and figure, but every outline in the face was bloated and rendered unmeaning by habits of constant intemperance. His dark eyes had that muddy and troubled expression which in a young man too surely indicates the habitual consciousness of inward impurity. His broad, high forehead was flushed and pimpled, his lips swollen and tumid, and his whole air and manner gave painful evidence that he was at present too far under the influence of stimulus justly to apprehend what he was about. Nina followed him, and Clayton was absolutely shocked at the ghastly paleness of her face. She made an uncertain motion towards him, as if she would have gone to him for protection. Clayton rose, Carson also, and all stood for a moment in silent embarrassment. "Well, this is a pretty business, to be sure, Nina," said he, turning to her with a tremendous oath. "Why don't you introduce me? Pretty way to meet a brother you haven't seen for 3 or 4 years. You act as if you're ashamed of me. Confound it all, introduce me, I say."
"Tom, don't speak so," said Nina, laying her hand on his arm in a soothing tone. "This gentleman is Mr. Clayton, and Mr. Clayton," she said, lifting her eyes to him and speaking in a trembling voice, "this is my brother." Mr. Clayton offered his hand with the ordinary expressions of civility. "Mr. Carson," said Nina, "my brother." There was something inexpressibly touching and affecting in the manner in which this was said. One other person noticed it. Harry, who had given the horse to a servant, stood leaning against the doorway, looking in. A fiery gleam, like that of a steel blade, seemed to shoot from his blue eyes, and each time that Nina said, "my brother," he drew in his breath as one who seeks to restrain himself in some violent inward emotion.
"I suppose you don't any of you want to see me much," said the newcomer, taking a chair and sitting down doggedly in the center of the group, with his hat on his head. "Well, I have as good a right as anybody to be here," he continued, spitting a quid of tobacco at Aunt Nesbit's feet. "For my part, I think relations ought to have natural affection and be glad to see one another. Well, now, you can see, gentlemen, with your own eyes, just how it is here. There's my sister there. You better believe me, she hasn't seen me for 3 years. Instead of appearing glad or anything, there she sits, all curled up in a corner. Won't come near me more than if I had the plague. Come here now, you little kit, and sit in my lap." He made a movement to pull Nina towards him, which she resisted with an air of terror, looking at her aunt, who, more terrified still, sat with her feet drawn up on the sofa as if he had been a mad dog. There was reason enough for the terror which seemed to possess them both. Both had too vivid recollections of furious domestic hurricanes that had swept over the family when Tom Gordon came home. Nina remembered the storms of oaths and curses that had terrified her when a child, the times that she had seen her father looking like death, leaning his head on his hand, and sighing as only those sigh who have an only son worse than dead. It is no wonder, therefore, that Nina, generally courageous and fearless as she was, should have become fearful and embarrassed at his sudden return. "Tom," she said softly, coming up to him, "you haven't been to supper. Hadn't you better come out?" "No, you don't," said he, catching her round the waist and drawing her on his knee. "You won't get me out of the room, now I know what I'm about. Tell me," continued he, still holding her on his knee, "which of them is it, Nine? Which is the favored one?"
Clayton rose and went out on the veranda, and Mr. Carson asked Harry to show him into his room. "Hallo, shelling out there, are you? Well, Nine, to tell the truth, I am deuced hungry. For my part, I don't see what the thunder keeps my Jim out so long. I sent him across to the post office. He ought to have been back certainly as soon as I was. Oh, here he comes. Hallo, you dog there," said he, going to the door, where a very black negro was dismounting. "Any letters?" "No, massa. I spect de mails has given up. There ain't been no letters there for no one for a month. It is some aquatic disorganization of dese here creeks, I suppose. So de letter bags goes anywhere except de right place. Confound it all, I say, you Nine," turning round. "Why don't you offer a fellow some supper? Coming home here in my own father's home, everybody acts as if they were scared to death. No supper?" "Why, Tom, I've been asking you these 3 or 4 times." "Bless you," said Jim, whispering to Harry. "The mischief is, he ain't more'n half primed. Tell her to give him a little more brandy, and after a little while we get him to bed as easy as can be." And the event proved so, for on sitting down to supper, Tom Gordon passed regularly through all the stages of drunkenness, became as outrageously affectionate as he had been before surly, kissed Nina and Aunt Nesbit, cried over his sins and confessed his iniquities, laughed and cried feebly, till at last he sank in his chair asleep. "Dar, he's done for now," said Jim, who had been watching the gradual process. "Now, just you and I, let's tote him off," said he to Harry. Nina, on her part, retired to a troubled pillow. She foresaw nothing before her but mortification and embarrassment, and realized more than ever the peculiar loneliness of her situation. For all purposes of consultation and aid, Aunt Nesbit was nobody in her esteem, and Nina was always excited and vexed by every new attempt that she made to confide in her. "Now, tomorrow," she said to herself as she lay down, "no one knows what will turn up. He will go round as usual, interfering with everything, threatening and frightening my servants, and getting up some difficulty with Harry. Dear me, it seems to me life is coming over me hard enough, and all at once, too." As Nina said this, she saw someone standing by her bed. It was Milly, who stooped tenderly over her, smoothing and arranging the bedclothes in a motherly way. "Is that you, Milly? Oh, sit down here a minute. I am so troubled. It seems to me I've had so much trouble today. Do you know Tom came home tonight so drunk? Oh, dear Milly, it was horrid. Do you know he took me in his arms and kissed me, and though he is my only brother, it's perfectly dreadful to me, and I feel so worried and so anxious." "Yes, lamb, I knows all these here things," said Milly. "I seen him many and many times." "The worst of it is that I don't know what he will do tomorrow, and before Mr. Clayton, too. It makes me feel so helpless, ashamed, and mortifies me so." "Yes, yes, child," said Milly, gently stroking her head. "I stand so much alone. Other girls have some friend or relation to lean on, but I have nobody." "Why don't you ask your father to help you?" said Milly to Nina in a gentle tone. "Ask who?" said Nina, lifting her head up from the pillow. "Your father," said Milly, with a voice of solemnity. "Don't you know, our Father who art in heaven? You haven't forgot your prayers, I hope, honey." Nina looked at her with surprise, and Milly continued, "Now, if I was you, lamb, I would tell my father all about it. Why, child, he loves you. He wouldn't like nothing better now than to have you just come to him and tell him all about your troubles, and he'll make 'em all straight. That's the way I does, and I found it come out right many and many a time." "Why, Milly, you wouldn't have me go to God about my little foolish affairs." "Laws, child, what should you go to him about den? Sure dese are all de affairs you's got." "Well, but Milly," said Nina apprehensively, "you know I've been a very bad girl about religion. It's years and years since I've said any prayers. At school the girls used to laugh at anybody who said prayers, and so I never did. And since I've neglected my Heavenly Father when things went well with me, it wouldn't be fair to call on him now, just because I've gotten into trouble. I don't think it would be honorable."
The Lord bless this here child. Do hear her talk, just as if the Heavenly Father didn't know all about you and hadn't been a-loving and watching you the whole time. Why, child, he knows what poor creatures we be, and he ain't no ways surprised nor put out. Why, laws, don't you know he's the good shepherd? And what you s'pose they has shepherds for, 'cept the sheeps are all time running away and getting into trouble? Why, honey, that's what they's for. Well, but it's been so long since I prayed that I don't know anything how to pray, Millie. Bless you, child. Who wanted you to pray? I never prays myself. Used to try, but I made such dreadful poor work on it that I gi'n it up. Now I just goes and talks to the Father and tells him anything and everything, and I think he likes it a great deal better. Why, he's just willing to hear me now, as if I was the greatest lady in the land, and he takes such an interest in all my poor affairs. Why, sometimes I go to him when my heart is so heavy, and when I tells him all about it, I come away as light as a feather. Well, but after I've forgotten him so many years? Why, honey, now just look here. I remember once when you was a little weeny thing that you toddles down them steps there, and you slips away from them that was watching you, and you toddles away off into the grove yonder, and there you got picking flowers, and one thing and another mighty tickled and pert. You was down there enjoying yourself till by and by your pa missed you, and then such another hunt as there was. There was a hurrying here and a looking there, and finally your pa run down in the woods, and there you got stuck fast in the mud, both your shoes off and well scratched with briars, and there you stood a-crying and a-calling your pa. I tell you, he said that there was the sweetest music he ever heard in his life. I remember he picked you up and came up to the house kissing you. Now there 'twas, honey. You didn't call on your pa till you got into trouble. And laws, child, that's the way with all of us. We never does call on the Father till we gets into trouble, and it takes heaps and heaps of trouble sometimes to bring us around. Sometime, child, I'll tell you about my experience. I's got experience on this point. But now, honey, don't trouble yourself no more. You just ask your father to take care of your affairs and turn over and go to sleep, and he'll do it. Now you mind. So saying, Millie smoothed the pillow with anxious care, and kissing Nina on the forehead, departed. End of Chapter 12. Explanation. Chapter 13 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 13. Tom Gordon. I say, Nina, said her brother, coming in a day or two after, from a survey he had been taking round the premises. You want me here to manage the place? Everything's going at 6s and 7s, and that nigger of a Harry riding around with his boots shining. That fella cheats you and feathers his own nest well. I know. These white niggers are all deceitful. Come, Tom, you know the estate is managed just as father left word to have it, and Uncle John says that Harry is an excellent manager. I'm sure nobody could have been more faithful to me, and I'm very well satisfied. Yes, I dare say, all left to you and the executors, as you call them, as if I were not the natural guardian of my sister. Then I come here and put up with that fella's impudence. Whose? Harry's? He is never impudent. He is always gentlemanly. Everybody remarks it. Gentlemanly. There it is, Nine. What a fool you are to encourage the use of that word in connection with any of your niggers. Gentleman, forsooth. And while he plays gentleman, who takes care? I tell you what, you'll find one of these days how things are going on. But that's just the way. You never would listen to me or pay the least attention to my advice. Oh, Tom, don't talk about that. Don't. I never interfere about your affairs. Please leave me the right to manage mine in my own way. And who is this Clayton that's hanging about here? Are you going to have him, or he you, hey? I don't know. Because I, for one, don't like him, and I shan't give my consent to let him have you. That other one is worth twice as much. He has one of the largest properties in New York. Joe Snyder has told me about him. You shall have him. I shall not have him, say what you please, and I shall have Mr. Clayton if I choose, said Nina with a heightened color. You have no right to dictate to me of my own affairs, and I shan't submit to it, I tell you frankly. Highty-tighty, we're coming up, to be sure. Moreover, I wish you would let everything on this place entirely alone, and remember that my servants are not your servants, and that you have no control over them whatever. Well, we'll see how you'll help yourself. I'm not going to go skulking about on my father's own place as if I had no right or title there. And if your niggers don't look sharp, they'll find out whether I am the master here or not, especially that Harry. If the dog dare so much as lift his fingers to countermand any one of my orders, I'll put a bullet through his head as soon as I would through a buck's. I give you warning. Oh, Tom, pray don't talk so, said Nina, who really began to be alarmed. What do you want to make me such trouble for? The conversation was here suspended by the entrance of Milly. If you please, Miss Nina, come and show me which of your muslins you wish to be done up, as I is starching for Miss Lou. Glad of an opportunity to turn the conversation, Nina ran up to her room, whither she was followed by Milly, who shut the door, and spoke to her in mysterious tones. Miss Nina, can't you make some errand to get Harry off the place for 2 or 3 days while Massa Tom's around? But what right, said Nina with heightened color, has he to dictate to my servants, or me, or to interfere with any of our arrangements here? Oh, there's no use talking about rights, honey. We must all do just what we can. Don't make much odds whether our rights is one way or t'other. You see, child, it's just here. Harry's your right hand, but you see he ain't learned to bend for the wind like the rest of us. He is spirity. He is just as full now as a powder box. And Massa Tom is bent on aggravating him. And laws, child, there may be bloody work. There may so. Why, do you think he'd dare? Child, don't talk to me. Dare? Yes, sure enough he will dare. Besides, there's 50 ways young gentlemen may take to aggravate and provoke. And when flesh and blood can't bear it no longer, if Harry raises his hand, why, then shoot him down. Nothing said, nothing done. You can't help yourself. You won't want to have a lawsuit with your own brother, and if you did, 'twouldn't bring Harry to life. Laws, child, if I could tell you what I've seen, you don't know nothing about it. Now, I tell you, get up some message to your uncle's plantation, send him off for anything or nothing, only have him gone. And then speak your brother fair, then maybe he will go off. But don't you quarrel, don't you cross him, come what may. There ain't a soul on the place that can bear the sight on him, but then, you see, the rest, they all bends. But, child, you must be quick about it. Let me go right off and find him. Just you come in the little back room, and I'll call him in. Pale and trembling, Nina descended into the room, and in a few moments after Milly appeared, followed by Harry. Harry, said Nina in a trembling voice, I want you to take your horse and go over to Uncle John's plantation and carry a note for me. Harry stood with his arms folded and his eyes fixed upon the ground, and Nina continued, And Harry, I think you had better make some business or errand to keep you away 2 or 3 days, or a week. Miss Nina, said Harry, the affairs of this place are very pressing now, and need overlooking. A few days' neglect now may produce a great loss, and then it will be said that I neglected my business to idle and ride round the country. Well, but if I send you, I take the responsibility, and I'll bear the loss. The fact is, Harry, I'm afraid that you won't have patience to be here now Tom is at home. In fact, Harry, I'm afraid for your life. And now, if you have any regard for me, make the best arrangement with the work you can, and be off. I'll tell him that I sent you on business of my own, and I'm going to write a letter for you to carry. It's the only safe way. He has so many ways in which he can provoke and insult you that at last you may say or do something that will give him occasion against you, and I think he is determined to drive you to this." "Isn't this provoking now? Isn't this outrageous?" said Harry between his teeth, looking down. "That everything must be left, and all because I haven't the right to stand up like a man and protect you and others." "It is a pity. It is a shame," said Nina. "But, Harry, don't stop to think upon it. Do go." She laid her hand softly on his. "For my sake now, be good. Be good." The room where they were standing had long windows, which opened like those of the parlor on the veranda and commanded a view of the gravel walk bordered with shrubbery. As Harry stood hesitating, he started at seeing Lisette come tripping up the walk, balancing on her head a basket of newly ironed muslins and linens. Her trim little figure was displayed in a close-fitting gown of blue, a snowy handkerchief crossed upon her bust, and one rounded arm raised to steady the basket upon her head. She came tripping forward with her usual airy motion, humming a portion of a song, and attracted at the same moment the attention of Tom Gordon and of her husband. "'Pon my word, if that isn't the prettiest concern," said Tom as he started up and ran down the walk to meet her. "Good morning, my pretty girl," he said. "Good morning, sir," returned Lisette in her usual tone of gay cheerfulness. "Pray, who do you belong to, my pretty little puss? I think I've never seen you on this place." "Please, sir, I'm Harry's wife." "Indeed you are, hey? Devilish good taste he has," he said, laying his hand familiarly on her shoulder. The shoulder was pulled away, and Lisette moved rapidly on to the other side of the path, with an air of vexation which made her look rather prettier. "What, my dear, don't you know that I'm your husband's young master? Come, come," he said, following her, and endeavoring to take hold of her arm. "Please let me alone," said Lisette, coloring, and in a petty, vexed tone. "Let you alone? No, that I shan't, not while you ask it in such a pretty way as that." And again the hand was laid upon her shoulder. It must be understood that Harry had witnessed so far in pantomime this scene. He had stood with compressed lips and eyes slowly dilating, looking at it. Nina, who was standing with her back to the window, wondered at the expression of his countenance. "Look there, Miss Nina. Do you see my wife and your brother?" Nina turned, and in an instant the color mounted to her cheeks, her little form seemed to dilate, and her eyes flashed fire. And before Harry could see what she was doing, she was down in the gravel walk and had taken Lisette's hand. "Tom Gordon," she said, "I'm ashamed of you. Hush, hush," she continued, fixing her eyes upon him and stamping her foot. "Dare you come to my place and take such liberties here? You shall not be allowed to while I am mistress, and I am mistress. Dare to lay a finger on this girl while she is here under my protection. Come, Lisette." And she seized the trembling girl by the hand and drew her along towards the house. Tom Gordon was so utterly confused at this sudden burst of passion in his sister that he let them go off without opposition. In a few moments he looked after her and gave a long, low whistle. "Ah, pretty well up for her, but she'll find it easier said than done, I fancy." And he sauntered up to the veranda, where Harry stood with his arms folded and the veins in his forehead swelling with repressed emotion. "Go in, Lisette," said Nina. "Take these things into my room, and I'll come to you." "'Pon my word, Harry," said Tom, coming up and addressing Harry in the most insulting tone, "we are all under the greatest obligations to you for bringing such a pretty little fancy article here." "My wife does not belong to this place," said Harry, forcing himself to speak calmly. "She belongs to Mrs. Leclaire, who has come into Belleville Plantation." "Ah, thank you for that information. I may take a fancy to buy her, and I'd like to know who she belongs to. I've been wanting a pretty little concern of that sort. She's a good housekeeper, isn't she, Harry? Does up shirts well? What do you suppose she could be got for? I must go and see her mistress." During this cruel harangue, Harry's hands twitched and quivered, and he started every now and then, looking first at Nina and then at his tormentor. He turned deadly pale. Even his lips were of ashy whiteness, and with his arms still folded, and making no reply, he fixed his large blue eyes upon Tom, and as it sometimes happened in moments of excitement and elevation, there appeared on the rigid lines of his face at that moment so strong a resemblance to Colonel Gordon that Nina noticed and was startled by it. Tom Gordon noticed it also. It added fuel to the bitterness of his wrath, and there glared from his eyes a malignancy of hatred that was perfectly appalling. The two brothers seemed like thunderclouds opposing each other and ready to dart lightning. Nina hastened to interfere. "Hurry, hurry, Harry. I want that message carried. Do pray go directly." "Let me see," said Tom. "I must call Jim and have my horse. Which is the way to that Belleville plantation? I think I'll ride over." And he turned and walked indolently down the steps. "For shame, Tom. You won't. You can't. How can you want to trouble me so?" said Nina. He turned and looked upon her with an evil smile, turned again, and was gone. "Harry, Harry, go quick. Don't you worry. There's no danger. Madame Leclerc never would consent." "There's no knowing," said Harry. "Never any knowing. People act about money as they do about nothing else." Then I'll send and buy her myself." "You don't know how our affairs stand, Miss Nina," said Harry hurriedly. "The money couldn't be raised now for it, especially if I have to go off this week. It will make a great difference me being here or not being here, and very likely Master Tom may have $1,000 to pay down on the spot. I never knew him to want money when his will was up. Great God, haven't I borne this yoke long enough?" "Well, Harry, I'll sell everything I've got, my jewels, everything. I'll mortgage the plantation before Tom Gordon shall do this thing. I'm not quite so selfish as I've always seemed to be. I know you've made the sacrifice of body and soul to my interest, and I've always taken it because I loved my ease and was a spoiled child. But after all, I know I've as much energy as Tom has when I am roused, and I'll go over this very morning and make an offer for her. Only you be off. You can't stand such provocation as you get here, and if you yield, as any man will do at last, then everything and everybody will go against you, and I can't protect you. Trust to me. I'm not so much of a child as I have seemed to be. You'll find I can act for myself, and you too. There comes Mr. Clayton through the shrubbery. That's right. Order 2 horses round to the door immediately, and we'll go over there this morning." Nina gave her orders with a dignity as if she had been a princess, and in all his agitation Harry could not help marveling at the sudden air of womanliness which had come over her. "I could serve you," he said in a low voice, "to the last drop of my blood. But," he added in a tone which made Nina tremble, "I hate everybody else. I hate your country. I hate your laws." "Harry, you do wrong. You forget yourself." "Oh, I do wrong, do I? We are the people that are never to do wrong. People may stick pins in us, and stick knives in us, and wipe their shoes on us, and spit in our face. We must be amiable. We must be the models of Christian patience. I tell you, your father should rather have put me into quarters and made me work like a field negro than to have given me the education he did and leave me under the foot of every white man that dares tread on me." Nina remembered to have seen her father in transports of passion, and was again shocked and startled to see the resemblance between his face and the convulsed face before her. "Harry," she said in a pitying, half-admonitory tone, "do think what you are saying. If you love me, be quiet." "Love you? You have always held my heart in your hand. That has been the clasp upon my chain. If it hadn't been for you, I should have fought my way to the north before now, or I would have found a grave on the road." "Well, Harry," said Nina after a moment's thought, "my love shall not be a clasp upon any chain, for as there is a God in heaven, I will set you free. I'll have a bill introduced at the very next legislature, and I know what friend will see to it. So go now, Harry, go."
Harry stood a moment, then suddenly raised the hand of his little mistress to his lips, turned, and was gone. Clayton, who had been passing through the shrubbery, and who had remarked that Nina was engaged in a very exciting conversation, had drawn off, and stood waiting for her at the foot of the veranda steps. As soon as Nina saw him, she reached out her hand frankly, saying, "Oh, there, Mr. Clayton, you are just the person. Wouldn't you like to take a ride with me?" "Of course I should," said he. "Wait here a moment till I get ready. The horses will be here immediately." And running up the steps, she passed quickly by him and went into the house. Clayton had felt himself in circumstances of considerable embarrassment ever since the arrival of Tom Gordon the evening before. He had perceived that the young man had conceived an instinctive dislike of himself, which he was at no particular pains to conceal, and he found it difficult to preserve the appearance of one who does not notice. He did not wish to intrude upon Nina any embarrassing recognition of her situation, even under the guise of sympathy and assistance, and waited therefore till some word from her should authorize him to speak. He held himself, therefore, ready to meet any confidence which she might feel disposed to place in him, not doubting, from the frankness of her nature, that she would soon find it impossible not to speak of what was so deeply interesting to her. Nina soon reappeared, and, mounting their horses, they found themselves riding through the same forest road that led to the cottage of Tiff, from which a divergent path went to Belleville Plantation. "I'm glad to see you alone this morning, for many reasons," said Nina, "for I think I never needed a friend's help more. I am mortified that you should have seen what you did last night, but since you have, I may as well speak of it. The fact is that my brother, though he is the only one I have, never did treat me as if he loved me. I can't tell what the reason is, whether he was jealous of my poor father's love for me, or whether it was just because I was a willful, spoiled girl, and so gave him reason to be set against me, or whatever the reason might be, he never has been kind to me long at a time. Perhaps he would be if I would always do exactly as he says, but I am made as positive and willful as he is. I never have been controlled, and I can't recognize the right which he seems to assume to control me, and to dictate as to my own private affairs. He was not left my guardian, and though I do love him, I shan't certainly take him as one. Now, you see, he has a bitter hatred, and a most unreasonable one, towards my Harry, and I had no idea when I came home in how many ways he had the power to annoy me. It does seem as if an evil spirit possessed them both when they get together. They seem as full of electricity as they can be, and I am every instant afraid of an explosion. Unfortunately for Harry, he has had a much superior education to the generality of his class and station, and the situation of trust in which he has been placed has given him more the feelings of a free man and a gentleman than is usual. For, except Tom, there isn't one of our family circle that hasn't always treated him with kindness and even with deference, and I think this very thing angers Tom the more, and makes him take every possible occasion of provoking and vexing. I believe it is his intention to push Harry up to some desperate action, and when I see how frightfully they look at each other, I tremble for the consequences. Harry has lately married a very pretty wife, with whom he lives in a little cottage on the extremity of the Belleville estate, and this morning Tom happened to spy her, and it seemed to inspire him with the most ingenious plan to trouble Harry. He threatened to come over and buy her of Madame Leclerc, and so, to quiet Harry, I promised to come over here before him and make an offer for her." "Why," said Clayton, "do you think her mistress would sell her?" "I can't say. She is a person I am acquainted with only by report. She is a New Orleans Creole who has lately bought the place. Lizette, I believe, hired her time of her. Lizette is an ingenious, active creature, and contrives by many little arts and accomplishments to pay a handsome sum monthly to her mistress. Whether the offer of a large sum at once would tempt her to sell her is more than I know until it's tried. I should like to have Lizette for Harry's sake." "And do you suppose your brother was really serious?"
I shouldn't be at all surprised if he were. But serious or not serious, I intend to make the matter sure." "If it be necessary to make an immediate payment," said Clayton, "I have a sum of money which is lying idle in the bank, and it's but drawing a check which will be honored at sight." I mention this because the ability to make an immediate payment may make the negotiation easier. You ought to allow me the pleasure of joining you in a good work." "Oh, thank you," said Nina frankly. "It may not be necessary, but if it should be, I will take it in the same spirit in which it is offered." After a ride of about an hour, they arrived in the boundaries of Belleville Plantation. In former days, Nina had known this as the residence of an ancient rich family with whom her father was on visiting terms. She was therefore uncomfortably struck with the air of poverty, waste, and decay everywhere conspicuous through the grounds. Nothing is more depressing and disheartening than the sight of a gradual decay of what has been arranged and constructed with great care, and when Nina saw the dilapidated gateway, the crushed and broken shrubbery, the gaps in the fine avenue where the trees had been improvidently cut down for firewood, she could not help a feeling of depression. "How different this place used to be when I came here as a child. This madam, whatever her name is, can't be much of a manager." As she said this, their horses came up the front of the house, in which the same marks of slovenly neglect were apparent. Blinds were hanging by one hinge, the door had sunk down into the rotten sill, the wooden pillars that supported it were decayed at the bottom, and the twining roses which once climbed upon them laid trailing, dishonored, upon the ground. The veranda was littered with all kinds of rubbish, rough boxes, saddles, bridles, overcoats, and various nondescript articles formed convenient hiding-places and retreats in which a troop of Negro children and 3 or 4 dogs were playing at hide-and-go-seek with great relish and noise. On the alighting of Nina and Clayton at the door, they all left their sports and arranged themselves in a grinning row to see the newcomers descend. Nothing seemed to be further from the minds of the little troop than affording the slightest assistance in the way of holding horses or answering questions. All they did was alternately to look at each other and the travelers and grin. A tattered servant man with half a straw hat on his head was at length raised by a call of Clayton, who took their horses, having first distributed a salutation of kicks and cuffs among the children, asking where their manners were and why they didn't show the gentleman and lady in. And Nina and Clayton were now marshaled by the whole 7 of them into an apartment on the right of the great hall. Everything in the room appeared in an unfinished state. The curtains were half put up at the windows and part lying in a confused heap on the chairs. The damp, mouldy paper, which hung loosely from the walls, had been torn away in some places, as if to prepare for repapering, and certain half-opened rolls of costly wallpaper lay on the table, on which appeared the fragment of some ancient luncheon, to wit, plates and pieces of bread and cheese, dirty tumblers, and an empty bottle. It was difficult to find a chair sufficiently free from dust to sit down on. Nina sent up her card by one of the small fry, who, having got halfway up the staircase, was suddenly taken with the desire to slide down the banisters with it in his hand. Of course, he dropped the card in the operation, and the whole group precipitated themselves briskly on to it, all in a heap, and fought tooth and nail for the honor of carrying it upstairs. They were aroused, however, by the entrance of the man with half a hat, who, on Nina's earnest suggestion, plunged into the troop, which ran chattering and screaming like so many crows to different parts of the hall, while he picked up the card, and with infinite goodwill beaming on his shining black face, went up with it, leaving Nina and Clayton waiting below. In a few moments he returned. "Missus will see the young lady upstairs." Nina tripped promptly after him, and left Clayton the sole tenant of the parlor for an hour. At length she returned, skipping down the stairs and opening the door with great animation. "The thing is done," she said. "The bill of sale will be signed as soon as we can send it over." "I had better bring it over myself," said Clayton, "and make the arrangement." "So be it," said Nana. "But pray let us be delivered from this place. Did you ever see such a desolate-looking house? I remember when I've seen it a perfect paradise, full of the most agreeable people." "And pray what sort of a person did you find?" said Clayton as they were riding homeward. "Well, she's one of the toe-string order of women. Very slack-twisted, too, I fancy. Tall, snuffy, and sallow. Clothes look rough dry, as if they had been pulled out of a bag. She had a bright-colored Madras handkerchief tied round her head, and spoke French a little more through her nose than French people usually do. Flourished a yellow silk pocket-handkerchief, poor soul. She said she had been sick for a week with toothache, and kept awake all night. So one mustn't be critical. One comfort about these French people is that they are always ravis de vous voir, let what will turn up. The good soul was really polite, and insisted on clearing all the things off from a dusty old chair for me to sit down in. The room was as much at sixes and sevens as the rest of the house. She apologized for the whole state of things by saying that they could not get workmen out there to do anything for her, and so everything is left in the second future tense, and the darkies, I imagine, have a general glorification in the chaos. She is one of the indulgent sort, and I suspect she'll be eaten up by them like the locusts. Poor thing, she is shockingly homesick and longing for Louisiana again. For notwithstanding her snuffy appearance and yellow pocket-handkerchief, she really has a genuine taste for beauty, and spoke most feelingly of the oleanders, crepe myrtles, and Cape jessamines of her native state. "Well, how did you introduce your business?" said Clayton, laughing at this description. "Me? Why, I flourished out a little French I have at command, and she flourished her little English, and I think I rather prepossessed the good soul to begin with. Then I made a sentimental story about Lisette and Harry's amours, because I know French people always have a taste for the sentimental. The old thing was really quite affected, wiped her little black eyes, pulled her hooked nose as a tribute to my eloquence, called Lisette her enfant mignon, and gave me a little lecture on the tender passion, which I am going to lay up for future use." "Indeed," said Clayton. "I should be charmed to have you repeat it. Can't you give us a synopsis?" "I don't know what synopsis means, but if you want me to tell you what she said, I shan't do it. Well, now, do you know I am in the best spirits in the world, now that I've got this thing off my mind, and out of that desolate house. Did you ever see such a direful place? What is the reason when we get down south here, everything seems to be going to destruction so? I noticed it all the way down through Virginia. It seems as if everything had stopped growing and was going backwards. Well, now, it's so different at the north. I went up one vacation into New Hampshire. It was dreadfully poor, barren country, nothing but stony hills and poor soil, and yet the people there seem to be so well off. They live in such nice, tight, clean-looking white houses. Everything around them looks so careful and comfortable, and yet their land isn't half so good as ours down here. Why, actually some of those places seem as if there were nothing but rock. And then they have winter about 9 months in the year, I do believe. But these Yankees turn everything to account. If a man's field is covered with rock, he'll find some way to sell it and make money out of it. And if they freeze up all winter, they sell the ice and make money out of that. They just live by selling their disadvantages." "And we grow poor by wasting our advantages," said Clayton. "Do you know, people think it's a dreadful thing to be an abolitionist, but for my part I've a great inclination to be one, perhaps because I have a contrary turn and always have a little spite against what everybody else believes. But if you won't tell anybody, I'll tell you, I don't believe in slavery." "Neither do I," said Clayton. "You don't? Well, really, I thought I was saying something original. Now, the other day Aunt Nesbit's minister was at our house, and they sat crooning together, as they always do, and among other things they said, what a blessed institution it was to bring these poor Africans over here to get them Christianized. So, by way of saying something to give them a start, I told them I thought they came nearer to making heathen of us than we to making Christians of them."
"That's very true," said Clayton. "There's no doubt that the kind of society which is built up in this way constantly tends to run back towards barbarism. It prevents general education of the whites and keeps the poorer classes down to the lowest point, while it enriches a few."
"Well, what do we have to do it for? Why don't we blow it up right off?"
"That's a question easier asked than answered. The laws against emancipation are very stringent. But I think it is every owner's business to contemplate this as a future resort, and to educate his servants in reference to it. That is what I'm trying to do on my plantation."
"Indeed," said Nina, looking at him with a good deal of interest. "Well, now, that reminds me of what I was going to say to you. Generally speaking, my conscience don't trouble me much about my servants, because I think they are doing about as well with me as they would be likely to do anywhere else. But now there's Harry. He is well educated, and I know that he could do for himself anywhere better than he does here. I have always had a kind of sense of this, but I've thought of it more lately, and I'm going to try to have him set free at the next legislature. And I shall want you to help me about all the what-do-you-call-ems."
"Of course, I shall be quite at your service," said Clayton.
"There used to be some people when I was up at the North who talked as if all of us were no better than a pack of robbers and thieves. And, of course, when I was there, I was strong for our institutions and would not give them an inch of ground. It set me to thinking, though, and the result of my thinking is that we have no right to hold those to work for us who clearly can do better. Now there's Aunt Nesbit's Millie, there's Harry and Lizette. Why, it's clear enough. If they can support themselves and us too, they certainly can support themselves alone. Lizette has paid $8 a month to her mistress and supported herself besides. I'm sure it's we that are the helpless ones."
"Well, do you think Aunt Nesbit is going to follow your example?"
"No, catch her at it. Aunt Nesbit is doubly fortified in her religion. She is so satisfied with something or other about cursed be Canaan, she'd let Millie earn $10 a month for her all year round, and never trouble her head about taking every bit of it. Some folks, you know, have a way of calling everything they want to do a dispensation of Providence. Now, Aunt Nesbit is one of them. She always calls it a dispensation that the Negroes were brought over here, and a dispensation that we are the mistresses. Ah, Millie will not get set free while Aunt Nesbit is alive. And do you know, though it does not seem very generous in me, yet I'm resigned to it, because Millie is such a good soul and such a comfort to me. Do you know she seems a great deal more like a mother to me than Aunt Nesbit? Why, I really think if Millie had been educated as we are, she would have made a most splendid woman, been a perfect Candace, Queen of Ethiopia. There's a vast deal that is curious and interesting in some of these old Africans. I always did love to be with them. Some of them are so shrewd and original. But I wonder now what Tom will think of my cutting him out so neatly. 'Twill make him angry, I suppose."
"Oh, perhaps after all he had no real intention of doing anything of the kind. He may have said it merely for bravado."
"I should have thought so, if I hadn't known that he always had a grudge against Harry." At this moment the galloping of a horse was heard in the woodland path before them, and very soon Tom Gordon appeared in sight, accompanied by another man on horseback, with whom he was in earnest conversation. There was something about the face of this man which, at the first glance, Nina felt to be very repulsive. He was low, thick-set, and yet lean. His features were thin and sharp, his hair and eyebrows bushy and black, and a pair of glassy pale blue eyes formed a peculiar contrast to their darkness. There was something in the expression of the eye which struck Nina as hard and cold. Though the man was habited externally as a gentleman, there was still about him an underbred appearance which could be detected at the first glance, as the coarseness of some woods reveal themselves through every varnish. "Good morrow, Nina," said her brother, drawing his horse up to meet hers, and signing to his companion to arrest his also.
Allow me to present to you my friend, Mr. Jekyll. We're going out to visit the Belleville plantation." "I wish you a pleasant ride," said Nina, and touching her horse, she passed them in a moment. Looking back almost fiercely a moment, she turned and said to Clayton, "I hate that man." "Who is it?" said Clayton. "I don't know," said Nina. "I never saw him before, but I hate him. He is a bad man. I'd as soon have a serpent come near me as that man." "Well, the poor fellow's face isn't prepossessing, but I should not be prepared for such an anathema." "Tom's badness," continued Nina, speaking as if she were following out a train of thought without regard for her companion's remark, "is good turned to bad. It's wine turned to vinegar. But this man don't even know what good is." "How can you be so positive about a person you've only seen once?" "Oh," said Nina, resuming her usual gay tones, "don't you know that girls and dogs and other inferior creatures have a gift of seeing what's in people? It doesn't belong to high, cultivated folks like you, but to us poorer creatures who have to trust to our instincts. So beware." And as she spoke, she turned to him with a fascinating air of half-saucy defiance. "Well," said Clayton, "have you seen then what is in me?" "Yes, to be sure," said Nina with energy. "I knew what you were from the very first time I saw you, and that's the reason why—" Clayton made an eager gesture, and his eyes met hers with a sudden flash of earnestness. She stopped and blushed, and then laughed. "What, Nina?" "Oh, well, I always thought you were a grandfatherly body, and that you wouldn't take advantage of us girls, as some of the men do. And so I've treated you with confidence. As you know, I had just the same feeling that you could be trusted as I have that other fellow cannot." "Well," said Clayton, "that deduction suits me so well that I should be sorry to undermine your faith. Nevertheless, I must say such a way of judging isn't always safe. Instinct may be a greater matter than we think, yet it isn't infallible any more than our senses. We try the testimony even of our eyesight by reason. It will deceive us if we don't. Much more we ought to try this more subtle kind of sight." "Maybe so," said Nina. "Yet I don't think I shall like that man after all. But I'll give him a chance to alter my feeling by treating him civilly if Tom brings him back to dinner. That's the best I can do." End of Chapter 13. Tom Gordon. Chapter 14 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 14, Aunt Nesbit's Loss. On entering the house, Nina was met at the door by Milly with a countenance of some anxiety. "Miss Nina, your aunt has heard bad news this morning." "Bad news? What?" "Well, honey, you see there has been a lawyer here," said Milly, following Nina as she was going upstairs, "and she has been shut up with him all the morning, and when he come out I found her taking on quite dreadful. And she says she has lost all her property." "Oh, is that all? I didn't know what dreadful thing might have happened. Why, Milly, this isn't so very bad. She hadn't much to lose." "Oh, bless you, child. Nobody wants to lose all they got, much or little." "Yes, but, you know, she can always live here with us, and what little money she wants to fuss with, to buy new caps and paregoric for her cough, and all such little matters, we can give her easily enough." "Ah, Miss Nina, your heart is free enough. You'd give away both ends of the rainbow if you had 'em to give. But the trouble is, child, you haven't got 'em. Why, child, this your great place, and so many mouths opened to eat and eat. Child, I tell you, it takes heaps to keep it a-going. And Harry, I tell you, finds it hard work to bring it even all the year round, though he never says nothing to you about his troubles. Wants you always to walk on flowers with both hands full and never think where they come from. I tell you what, child, we's bound to think for you a little, and I tell you what, I is just a-going to hire out." "Why, Milly, how ridiculous!" "It ain't ridiculous now.
Why, just look on it, Miss Nina. Here's Miss Lou, that's one. Here's me, that's two. Here's Polly, great grown girl, three. There's Tom Tit, four. All on us eating your bread and not bringing in a cent to you, 'cause all on us together ain't doing much more than wait on Miss Lou. Why, you's got servants enough of your own to do everything that wants doing in this here house. I know, Miss Nina, young ladies don't like to hear about these things, but the fact is, victuals cost something, and there must be some on us to bring in something. Now, that there gentleman what talked with your aunt, he said he could find me a right good place up there to the town, and I was just a-going. Sally, she's big enough now to do everything that I have been used to doing for Miss Lou, and I am just a-going. Besides, to tell you the truth, I think Miss Lou has kind of set her heart upon it. You know she is a weakly kind of thing, don't know how to do much 'cept sit in her chair and groan. She's always been so used to having me make a way for her, and when I told her about this year, she kind of brightened up. But, Milly, what shall I do? I can't spare you at all. Law, bless you, child, don't you s'pose I's got eyes? I tell you, Miss Nina, I looked that gentleman over pretty well for you, and my opinion is he'll do. Oh, come, you hush. You see, child, it wouldn't be everybody that our people would be willing to have to come on to the place here, but there ain't one on 'em that wouldn't go in for this year, now I tell you. There's old Hundred, as you calls him, told me 'twas just as good as a meeting to hear him reading the prayers that there day at the funeral. Now, you see, I seen gentlemen handsome and rich, and right pleasant too, that the people wouldn't want at all. 'Cause why? They has their frolics and drinks, and the money flies one way for this thing and one way for that, till by and by it's all gone. Then comes the sheriff, and the people is all sold, some one way and some another way. Now, Mr. Clayton, he ain't none of them. But, Milly, all this may be very well, but if I couldn't love him? Law sakes, Miss Nina, you look me in the face and tell me that thar. Why, child, it's plain enough to see through you, 'tis so. The people's all pretty sure by this time. Sakes alive, we is used to looking out for the weather, and we knows pretty well what's coming. And now, Miss Nina, you go right along and give him a good word, 'cause you see, dear lamb, you need a good husband to take care of you. That's what you want, child. Girls like you has a hard life being at the head of a place, especially your brother being just what he is. Now, if you had a husband here, Massa Tom would be quiet, 'cause he knows he couldn't do nothing. But just as long as you's alone, he'll plague you. But now, child, it's time for you to be getting ready for dinner. Oh, but do you know, Milly, I've something to tell you, which I had liked to have forgotten. I've been out to the Belleville plantation and bought Harry's wife. You has, Miss Nina? Why, the Lord bless you. Why, Harry was dreadful worked this year morning about what Master Tom said. 'Peared like he was most crazy. Well, I've done it. I've got the receipt here. Why, but, child, where alive did you get all the money to pay right sudden so? Mr. Clayton lent it to me. Mr. Clayton? Now, child, didn't I tell you so? Do you s'pose now you'd have let him lend you that there money if you hadn't liked him? But come, child, hurry. There's Master Tom and that other gentleman coming back, and you must be down to dinner. The company assembled at the dinner table was not particularly enlivening. Tom Gordon, who in the course of his morning ride had discovered the march which his sister had stolen upon him, was more sulky and irritable than usual, though too proud to make any allusion to the subject. Nina was annoyed by the presence of Mr. Jekyll, whom her brother insisted should remain to dinner. Aunt Nesbit was uncommonly doleful, of course. Clayton, who in mixed society generally took the part of a listener rather than a talker, said very little, and had it not been for Carson, there is no saying whether any of the company could have spoken. Every kind of creature has its uses, and there are times when a lively, unthinking chatterbox is a perfect godsend.
Those unperceiving people who never notice the embarrassment of others and who walk with the greatest facility into the gaps of conversation simply because they have no perception of any difficulty there, they have their hour. And Nina felt positively grateful to Mr. Carson for the continuous and cheerful rattle which had so annoyed her the day before. Carson drove a brisk talk with the lawyer about the value of property, percentage, etc. He sympathized with Aunt Nesbit on her last caught cold, rallied Tom on his preoccupation, complimented Nina on her improved color from her ride, and seemed on such excellent terms both with himself and everybody else that the thing was really infectious. "What do you call your best investments down here? Land, eh?" Carson said to Mr. Jekyll. Mr. Jekyll shook his head. "Land deteriorates too fast. Besides, there's all the trouble and risk of overseers and all that. I've looked this thing over pretty well, and I always invest in niggers." "Ah," said Mr. Carson, "you do?" "Yes, sir, I invest in niggers. That's what I do. And I hire them out, sir. Hire them out. Why, sir, if a man has a knowledge of human nature, knows where to buy and when to buy, and watches his opportunity, he gets a better percentage on his money that way than any other. Now, that was what I was telling Mrs. Nesbit this morning. Say, now, that you give $1,000 for a man, and I always buy the best sort. That's economy. Well, and he gets, put it at the lowest figure, $10 a month wages, and his living. Well, you see there, that gives you a pretty handsome sum for your money. I have a good talent of buying. I generally prefer mechanics. I have got now working for me 3 bricklayers. I own 2 first-rate carpenters, and last month I bought a perfect jewel of a blacksmith. He is an uncommonly ingenious man, a fellow that will make easy his $15 a month, and he is the more valuable because he has been religiously brought up. Why, some of them now will cheat you if they can, but this fellow has been brought up in a district where they have a missionary, and a great deal of pains has been taken to form his religious principles. Now, this fellow would no more think of touching a cent of his earnings than he would of stealing right out of my pocket. I tell people about him sometimes, when I find them opposed to religious instruction. I tell them, see there now, you see how godliness is profitable to the life that now is. You know the scriptures, Mrs. Nesbit." "Yes, I always believed in religious education." "Confound it all," said Tom. I don't see the use of making a set of hypocritical sneaks of them. I'd make niggers bring me my money, but hang it all, if he came snuffling to me, pretending 'twas his duty, I'd choke him. They never think so. They don't, and they can't. And it's all hypocrisy, this religious instruction, as you call it." "No, it isn't," said the undiscouraged Mr. Jekyll. "Not when you found it on right principles. Take them early enough and work them right, you'll get it ground into them. Now, when they begun religious instruction, there was a great prejudice against it in our part of the country. You see, they were afraid that the niggers would get uppish. But you see, the missionaries are pretty careful. They put it in strong in the catechisms about the rights of the master. You see, the instruction is just grounded on this, that the master stands in God's place to them." "Damned bosh," said Tom Gordon. Aunt Nesbit looked across the table as if she were going to faint, but Mr. Jekyll's composure was not in the slightest degree interrupted. "I can tell you," he said, "that in a business practical view, for I am used to investments, that since the publishing of those catechisms and the missionaries' work among the niggers, the value of that kind of property has risen 10%. They are better contented. They don't run away as they used to. Just that simple idea that their master stands in God's place to them. Why, you see, it cuts his way." "I have a radical objection to all that kind of instruction," said Clayton. Aunt Nesbit opened her eyes as if she could hardly believe her hearing. "And pray what is your objection?" said Mr. Jekyll with an unmoved countenance. "My objection is that it is all a lie," said Clayton, in such a positive tone that everybody looked at him with a start. Clayton was one of those silent men who are seldom roused to talk, but who go with a rush when they are. Not seeming to notice the startled looks of the company, he went on. It's a worse lie because it's told to bewilder a simple, ignorant, confiding creature. I never could conceive how a decent man could ever look another man in the face and say such things. I remember reading in one of the missionary reports that when this doctrine was first propounded in an assembly of Negroes somewhere, all the most intelligent of them got up and walked deliberately out of the house, and I honor them for that.
Good for them, said Tom Gordon. I can keep my niggers down without any such stuff as that.
I have no doubt, said Clayton, that these missionaries are well-intending, good men, and that they actually think the only way to get access to the Negroes at all is to be very positive in what will please the masters. But I think they fall into the same error that the Jesuits did when they adulterated Christianity with idolatry in order to get admission in Japan. A lie never works well in religion nor in moral.
That's what I believe, said Nina warmly.
But then, if you can't teach them this, what can you teach them? Said Mr. Jekyll.
Confound it all, said Tom Gordon.
Teach them that you've got the power. Teach them the weight of your fist. That's enough for them. I am bad enough, I know, but I can't bear hypocrisy. I show a fellow my pistol. I say to him, "You see that, sir?" I tell him, "You do so-and-so, and you shall have a good time with me, but you do that, and I'll thrash you within an inch of your life. That's my short method with niggers, and poor whites, too. When one of these canting fellows comes around to my plantation, let him see what he'll get, that's all." Mr. Jekyll appeared properly shocked at this declaration. Aunt Nesbit took it as if it were just what she had expected, and went on eating her potato with a mournful air, as if nothing could surprise her. Nina looked excessively annoyed, and turned a sort of appealing glance upon Clayton. "For my part," said Clayton, "I base my religious instruction to my people on the ground that every man and every woman must give an account of themselves to God alone, and that God is to be obeyed first and before me." "Why," said Mr. Jekyll, "that would be destructive of all discipline. If you're going to allow every fellow to judge for himself, among a parcel of ignorant, selfish wretches, what the will of God is, one will think it's one thing, another will think it's another, and there will be an end of all order. It would be absolutely impossible to govern a place in that way." "They must not be left an ignorant set," said Clayton. "They must be taught to read the Scriptures for themselves, and be able to see that my authority accords with it. If I command anything contrary to it, they ought to oppose it."
"I should like to see a plantation managed in that way," said Tom Gordon scornfully.
"Please God, you shall see such an one, if you'll come to mine," said Clayton, "where I should be very happy to see you, sir." The tone in which this was said was so frank and sincere that Tom was silenced, and could not help a rather sullen acknowledgment. "I think," said Mr. Jekyll, "that you'll find such a course, however well it may work at first, will fail at last. You begin to let people think, and they won't stop where you want them to. They'll go too far. It's human nature. The more you give, the more you may give. You once get a fellow to thinking and asking all sorts of questions, and they get discontented at once. I've seen that thing tried in 1 or 2 instances, and it didn't turn out well. Fellows got restless and discontented. The more was given to them, the more dissatisfied they grew, till finally they put for the Free States." "Very well," said Clayton. "If that's to be the result, they may all put as soon as they can get ready. If my title to them won't bear an intelligent investigation, I don't wish to keep them. But I never will consent to keep them by making false statements to them in the name of religion, and presuming to put myself as an object of obedience before my Maker." "I think," said Mr. Carson, "Mr. Clayton shows an excellent spirit. Excellent spirit. On my word, I think so. I wish some of our northern agitators, who make such a fuss on this subject, could hear him. I'm always disgusted with these abolitionists, producing such an unpleasantness between North and South, interrupting trade and friendship, and all that sort of thing." "He shows an excellent spirit," said Mr. Jekyll, "but I must think he is mistaken.
If he thinks that he can bring up people in that way under our institutions and not do them more harm than good. It's a notorious fact that the worst insurrections have arisen from the reading of the Bible by these ignorant fellows. That was the case with Nat Turner in Virginia. That was the case with Denmark Vesey and his crew in South Carolina. I tell you, sir, it will never do, this turning out a set of ignorant people to pasture in the Bible. That blessed book is a savior of life unto life when it's used right, but it's a savior of death unto death when ignorant people take a hold of it. The proper way is this: administer such portions only as these creatures are capable of understanding. This admirable system of religious instruction keeps the matter in our own hands by allowing us to select for them such portions of the word as are best fitted to keep them quiet, dutiful, and obedient. And I venture to predict that whoever undertakes to manage a plantation on any other system will soon find it getting out of his hand. "So you're afraid to trust the Lord's word without holding the bridle," said Tom with a sneer. "That's pretty well for you." "I am not," said Clayton. "I am willing to resign any rights to anyone that I am not able to defend in God's word, any that I cannot make apparent to any man's cultivated reason. I scorn the idea that I must dwarf a man's mind and keep him ignorant and childish in order to make him believe any lie I choose to tell him about my rights over him. I intend to have an educated, intelligent people who shall submit to me because they think it clearly for their best interests to do so, because they shall feel that what I command is right in the sight of God." "But it's my opinion," said Tom, "that both these ways of managing are humbugs. One way makes hypocrites, and the other makes rebels. The best way of educating is to show folks that they can't help themselves. All the fussing and arguing in the world isn't worth one dose of certainty on that point. Just let them know that there are no two ways about it, and you'll have all still enough." From this point the conversation was pursued with considerable warmth till Nina and Aunt Nesbit rose and retired to the drawing-room. Perhaps it did not materially discourage Clayton in the position he had taken that Nina, with the frankness usual to her, expressed the most eager and undisguised admiration of all that he said. "Didn't he talk beautifully? Wasn't it noble?" she said to Aunt Nesbit as she came in the drawing-room. "And that hateful Jekyll, isn't he mean?" "Child," said Aunt Nesbit, "I'm surprised to hear you speak so. Mr. Jekyll is a very respectable lawyer, an elder in the church, and a very pious man. He has given me some most excellent advice about my affairs. He is going to take Milly with him and find her a good place. He's been making some investigations, Nina, and he's going to talk to you about them after dinner. He's discovered that there's an estate in Mississippi worth $100,000 that ought properly to come to you." "I don't believe a word of it," said Nina. "Don't like the man, think he is hateful, don't want to hear anything he has to say, don't believe in him. Nina, how often have I warned you against such sudden prejudices, against such a good man, too? You won't make me believe he's good, not if he were elder in 20 churches. Well, but, child, at any rate you must listen to what he has got to say. Your brother will be very angry if you don't, and it really is important. At any rate, you ought not to offend Tom when you can help it." "That's true enough," said Nina, "and I'll hear, and try to behave as well as I can. I hope the man will go some time or other. I don't know why, but his talk makes me feel worse than Tom's swearing, that's certain." Aunt Nesbit looked at Nina as if she considered her in a most hopeless condition. End of Chapter 14. Aunt Nesbit's Loss. Chapter 15 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 15. Mr. Jekyll's Opinion. After the return of the gentleman to the drawing-room, Nina, at the request of Tom, followed him and Mr. Jekyll into the library.
Mr. Jekyll is going to make some statements to us, Nina, about our property in Mississippi, which, if they turn out as he expects, will set us up in the world," said Tom. Nina threw herself carelessly into the leather armchair by the window and looked out of it. "You see," said Mr. Jekyll, also seating himself and pulling out the stiff points of his collar, "having done law business for your father, and known in that way a good deal about the family property, I have naturally always felt a good deal of interest in it, and you remember your father's sister, Mrs. Stewart, inherited upon the death of her husband a fine estate in Mississippi." "I remember," said Tom. "Well, go on." "Well, she died and left it all to her son. Well, he, it seems, like some other young men, lived in a very reprehensible union with a handsome quadroon girl who was his mother's maid, and she, being an artful creature, I suppose, as a great many of them are, got such an ascendancy over him that he took her up to Ohio and married her and lived there with her some years and had 2 children by her. Well, you see, he had a deed of emancipation recorded for her in Mississippi, and just taking her into Ohio set her free by the laws of that state. Well, you see, he thought he'd fixed it so that the thing couldn't be undone, and she thought so too, and I understood she's a pretty shrewd woman, has a considerable share of character, or else she wouldn't have done just what she has. For you see, he died about 6 months ago, and left the plantation and all the property to her and her children, and she has been so secure that she has actually gone and taken possession. You see, she is so near white, you must know that there isn't 1 in 20 would think what she was. And the people round her, actually, some of them, had forgotten all about it, and didn't know but what she was a white woman from Ohio. And so, you see, the thing never would have been looked into at all if I hadn't happened to have been down there. But you see, she turned off an overseer that had managed the place because the people complained of him, and I happened to fall in with the man, and he began telling me his story, and after a little inquiry, I found who these people were. Well, sir, I just went to one of the first lawyers, for I suspected there was false play, and we looked over the emancipation laws together, and we found out that as the law stood, the deed of emancipation was no more than so much waste paper. And so, you see, she and her children are just as much slaves as any on her plantation, and the whole property, which is worth $100,000, belongs to your family. I rode out with him and looked over the place and got introduced to her and her children and looked them over. Considered as property, I should call them a valuable lot. She is past 40, but she don't look older than 27 or 28, I should say. She is a very good-looking woman, and then I'm told a very capable woman. Well, her price in the market might range between $1,000 and $1,500. Smalley said he had seen no better article sold for $2,000, but then he said they had to give a false certificate as to the age, and that I couldn't hear of, for I never countenance anything like untruth. Then the woman's children, she has got 2 fine-looking children as I have ever seen, almost white. The boy is about 10 years old, the girl about 4. You may be sure I was pretty careful not to let on, because I consider the woman and children are an important part of the property, and, of course, nothing had better be said about it, lest she should be off before we are ready to come down on them. Now, you see, you Gordons are the proper owners of this whole property. There isn't the slightest doubt in my mind that you ought to put in your claim immediately. The act of emancipation was contrary to law, and though the man meant well, yet it amounted to a robbery of the heirs. I declare it rather raised my indignation to see that creature so easy in the possession of property which of right belongs to you. Now, if I have only the consent of the heirs, I can go on and commence operations immediately. Nina had been sitting regarding Mr. Jekyll with a fixed and determined expression of countenance. When he had finished, she said to him, "Mr. Jekyll,
I understand you are an elder in the church. Is that true?"
"Yes, Miss Gordon, I have that privilege," said Mr. Jekyll, his sharp business tone subsiding into a sigh.
"Because," said Nina, "I am a wild young girl, and don't profess to know much about religion. But I want you to tell me, as a Christian, if you think it would be right to take this woman and children and her property."
"Why, certainly, my dear Miss Gordon. Isn't it right that everyone should have his own property? I view things simply with the eye of the law, and in the eye of the law, that woman and her children are as much your property as the shoe on your foot. There is no manner of doubt of it."
"I should think that you might see with the eye of the gospel sometimes. Do you think, Mr. Jekyll, that doing this is doing as I should wish to be done by if I were in the place of this woman?"
"My dear Miss Gordon, young ladies of fine feeling at your time of life are often confused on this subject by a wrong application of the Scripture language. Suppose I were a robber and had possession of your property. Of course, I shouldn't wish to be made to give it up. But would it follow that the golden rule obliged the lawful possessor not to take it from me? This woman is your property. This estate is your property, and she is holding it as unlawfully as a robber. Of course, she won't want to give it up, but right is right, notwithstanding." Like many other young persons, Nina could feel her way out of sophistry much sooner than she could think it out, and she answered to all this reasoning,
"After all, I can't think it would be right."
"Oh, confound the humbug," said Tom. "Who cares whether it's right or not? The fact is, Nine, to speak plain sense to you, you and I both are deuced hard up for money and want all we can get, and what's the use of being more religious than the very saints themselves at our time of day? Mr. Jekyll is a pious man, one of the tallest kind. He thinks this is all right, and why need we set ourselves all up? He has talked with Uncle John, and he goes in for it. As for my part, I am free to own. I don't care whether it's right or not. I'll do it if I can. Might makes right. That's my doctrine." "Why," said Mr. Jekyll, "I have examined the subject, and I haven't the slightest doubt that slavery is a divinely appointed institution, and that the rights of the masters are sanctioned by God. So however much I may naturally feel for this woman, whose position is, I must say, an unfortunate one, still it is my duty to see that the law is properly administered in this case."
"All I have to say, Mr. Jekyll, is just this, that I won't have anything to do with this matter, for if I can't prove it's wrong, I shall always feel it is."
"Nina, how ridiculous," said Tom.
"I have said my say," said Nina as she rose and left the room.
"Very natural, fine feelings, but uninstructed," said Mr. Jekyll. "Certainly, we pious folks know a trick worth two of that, don't we?" said Tom. "I say, Jekyll, this sister of mine is a pretty rapid little case, I can tell you, as you saw by the way she circumvented us this morning. She is quite capable of upsetting the whole dish unless we go about it immediately. You see, her pet nigger, this Harry, is this woman's brother, and if she gave him the word, he'd write at once and put her on the alarm. You and I had better start off tomorrow before this Harry comes back. I believe he's to be gone a few days. It's no matter whether she consents to the suit or not. She don't need to know anything about it." "Well," said Jekyll, "I advise you to go right on and have the woman and children secured. It's a perfectly fair legal proceeding. There has been an evident evasion of the law of the state, by means of which your family are defrauded of an immense sum. At all events, it will be tried in an open court of justice, and she will be allowed to appear by her counsel. It's a perfectly plain, above-board proceeding, and as the young lady has shown such fine feelings, there is the best reason to suppose that the fate of this woman would be as good in her hands as in her own." Mr. Jekyll was not now talking to convince Tom Gordon, but himself. For, spite of himself, Nina's questions had wakened in his mind a sufficient degree of misgiving to make it necessary for him to pass in review the arguments by which he generally satisfied himself. Mr. Jekyll was a theologian and a man of principle. His metaphysical talent, indeed, made him a point of reference among his Christian brethren, and he spent much of his leisure time in reading theological treatises. His favorite subject of all was the nature of true virtue, and this he had fixed in his mind consisted in a love of the greatest good. According to his theology, right consisted in creating the greatest amount of happiness, and every creature had rights to be happy in proportion to his capacity of enjoyment or being. He whose capacity was 10 pounds had a right to place his own happiness before that of him who had 5, because in that way 5 pounds more of happiness would exist in the general whole. He considered the right of the Creator to consist in the fact that he had a greater amount of capacity than all creatures put together, and therefore was bound to promote his own happiness before all of them put together. He believed that the Creator made himself his first object in all that he did, and descending from him, all creatures were to follow the same rule, in proportion to their amount of being, the greater capacity of happiness always taking precedence of the less. Thus, Mr. Jekyll considered that the Creator brought into the world yearly myriads of human beings with no other intention than to make them everlastingly miserable, and that this was right because his capacity of enjoyment being greater than all theirs put together, he had a right to gratify himself in this way. Mr. Jekyll's belief in slavery was founded on his theology. He assumed that the white race had the largest amount of being, therefore it had a right to take precedence of the black. On this point he held long and severe arguments with his partner, Mr. Israel McFogg, who, belonging to a different school of theology, referred the whole matter to no natural fitness, but to a divine decree, by which it pleased the Creator in the time of Noah to pronounce a curse upon Canaan. The fact that the African race did not descend from Canaan was, it is true, a slight difficulty in the chain of argument, but theologians are daily in the habit of surmounting much greater ones. Either way, whether by metaphysical fitness or divine decree, the two partners attained the same practical result. Mr. Jekyll, though a coarse-grained man, had started from the hands of nature no more hard-hearted or unfeeling than many others, but his mind, having for years been immersed in the waters of law and theology, had slowly petrified into such a steady consideration of the greatest general good, that he was wholly inaccessible to any emotion of particular humanity. The trembling, eager tone of pity in which Nina had spoken of the women and children who were about to be made victims of a legal process had excited but a moment's pause. What considerations of temporal loss and misery can shake the constancy of the theologian, who has accustomed himself to contemplate and discuss, as a cool intellectual exercise, the eternal misery of generations, who worships a God that creates myriads only to glorify himself in their eternal torments? End of chapter 15. Mr. Jekyll's Opinions.